Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is, right there. There it is, right there. Eyendeba. So Eyendeba, and Eyendeba to see you again. So Eyendeba to see you again. So good to see you again. Good to have you here. How are you? What have you been up to? How was your day? So yes, a more relaxed opening we are trying to introduce now, just to, to catch up. Let's catch up before we get into the cut and thrust of politics. Let's catch up. What did you have for lunch? Did you have something nice? Did you have a takeaway, or did you go to the kitchen? Do people still even go to the kitchen anymore? Or do people not just with Uber Eat now? You just open an account, don't you? And that is your meal for the rest of your life. So do you even still go to the kitchen? Do you cook? So all of that. So yes, all the niceties. So good to see you. How are you? The usual protocol. Click on the like button. Just to, let me remove this thing from the screen. I'll get to that in a moment. But click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation to come and join us on the screen. And this link that I just removed now reappears, the Buy Your Host Cups of Coffee link. So that's your invitation. If you feel especially flushed and you want to tip towards the platform, use that portal. Because we don't canvas enough, as I think we should, for all these super chats and all this whatnot. are relying, of course, on the others to be moved by however they are moved. But if you are moved in that direction, then use that link that says buy your host cups of coffee, and then 3 easy steps, and you can empty the contents of your if you empty the contents of your wallet in there, I will not stop you. So there it is. Do that. So don't do that, or don't empty the contents of your wallet, but go there and be as liberal and generous as you can be. So all of that. So yes, what are we contending with today? So you saw the headline. Predictably, I don't think this headline is especially catching anybody off guard, and I've got a video clip to back it up. Yoruba Nation, Nigerian government will pay me 20 billion naira when I return. So it's a voice from the past. Sunday Igboho, of course, Igboho Osha, as his adherents like to call him. So haven't now seen the smoke signals coming out of Aso to say that the Yoruba man is now in situation. He now feels emboldened again, rediscovers his mojo. I'm actually going to read this out now so that when I come back, then I can play you the video clip that goes with it. But let me just give you a quick feel. So I'll give you the English version. As you know, Igboho speaks in Yoruba. Yoruba Nation, Nigerian government will pay me 20 billion naira when I return Sunday, Igboho. So let's see now what this is all about. Yoruba freedom fighter Sunday Igboho has vowed to return to Nigeria to continue his agitation. Igboho assured his followers that he will return to Ibadan, Oyo State. The Yoruba Nation agitator disclosed this in a viral video obtained by correspondents. Igboho also stressed that the Nigerian government would compensate him with 20 billion naira because the court had cleared him of all charges. Igboho said, I am coming back to Ibadan. I am originally from Oyo State. I am coming back home. So, Yorubas, don't be afraid, and nothing will happen. Nothing can make the other person afraid. So these are now brave words now. Having now seen that Buhari is out of situation. The question I asked the Nigerian government was in place, and the court has justified my demands. And also, the 20 billion naira Nigerian government owes me will be paid. In 2021, Igboho fled Nigeria to Cotonou in the Benin Republic when the Department of State Services, DSS, launched a manhunt for him. This was after his residence in Ibadan was ransacked by DSS operatives and weapons discovered. So that's Sunday Igboho now threatening them to return immediately now that his Clansman is in situation. So, like I said, there's a video clip that goes with that. So hang around and then we'll have a view of that just in a moment. So hang around, we'll have a view of that in a moment. So from that to this consternation. So now, against the backdrop of the fuel removal subsidy, the removal of arbitrage in the financial space, and the belt tightening that the government requires of the citizenry, this headline comes out. Federal government approves 114% salary increase for Tinubu, Shettima, governors, others. So, when I saw this headline, it immediately put me in mind of Ekene, who was on the platform, as you know, yesterday, lamenting then that these people at the top still continue to feed fat, and whilst the people at the bottom are being squeezed out of life. So now this echoes now what Ekene was saying yesterday. Federal government approves 114% salary increase for Tinubu, Shettima, governors, others. So quite how they justify that in this austerity climate, then I will find out shortly. We'll find this out shortly as well. Corruption, they say, will always fight back, and corruption fights back. Chief of Naval Staff, Zubiaru Gambo, refuses to hand over to Ikechukwu Ogala, insists on paying billions to contractors before leaving. So there it is right there. It's a beggar's belief. It's almost like a parallel universe. It's almost you're looking in on another world. You've been sacked. You refuse to leave office. You've been sacked, by the way, because you're a thief, and then you refuse to leave office until you get that final opportunity to steal some more. Chief of Naval Staff Zubairu Gambo refuses to hand over to Ikechukwu Ogala, insists on paying billions to contractors before leaving. Only in Nigeria could this possibly be a headline. Only in Nigeria could this possibly be a headline. But then, of course, that guy now falls into the category now of this next headline. 10 Buhari ministers appointees, Tinubu must probe. So, if anybody is expecting that Tinubu is going to go after any of the functionaries of Buhari's administration with any manner of aggression, then you might want to have a rethink. Because Tinubu very much embedded and enmeshed in the Buhari administration. The Buhari administration, by the way, is partly a Tinubu administration as well. If you look at Fashola, Oshibanjo, Aregbesola, all of them, just all of them really, they were all Tinubu acolytes who he farmed off to Buhari. So he cannot, with any real zeal and vigor, go after anything really Buhari. So he's going to do some cosmetic stuff just to give the appearance of. But if you're looking at any potent or pungent move against this sort of people, then you will wait till kingdom come. 10 Buhari ministers, appointees, but Tinubu must probe. It's just unfortunate that Tinubu is in a situation because the last person that can really probe anybody with any sincerity will be Tinubu. So the last person to probe anybody with any sincerity will be Tinubu. But Tinubu continues to ricochet around the world to great aplomb. Let me repeat that. Tinubu continues to ricochet. To ricochet is to bounce all over the place. Tinubu continues to ricochet around the world to great aplomb. So what am I talking about? Tinubu continues to ricochet around the world to great aplomb. Ex-World Bank President David Malpass hails Tinubu's economic policies as bullish for Nigeria. So anybody and everybody that has always said that Nigeria is a sleeping giant and Nigeria is the next potential to come through globally, a lot of the reasons why they make those commentaries is wrapped around what Tinubu is doing now. So for Nigeria to ever fulfill its potential, these things that Tinubu is putting in place now necessarily, are you hearing me? Necessarily must be in place. Necessarily, the country cannot continue to subsidize fuel for the whole of the sub-region, especially our cusp of West Africa. We cannot continue to do that. Necessarily, we cannot continue to subsidize the Naira at the volume that we are, because then we don't know the true value of it. It's essentially just, you earn money and then you give it away. That's just what it is. So all of those things that is doing now necessarily must be in place for Nigeria to propel to where the international community and everybody globally had always imagined it would be. So hurrah, we hear from the World Bank. Ex-World Bank President David Malpass hails Tinubu's economic policies as bullish for Nigeria. So quite how that is backed up, we'll find out shortly. But then we talked about corruption fighting back. So we go back to that space again. You mentioned corruption. Previously, you immediately think of the name Babangida. But now, in contemporaneous times, when you mention corruption, you mention Emefiole. Emefiole, real reason DSS arrested suspended CBN Governor Emefiole and why he's still in their custody. So we make a pit stop there to find out exactly what the latest installment is with that storyline. So we make a pit stop then to find out what the latest installment is with that storyline. So now the next one up, this is the narrative of the Japa syndrome, especially as it pertains to the United Kingdom. So this is the narrative of the Japa syndrome, especially as it pertains to the United Kingdom. You recall that some vlogger guy got into trouble a few weeks ago when he did an expose on how people were using education as a conduit to escape from Nigeria. So it looks as though now the backlash of that is now coming swift and fast, and is very much being vested on the next Japa group. Why we banned international students from bringing dependents. So that's the United Kingdom envoy, the UK envoy, giving down this explanation. So previously now, what the Nigerians used to do was they would just go and sign up for some ludicrously expensive master's program. And then through that master's program, because that master's program, it gives them the opportunity to bring in their dependents. So the wife or husband will sign up for a program, and then with that, they'll bring the other partner and their children, because those, of course, are dependents. And with the master's program, after you've completed that program, you have a portal of another 2 years to work. So really, what they are buying is 4 years in the UK, and then after those 4 years, they can then go on and still register for a PhD program and cycle it again. So it looks as though now that portal is about to be closed. Why we banned international students from bringing dependents, the United Kingdom envoy makes that explanation. So the United Kingdom envoy makes that explanation. I was going to bring you this story, but I thought we'd labor this enough. Obi losing allies as Labour Party lawmaker describes Tinubu as intelligent, sparks fresh row. So I'll just leave that at the headline. The Peter Obi narrative, really, I think we can conclude a busted flush. A busted flush. So do we want to go to this one? Maybe we'll go to this one as well, and then we'll see what we're making of it. Daniel Boada reveals likely candidate for National Intelligence Agency DG. So quite why Daniel Bwala is making recommendations to the Tinubu administration, he being a senior functionary of the Atiku campaign. So this is just the thing now. Everybody loves a winner, nobody loves a loser, and the quick abandonment of the losers is what really we're seeing now. Let's just, oh, I hope this is not behind the paywall. Is this behind the paywall? Oh, all right, it's not behind the paywall. Oh, okay, let's just have a quick gander. Let's have a quick look at this. Daniel Bwala reveals likely candidate for National Intelligence Agency DG. Okay. The spokesman of the dissolved People's Democratic Party presidential campaign organization, Daniel Bwala, has revealed the likely candidate for the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA. Correspondents report President Tinubu in the last 3 weeks has sacked all the service chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, and the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service. However, the president has retained Ahmed Rufai Abubakar as the Director General of NIA and Yusuf Magaji Bichi as the Director General of the Department of State Services. However, in a tweet on his Twitter handle on Tuesday, Bwala said Rear Admiral Elkanah Oyeleye Jayola retired is the likely candidate for the NIA boss. So Elkanah is not a Yoruba name, but the rest of the name. Elkanah is spelled Elkanah. So that's not a Yoruba name, but the rest of it are Yoruba names. However, in a tweet via his Twitter handle on Tuesday, Bwala said Rear Admiral Elkanah Oyeleye Jayola retired is the likely candidate for the NIA boss. The chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, added that the senior military officer has rich knowledge and vast experience in the related field. So that is now Daniel Bwala now, who is fighting for his mandate at the presidential presidential petition tribunal, whilst on the other hand making recommendations to Tinubu for people to appoint into his cabinet. So there it is. So we get those out of the way. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. Let me take a microseconds to catch my breath with the care guides, and then when we come back, we get into the heart of it. When I come back, we kick it off with video clips. So we kick it off with video clips. But first, the care guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniri wagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So I'll kick it off with this. Yes, no, I did say I was going to kick it off with video clips. So let me do exactly as I said. So let me actually kick it off with video clips. This first video clip now is Sunday Igboho. This is Sunday Igboho threatening to come back to Nigeria. So suddenly now he has found his mojo. Now that his daddy is in situation. Watch this.
Ilé bàbá mo ìbọn lẹ́rù wọ́n ń bọ̀ nílé láìpẹ́ yìí ni mo ń bá mo ń bọ̀ sí mo ń bọ̀ nulẹ̀ mo bẹ̀ mo ìyàn mo ìbẹ̀ mo fòyà kò sí nǹkan kan tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹnìkan kò ní dẹ́rù bẹ́ nìkan iṣẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo béèrè lọ́wọ́ ìjọba Nàìjíríà mi kọjá yìí mi ilé ẹjọ́ sì ti dá láre ní Nàìjíríà wà ń bẹ̀ náà mo ń bọ̀ ń bẹ̀ yàtọ̀ fún tibí mo tún ti gbàdájọ́ Nàìjíríà owó mi tí Nàìjíríà sì jẹ mi ẹ̀sán 20 billion ni ẹ̀sán owó mi ẹ̀sán ẹ̀nìsàn kí ni ẹ̀sán 20 billion.
And there it is right there. So you can tell the distinction between an Oyo man and somebody else. I'm going to play it again just so that you can hear what it's only 30 seconds. So you can hear what I'm going to highlight now. He said, Ile-ejo City Dan Lare. Ile-ejo City Dan Lare. Do you understand? So that is Yoruba at its purest. That is Yoruba. That is the earth Yoruba. That is the birth Yoruba. So anybody that speaks it differently from that, because if you go further away from Oyo, further into the interlands or the outer lands of Yoruba land, then they will say Damilare, but Ile-ejo City Danlare. That is how we speak it. The progenitors of that language, that is how we speak it. Not Damilare, Danlare, because it's a roll-on language at its birth. The birthings of it, the authenticity of it, it's a roll-on language with a rhythmic fluidity, a musical undercurrent to it. Ile-ejo City Danlare. That's how Yoruba is spoken, not Damilare, but Danlare. So hear it again from a master of that language.
Original ni mi la ni mo kọ yìí. Ilé bàbá mo ìbọn lẹ́rù wọ́n ń bọ̀ nílé láìpẹ́ yìí ni mo ń bọ̀ sí mo ń bọ̀ nulẹ̀ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ ìyọ́n mọ́ yorùbá mọ́ fòyà kò sí nǹkan kan tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹnìkan kò ní dẹ́rù bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan iṣẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo béèrè lọ́wọ́ ìjọba nàìjíríà mi kọjá yìí mi ilé ẹjọ́ sì ti dá láre ní nàìjíríà wà ń bẹ̀ náà mo ń bọ̀ ń bẹ̀ yàtọ̀ fún tibí mo tún ti gbàdájọ́ nàìjíríà owó mi tí nàìjíríà sì jẹ mi ẹ̀ san 20 billion ni ẹ̀ sanwó mi ẹ̀ san ẹni sàkínní ẹ̀ san 20 billion.
So there it is. If you've ever speculated on how the Yoruba language is spoken, it's spoken exactly. And that's not even Yoruba, by the way. That's Yoruba. You know, there's a distinction because we call it Yoruba, but the new ones, they call it Yoruba, but we call it Yoruba in Oyo, Yoruba, not Yoruba, but Yoruba. You know, Yoruba. The first stanza. It rises to a crescendo, and then the second stanza it flattens it. Yoba, do you see? So the first inflection raises, and then the section. You know, if you don't hear now your person speaking Yoruba language or Yoruba language, then you're hearing a diluted, somewhat corrupted version of that language. But let me leave that. That's just one of my things that the purity of the language, the purity of the language. But let's leave that to one side. So now this next video clip is the new Egbetokun, the new Inspector General of Police, fleshing out his mission statement for the sort of policing to come. So now it says something in the course of this now 1 minute clip that is quite instructive, and it goes to the heart of some of the things that we've been agitating for. So pay a special attention to this. Watch this.
Then there was a question on community policing. Well, there is a lot that we are going to do differently in the implementation of the community policing strategies that we are operating presently. We have seen, I discussed that with the retiring IG, the IG that just retired, my predecessor. I discussed that with him just before we came here. And he told me all the problems that we are facing with the implementation of that community policing strategy. We are not going to set it aside. We are going to continue with it, but we are going to review a lot of things. We are going to make it work. Thank you very much.
Community policing, this is something that is coming to a town near you. Community policing. So the community policing, as you know, a precursor to state police. So these are now this first unfurling of that narrative around state policing. So community policing, of course, will be vested within the federal structures. And when you have community policing, necessarily the policing has to be localized. So, and it has to be indigenized. Do you understand? The policing has to be, if you have community policing, it has to be localized and indigenized. It has to be. Because you cannot have somebody from Oyo Alafin going to do community police in Benin Kebbi. What community does he know there? So the precursor, the John the Baptist to state policing is essentially embedded in what now that a new IGP has described as his mission statement. So from futuristic projections to stories of the past, we're talking about the oldest profession in the world. We're not talking about prostitution, by the way. We're talking about politics, which is even dirtier. It's dirtier than prostitution, but are all very much intertwined. What do I mean? Prostitution and politics very much intertwined. Why do I say that? Watch this.
One-on-one. And this must build bridges. People must know you, you must know them. One-on-one. And this is what Asiwaju has done. I can tell you for free that if he gets the ticket of his party, and I've always maintained that, if he gets the ticket of APC, it will be difficult for anybody to stop him. It will be very difficult because he has been able to. So those who are building, attacking, I told them, go and build your own candidates. People should learn how to be democratic. The meaning of democracy is that everybody has a chance. They will say he's old, he's young, he's sick, he's this. It means nothing. There was nothing they didn't throw at Donald Trump in America. He became American president. So it's up to the people who don't want him to make sure that they find a better alternative, and that will be in PDP anyway. Because if he gets the ticket of APC, and don't forget that APC is currently in power, when he combines the humongous power of incumbency with his own personal charisma, is going to be unstoppable.
So now that is Dele Momodu, as you all saw, showing that he could have had a different life as a seer, as a prophet. So those were prophetic words, of course, and he explained it to you just exactly. If you combined the might and majesty of what Bola Tinubu was and is, with the incumbency of the party that he was going to straddle, then he would have been unstoppable. And that was Dele Momodu 18 months ago now, telling us then, look into the future and describing exactly what would happen. You know, and it's saying, if you listen to it again, and we will play it again in the course of, if you listen to it again, he explained that it is too late for everybody else because this guy had already done the groundwork, you know, and at the 11th hour now, you cannot keep him at the post. So he told us categorically what would happen, and that was exactly what did happen. But what is he telling us now? He told us they stole the mala from Adamawa's mandate. So that is the prostitution right there. But I think somebody is trying to debunk this now. Next story in the chat room, but this is not for debunking. Federal government approves 114% salary increase for Tinubu, Shettima governors, others. The Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission has approved 114% increase in the salaries of elected politicians, including the president and vice. RMAC is saddled with the responsibility of determining the remunerations appropriate for political office holders, including the president, vice president, governors, deputy governors, ministers, commissioners, special advisors, legislators, and the holders of offices as mentioned in Section 84 and 124 of this Constitution. The committee urged the 36 States House of Assembly to hasten efforts on amendment of relevant laws to give room for upward review of remuneration packages for political, judicial, and public officers. According to News Agency of Nigeria, RMACF Chairman Mahmoud Shehu, represented by a Federal Commissioner, Rakiya Tanko Ayuba. So all of these names are still, these are legacy names from the Buhari space. These are still the Fulanization names that we're still contending with. Rakiya Tanko. How can the head of the organization be Mahmoud Shehu and the next in line to him be Rakiya Tanko Ayuba? How is that even possible? According to News Agency of Nigeria, the RMACF chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, represented by a Federal Commissioner, Rakiya Tanko Ayuba, made the call at the presentation of reports of the reviewed remuneration package to Kebbi State Governor Dr. Nasir Idris on Tuesday in Benin, Kebbi. He said the implementation of the review remuneration packages was effective from January the 1st, 2023. So they're going to backdate and pay themselves a lump sum. It's the ungodliness of it. You know, this is not at all in tandem with the new climate that we're in. So these are legacy positions, I'm hopeful. It said the implementation of the reviewed remuneration packages was effective from January the 1st, 2023, adding that the move was in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 32 of Part 1 of the third schedule of the 1999 Constitution. He said the last remuneration review was conducted in 2007 noting that it culminated in the certain Political, Public, and Judicial Office Holders Amendment Act 2008. Shehu said, it empowers the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission to determine, and by the way, if the last remuneration review was conducted in 2007, then it is long overdue. So let's concede that first. If the last remuneration review was conducted in 2007, then it is more than long overdue. But then there are certain things that for political optics, even though it is due, you put it in a file for the appropriate time. So the timing, rather than anything else, is just inopportune. He said the last remuneration review, pardon me, was conducted in 2007, noting that it culminated in the certain Political, Public, and Judicial Office Holders Amendment Act 2008. Shehu said, it empowers the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission to determine the remuneration appropriate for political office holders, including the president, vice president, governors, deputies, ministers, commissioners, special advisors, legislators, and the holders of offices mentioned in Section 84 and 124 of the Constitution of the federal government. 16 years after the last review, it is imperative that the remuneration packages for the categories of the office holders mentioned in the relevant section of the 1999 Constitution should be reviewed. So there is no quibbling that, but really the timing, as I said, pursuant to the above, Your Excellency may please recall that on Wednesday, the 1st of February 2023, the Commission held a one-day zonal public hearing on the review of the remuneration packages simultaneously in all of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. The aim of the exercise was to harvest inputs/ideas from a broad spectrum of stakeholders. He said the Commission had objectively and subjectively reviewed the salary packages in the report, adding that it adheres to the rules of equity and fairness, risk and responsibilities, national order of precedents, amongst others. So it goes on and on to give justification to this. So, like I said, it's not as though somebody just woke up in the middle of the night to then do this. So this would have been a body of work that would have been carried out over a period of time to have landed on this announcement. But even though that body of work may have been carried out over that period of time to land on this conclusion, they could have kept it in the cooler, especially with the fuel subsidy removed and the country aflame with austerity measures. So in the era of austerity, is not certainly the timing for all that. So the era of austerity, not certainly the timing for all that, but this now is always the time for all this. Corruption is an eternally on-time thing within the Nigerian paradigm. Our Chief of Naval Staff, Zubeiru Gambo, refuses to hand over to Ikechukwu Ogala, insists on paying billions to contractors before leaving. So there it is, last-minute looting. So there it is right there, last-minute looting. Naval Chief Awal Zubeiru Gambo has remained in office and rejected pleas to hand over power to his successor, Ikechukwu Ogala. Correspondence was told today, 2 days after President Tinubu approved changes at the top brass of the nation's military. Mr. Gambo, 57, said he will leave office on Friday because he had to pay contractors and naval officers for an outstanding capital vote to the tune of billions of naira before leaving office, according to multiple sources at the Nigerian Navy headquarters in Abuja. So, you just have to laugh, because if you don't laugh, you might well cry. This is a person that has been sacked and is telling you that he's not going to leave the office until a day of his choosing, because he has to sign off checks that he has already collected kickback for. So why don't they just get a bunch of our cadets to go and sling him out of the window, and the higher the floor, the better it is. What the level, the audaciousness of the nonsensity. These people, and it's always the Bairu Gambo. It will always forever be the entitlement. Naval Chief Awal Zubairu Gambo has remained in office. Listen, also pay attention, and this is from multiple sources, so there's no denying it. Naval Chief Awal Zubairu Gambo has remained in office and rejected pleas. Out of everything else that I will read, that those two words are the ones that will irritate me the most. Rejected pleas. It should have been flogged out of that place. And Naval Chief Awal Zubairu Gambo has remained in office and rejected pleas to hand over power to his successor, Ikechukwu Ogala. Correspondence was told today, 2 days after President Bola Tinubu approved changes at the top brass of the nation's military. Mr. Gambo, 57, said he would leave office on Friday because he had to pay contractors and naval officers from an outstanding capital vote to the tune of billions of naira before leaving office, according to multiple sources at the Nigerian Navy headquarters in Abuja. Mr. Gambo, who was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari on January the 26th, 2021, so he's not really gotten his opportunity. He's only had one budget cycle. So he's not really gotten a proper looting opportunity. And that is what rankles him. 2021 January, so it's only really had one budget cycle. So he wants to just steal everything. Mr. Gambo, and he's not going to leave until he steals everything. Mr. Gambo, who was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari on January the 26th, 2021, was fired on Monday by Mr. Tinubu. What's the Mr. This is from People's Gazette, by the way. Tinubu is not my president still, is the language. So how is it? Listen, I want you to pay attention. I'm going to highlight this, and then I want you to pay attention to it. So this is very much a newspaper that is very much partisan, and this is a Tinubu is not my president newspaper. So Mr. Gambo, who was appointed, so note this first, it was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari. So President Muhammadu Buhari on January the 26th, 2021 was fired on Monday by whom? Mr. Tinubu. So that's and this purports and portends to be an honest arbiter of facts and truth. You remember I contended with the owner of this so-called news outlet once, who said to my face that they just make up stories and tell lies. Mr. Gambo, who was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari on January the 26th, 2021, was fired on Monday by Mr. Tinubu. The new Nigerian leader, is the Nigerian, whether you like it or not, is the Nigerian president. The new Nigerian leader who assumed office on May the 29th and is still continues in that vein. Mr. Tinubu said Mr. Gambo and his counterparts in the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force should immediately vacate office with the new chiefs named forthwith, whilst other service chiefs have since departed following the June 19 presidential directive. Mr. Gambo has lingered in office, saying he has some unfinished business to wind up, according to sources familiar with the development. Unbelievable. The chief of naval staff is still here, a source told correspondents from the Nigerian Navy headquarters in Abuja. We have been begging him to comply with the order of the president and vacate the office for the new person that was appointed. And by the way, if he signs any check and that check gets honored, and I think Tinubu has already sent signals that all accounts should be frozen, but if he signs any checks and those checks get honored, whoever the account department is going to spend their life in prison. Because he ceases to be in that post the moment that announcement was made. So if he signs any check and anybody honors it, you are going to The chief of naval staff is still here. A source told correspondents from the Nigerian Navy headquarters in Abuja. We have been begging him to comply with the order of the president and vacate the office for the new person that has been appointed. Mr. Gambo reportedly said he was responsible for the release of the funds to the Nigerian Navy and will not be leaving office until entitled contractors and Navy officers had been paid. So this is a story. I'm very safe and comfortable giving you the backdrop of all of this, because the backdrop of all of this, you all know it. So this is a guy that has collected the kickback up front. And here comes now the time to sign the check then to these so-called contractors that would not have done anything. So he gets the sack before he's able to sign the checks. So now he's now in limbo. He's no longer in situation. He's collected the kickback, and suddenly now he's refusing to leave the office. Sources said Mr. Gambo insisted that the payment to contractors may be delayed by his successor, even though he was assured that the Navy would meet all valid contractual obligations. So why would it be delayed? If the work done, is labor done, payment received, isn't it? If the work was done, how can there be, if they don't pay, then they take them to court? But this is what we contend with in that country. He wants to pay contractors, himself and other naval officers, some billions in capital. A senior Navy officer told correspondents, "We have never seen anything like this before in our service. He should realize that any action he takes after the president's public announcement is null and void in the Nigerian Navy," the official added. Mr. Gambo also said he wanted to oversee the disbursement of millions of dollars for emergency repair works on the NNS Arudu, one of the largest ships in the Navy. He also mentioned that he was finalizing a payment for the repair of NNS Arudu, despite our conclusion that the ship should be decommissioned and sent to the Naval Museum, a source said. So, the most corrupt administration we've yet witnessed, the Buhari administration. The Navy under Mr. Gambo had reportedly budgeted $200 million for the repairs, even though he was advised to take the ship, first commissioned in 1980, out of service. Mr. Gambo did not return a request seeking comments from correspondents about his decision to remain in office. Mr. Tinubu was away on official trip to France, and a presidential spokesman did not immediately return a request seeking comment. Mr. Ogala, 54, is a rear admiral who attended the Nigerian military school in northern Zaria City. He also obtained a master's degree from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria Southwest. He did not immediately return a request seeking comments about what efforts he is making to assume his new position following the presidential authority. So there it is right there. It's unbelievable, but then of course it is Nigeria. Unbelievable, but then of course it is Nigeria. But should he make this list? Yes, he should. So Gambo should make this list if he's not on it already. 10 Buhari ministers, appointees, President Tinubu must probe. Timmy Frank, ex-deputy national publicity secretary of the All Progressive Congress APC, has urged President Bola Tinubu to probe some top appointees of the immediate former president, Muhammad Buhari. Frank, in a press statement on Tuesday, June the 20th, said former cabinet members President Tinubu should probe were alleged to have abused their office, and they should not be spared from escaping justice. So yes, I'll be surprised if the names are not already familiar, because I think we somewhat know the rogue list from the Buhari team. The APC chieftain revealed the names of Buhari's cabinet members who should be guests of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the FCC, and the Directorate of State Services, DSS. So, according to Frank, the names of Buhari's appointees that should be probed are, so let's go through the list. Number one, Temipre Silva, the former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and APC candidate in the November 2023 governorship election in Bayelsa. So, of course, he was the bagman for the oil industry. Senator Hadi Sirika, we all already know why. Abubakar Malami, if his name was not there, then the list is not complete. Mele Kyari, a verilous crook. Sadia Umaru Farouk, that was the bag woman for the money. They just pumped money into her parastatal, and she took it over the border to Niger Republic to disappear forever. Number 6, Miss Adiza Bala Usman. But now this name has already now gotten a new commission under Tinubu. So the chances of her being probed are between slim and none. Miss Hadiza Bala Usman. Number 7, and by the way, I'm still looking for the non-northern name. Yes, we had Temipre Silva, didn't we? Number 7, Colonel Hamid Ali, the former Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service. Number 8, Bashir Jamo, the Director General Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. Number 9, the former managing directors and sole administrators of the Niger Delta Development Commission. I think you'll find that is the Senate president now. And number 10, all recently retired service chiefs. So there it is. I don't think anybody can quibble so much with that list, the rogue list. But then it's always an incomplete. It's always an incomplete list, isn't it? Let me give you one last readout, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room to take it on. Let me give you one last readout. Real reason DSS arrested suspended CBN Governor Emefiele and why he's still in their custody. The Department of State Services DSS and the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, I wonder who sits on top of that office now, Abubakar Malami not in situation, have revealed the real reason it arrested suspended CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele and why he's still in their custody. Contrary to widely reported claims that he was arrested over the Naira redesign policy or for his attempt to play partisan politics or for terrorist-related crimes, the OAGF, so that is the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, specifically dismissed these speculations. The DSS said that those linked to the CBN boss in the course of the investigation have gone underground and ought to be traced and arrested to enable a successful prosecution, adding that Emefiele was being held pursuant to an order of a competent court. The secret police explained that the suspended CBN boss was arrested upon reasonable suspicion of committing acts which constitutes criminal breach of trust, incitement to violence, criminal misappropriation of public fund, economic sabotage, economic crimes of national security dimension, and undermining the security of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The counter affidavit by the service reads, upon the arrest of the applicant, a detention order was duly and promptly procured from a court of competent jurisdiction to enable the second and third respondents to keep the applicant in lawful custody for a period of 14 days when it became apparent that the investigation into allegations leveled against him will take a little while to conclude. Also, the arrest of the applicant is not in connection with his financial or monetary policies, including the recent redesign of the Naira, which was approved by His Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The applicant is still being investigated and as soon as the investigation is completed, the applicant will immediately be charged to court where necessary. The applicant has enormous resources at its disposal and can easily interfere with an ongoing investigation and even evade subsequent arrest if released on bail. So they're looking to keep him in perpetuity in custody. That is essentially what that tells us. I wonder if I should give you this one. Let me see if it's a... Okay, let me give you this one as the last one, and then we come into the room. Let me give you this one, because this one now is relevant to quite a lot of people that live internationally or aspire to. Why we banned international students from bringing dependents. So this is the UK envoy speaking. The British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, has finally reacted to the decision of the United Kingdom government to ban international students from bringing family members with them starting from 2024. According to him, the policy was developed to control the inflow of migrants and avoid overburdening the country's housing infrastructure. Correspondents report that Montgomery disclosed this to State House correspondents after he emerged from a closed-door meeting with Vice President Kashim Shettima in Abuja. And by the way, I've got a Kashim Shettima clip to play you in a moment. He said, many more students are trying to bring their dependents with them, but it is not always possible to find the housing and services to meet all the needs of all our existing student population. We will have to manage our migration in and out of the UK. Recall that the United Kingdom Home Office recently said that international students, including Nigerians, would no longer be able to bring family members with them starting January 2024. It also announced that overseas students would be stopped from switching from the student visa route to a work visa once their studies has been completed. So you know, that catches a lot of people off guard, you know, because when people sign up for all of these master's degrees and master's programs and whatnot, and they're paying their $10,000 or whatever it is, or £10,000 in this instance, they are doing it really on the promise that you know, they'll be able to do some part-time work in the course of those studies. And after that study, they can do full-time work for a 2-year period in order to try and sort of recoup some of their expenses. But it looks as though that portal has even been removed. The decision has been greeted with mixed reactions from international student schools and some British lawmakers. So there's that one. So there is that one. Let's now come into the room, see what's going on there. So we've got Thomas, we got Bishop, and we've got Sorry, have I been muted all the way through, Thomas? All right, we've got Thomas, we've got Bishop, and we've got Ajale Koko. So let's kick it off then with Bishop, as we seem to traditionally do. So Bishop, are you there?
Yes, good evening, if I'm good enough for you.
No, you're clearer than you usually are. So good to have you, Bishop. So let's kick it off with you then. I'm not sure if this is a space you follow, or I'm not even sure if this is just peculiar to the UK. But the tradition then is that if you sign up for a program, you're allowed to bring your dependents. So people usually come with their partners and children, etc. So that window now being closed by the UK. What do you think this means for the Japa culture, Bishop?
Good evening, Nigerians, fellow compatriots, wherever you may be listening. It's a pleasure having you with us this evening once again. Please kindly do the needful, click on the like button, share to and invite your other people to listen, your friends, and relations. And if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. I think this was long in coming. I mean, I saw it coming. I discussed with several persons that lives in the UK. I have some few personal people there. So it's something that was going to happen because when the gates were thrown open, I mean, Nigerians, we actually tend to overdo things. and we took it to a very different proportion when some of us introduced some level of fraud into that what do you call it now, certificate of sponsorship that they were issuing, apart from converting from students and the rest. So there are quite a number of things that happened, and the number of Nigerians living in UK now did not make adequate preparation. You see people living in all manner of places, looking for anything and everything to do, no matter how not dignifying they are. And some of them did not even go because they wanted to go to school. As soon as they got to the UK, they were looking for ways to, to jump by again from their master's program. Quite a number of time, at least I've had people that did not even know the basis of what they applied for application for them for. They've had to return people at the point of entry because, they are not even sure they know why they were there, and they just put money together. Somebody have arranged them, and so we saw this coming. Unfortunately, so too. Let's see how it turns out. I think they are just doing the needful. They are not being. I cannot see any high-handedness in what the UK government.
What are you making of the racism allegations being sort of added to this? Are we looking at racism here?
There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. There is nothing, absolutely nothing like that. Actually, they want to apply the rules very strictly. A large portion of our students there, of our people there, will have been turned back. That's the very truth. That's the very truth. Because people lied about everything. Their hosts, their this, the money they have, the proof of fund, and the rest. So, let's be very sincere, I'm very objective. I don't think there's anything about me. I spoke to a lawyer that is based in the UK, and he does immigration stuff and the rest. And he gave me some background to this. So, I don't think it has anything to do with racism and the stuff. Anybody that made that claim is probably just looking for sympathy, something to make their case look genuine. But I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
All right. To this next headline, Bishop, federal government approves 114% salary increase for Tinubu, Shettima governors, others. So in this era now of tightening of belts, this was exactly what Ekene was complaining about yesterday.
Okay, let me use this opportunity to first point out. Please, I love this platform, and I do everything to try and be there. And I've really encouraged and invite people to join us, to listen to this platform. So maybe we'll do a little bit better if we can dig the background of some stories. Unfortunately, I fell for this yesterday on the appointment of the new EFCC chairman. We turned out to be a hoax. That's one. The jubilation of the police, something that they were celebrating the retirement of the police boss yesterday, was another thing that turns out to be false. This salary increase is not true. When I first had it debunked by the RMAF, Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission, I contacted somebody in Nigeria who just laughed over and said that, look, there are quite a number of news that are coming out. Yeah, there was a proposal of it many years ago because it was due, but nobody has said anything about it. The man that went to see a governor was just making a reference to, maybe he now expressed some of his own opinion in the course of saying it, but it is not true. And the RMAF have come out officially to debunk it. Not because it is not due, not because it is not proper, but because the timing is not even right. The optics, we are asking people to. So they say it's not true. There's nothing like that. And the man that says so.
Hold on. What is not true? What is not true?
Salary increase for the political office holders. There is no approval for it.
Is there a recommendation for it? Has the body of work been done for the salary increase?
Recommendation has been there for years. It's not today. That recommendation has been there for years. It's not today. They did not just start it now. like you rightly read, the last review was in 2007, and they've done this recommendation, I think, since 2014 or thereabout. But it's not been approved, and nobody has even spoken about it. So maybe the man was just expressing.
Hold on. What do you mean nobody has spoken about it? The guy in charge of that organization was in Kebbi State flying a kite for it.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the approving authority. It's not been tabled and say, okay, can we represent this for approval, or are we approving it? Yes, it is due. Yes, it is right, deservedly. But even if it is due and it is right, has it been approved? The answer is no. Because the approving authority have now said that they did not even say anything about it. And I would take the words of the approving authority to be the right word. So that's what I'm just saying, just setting it straight. So if they say it's not true.
Hold on, you are not setting anything straight. Mohammed Shehu is the chairman of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. So he's the chairman of that body, and he was in the northern state, and this is what and that is what he had to say. He said Shehu said it says it empowers the he said, pursuant to the above, Your Excellency may please recall that on Wednesday, the 1st of February 2023, the Commission held a one-day zonal public hearing on the review of the remuneration package simultaneously in all the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. The aim of the exercise was to harvest inputs and ideas for a broad spectrum of our stakeholders. It says the Commission had objectively and subjectively reviewed the salary packages in the report, adding that it adheres to the rule of equity and fairness, risk and responsibilities, national order of precedence, amongst others. The subjective criteria reflected the various expressions by stakeholders through memorandum received, opinion expressed, etc., etc. So he's telling you that it's coming, and they were perfecting it as early as February. So where is the misinformation there?
One man, can we just get it straight? Officially, the person that went to Kebbi or wherever to say something was not the chairman. Let's get that straight. Now, the official, he made a statement in reference to that. They have concluded work on it, but there has been no approval for it. RMA, whatever, has come out officially a few hours ago to debunk what he said in an official release, that there is nothing like that.
There's nothing like what? There's nothing.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah, come in. This is what we were talking about yesterday, Kenneth.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, one man.
Yeah, go on.
There is nothing like rumor there. In fact, I watched the interview this night. The guy that is in charge of this thing. I watched the interview with the Arise News. So there is nothing like rumor there. So just to confirm, in fact, this is the reason why I came in this platform this night. I watched the news. Even the guy, when they were interviewing him, even if the guy said that it is due for the past 15 years, that is due, that is the reason why they have to do that. So that because of inflation and other things. So, and they were now asking him, is it by this time that the government have to increase their wages and or their salaries and all that? He said he was trying to defend it, saying that it has been 15 years. That for the past 15 years, the workers' minimum wage have been reviewed for about 2 times, and the governors and the president, they have not reviewed their own. They asked him how much is the president is being. He said that president is earning 7.5 million. So how can the president of Nigeria be earning 7.5? They were trying to tell him that that's a lie. How can you say that president of Nigeria is earning 7.5 million naira? So I want to say that it is true. There is nothing like rumor there. So I watched the interview tonight. Thank you.
You can believe whatever you want to believe. RMAF, just click on your phone. What is the news release of revenue? I don't know who you said was granting an interview. The report I have The latest I have was that
an interview with the guy that wrote this, the guy that is in charge of this thing was granted interview 9 o'clock news this night by Arise TV. You can check the interview. You can check it on your, if you have them on your YouTube, you can check it. Check the interview there. You will see it there.
Who is the man now? What is his name? Who is the man? Is it the chairman of RMAF?
Yes, this chairman. This chairman. Yes.
Sorry,
this
why are you asking for the name? Whoever appeared on Arise TV will be authorized to speak. Or are they going? Have they looked for an actor to go and speak on behalf of the?
To believe. I'm just setting a different narrative from the release.
No, hold on. You cannot set a different narrative from the narrative presented by the person in charge of the organization.
Oh goodness, I said official statement released by the organization.
No, don't worry about that. The guy was interviewed on TV, according to Ekene just now.
They have also approved 24 billion naira for housing allowance for senators. So you can also debunk that. You say it's not true. All these things are true. That news today. So that is breaking news today.
Again, you asked me for my view. I'm setting a premise to what I believe is the official release. And the official release was that yes, that thing has been in the world, but there has been no approval for it. Quote my words that officially RMAF has come to say that news is fake. There has been no official approval to that recommendation for that release. We can believe whatever we want to believe.
No, but the recommendation is being put forward in this space in time. That's the wider question, isn't it? The recommendation.
No. You are saying a different thing now. You are saying that there has been an approval. I'm saying there is no approval for it yet. That they have approved the increase in the salary. I am saying they have come out to say there is no approval, and that recommendation has been there like forever. It's been there for a long time. That recommendation for the increase has been there.
I'll have to go with whoever the functionary of that organization is. Ekene, you said it was 9 o'clock today on Arise TV.
I think you can do us, I don't know what time, I think you can do us a world of good if you can just go and do a search by yourself. Go to their website or just Google the release of revenue and fiscal whatever. Yeah, what is awash there? Like we believed yesterday that the president had
appointed. Don't worry about yesterday.
You're
not invited to audit the.
You talk about it in his politics today, 7 o'clock.
I'm looking for it just now, but
one man.
But you didn't have this thing.
One man. Let us listen to both sides clearly. Bishop is saying that they release an official statement. What time did that official statement came out? Today. Against what time, and what time did Ekene watch that chairman of mobilization, whatsoever they call them? Let's compare. So that can tell us the latest information on this issue. You understand what I'm saying, one man?
Yeah.
Yes. So, what time did that official statement? Release that Bishop is referring to? What time was that statement?
It was this evening, a few hours ago, maybe 2-3 hours ago.
2-3 hours ago. Okay. Yes. Same with Ekene 2, 9 o'clock Nigerian time. It's just about 2 or 3 hours ago as well. So, who is saying the truth? But somebody
Mr. Jalikoko, I'm telling you the news I watched this night. I'm not talking about reading anything on.
I'm talking about a live TV show.
I'm talking about, and it is the chairman they interviewed. It is the chairman they interviewed. I did not read any paper. I said I watched live news, 9 o'clock.
I think we should believe that person.
Of course, now,
the person that came on the live TV show as the chairman of that agency, I think we should believe him. So,
in fact, that has more authenticity than any random news report by whoever published anything, wherever.
Yes. So we don't need to stress ourselves too much on this issue. We just have to wait, and maybe by tomorrow, next tomorrow, everything will be come more clearer to us. So, but what is on the ground now is that they are making attempt to increase it. At this time that they have inflicted pain, suffering by the removal of petroleum subsidy, by the devaluation of our currency. So we want to see how they want to see. Well, let's just wait and keep our eyes open and see what is going to happen by tomorrow and next tomorrow. So the president will be back from France, maybe by next tomorrow, and the media person of the president will be around too. People will be able to pose questions to them on this issue, and maybe we get a very clear position on it. So
yes, when I saw it, Ajande Koko, in my mind just immediately sprang to what Ekene was saying exactly yesterday, that where is the sacrifice from the top? So they doubled their own salary and then they cut yours by half.
Mm-hmm. So let's wait. The president is not around. Let's say what is going to the official statement from him, from his office. That will tell us what they really stand for, or what they have come to do for us. For the nation. This is not the time for them to increase their salary at all. This is the time for them to sacrifice for the country, because all they are saying is that, oh, let us sacrifice. When Nigerians sacrifice, things will be better. It is time to sacrifice. Okay, let's wait and see. This will be very bad for them if they should increase their salary by 1 kobo. If they should increase it by 1 kobo, it's going to be very damning on them. Let me leave that. Let me leave it alone there.
Sorry, I got the call this morning about 6 a.m. my time, and I got the call about this increment. After I finished the call, I went to the news space, and the news is out there that the government want to increase the governor and president allowance by.
It's all over the news.
It's all over the news.
It's everywhere. Everywhere it's been reported. Everywhere I look, everybody's reporting it. Everybody.
Yeah. So I was thinking, is this the right time for them to increase the government salary, like Jacob just said, or somebody's trying to sabotage the government since Tinubu is not around? They also give him a back name because we heard that the Naval chief has refused to hand over to the new Naval chief, and I've never had that kind of thing except Buhari regime, So, but it will be very damning and very bad image for the government to increase the salary right now where everybody's crying. And they just did 7% on diesel, 7% VAT on diesel 2 days ago. So you cannot be increasing everything on the poor, then you are increasing salary for yourself. It won't be good. So that's my own take on it.
My own take is if they want us to sacrifice, let everybody sacrifice. Not only for the poor masses to be sacrificing alone. One man, are you not in Arise? Don't you have their handle in YouTube?
I'm looking for it now, but I've not yet come.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. The other guy that after the man gave his interview, the other guy that the Arise analyst that came to analyze, the guy was shouting on national TV. The guy was almost crying on national TV. What is this going? What are they trying to do? You understand? So if you can get, I wish you can get the news. I wish you can get the 9 o'clock news.
I'm going to try and get it because a lot of the comment section are saying that it's been debunked, but a lot of the news cycle is reporting that it's been approved, and you are telling us that the chairman of that organization has gone on national television to defend it. So the truth is in there somewhere.
Woman, the reason why I made that reference is just for the sanity of this our platform. let us do a little bit of background check. Sometimes some news are very juicy. We want to break it quickly. We want to bring it. I am telling you, I know it is 4 against 1 now. Now we'll come back here tomorrow and we will admit that this story is false. But let's leave it as it is for now. Tomorrow is just I'll rest my case on that.
All right. Did you want to come in, Akim? Your voice is very faint. Akim, we can't hear you. All right. As we wait to hear from Akim, let me take you to a space that is irrefutable because we have a video clip to back it up. Nigerian government will pay me 20 billion naira when I reach
out. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I want to quickly come here. I'm going out now. How do you guys believe such story, right? That a federal government agency will be determining the increment of state governors' salaries? How does that even make sense in the first place?
How do you mean?
How does it make sense that a federal government agency or a committee set up by the federal government are the ones determining increment in state governor salaries?
Oh, okay. Carry on. Talk me through the logic that you are presenting.
Because the state are federative unit on their own, so it is up to the state House of Assembly to determine whether a governor gets a raise, not ROMFAC. Even on ROMFAC's website, they've debunked the story anyway.
Hello, Sheun just debunked it in the news again.
Thank you.
So where did this emanate from, and what did you see on channel television?
The report is there,
yeah.
But it was not ascended to yet. So that was why I went to check the news and just came on this show just to say Sheun debunked it few hours ago.
From when I see that they had governors to it, I didn't believe the story. I did not believe the story from time because those agencies cannot determine whether governors of a state get a raise or not.
Yeah. Well, I thought I would have to wait till tomorrow before I'll be redeemed. Never knew it would come this quick. It's just
hold on. We just, this is not right. Ken and whoever came back to Sheun, you could have just said that Sheun talked about it, though that he didn't bring he didn't bring anybody to the show, talk about it, and then he said that somebody came on to defend it. And on the news, hold on, on the news, I saw in all national news, Nigeria, the government, the word to increase, and people are reacting against that. You say it's a fake news. I don't understand how you put. Are you saying?
No, don't mix things up. What Ekele was saying emphatically, like on Arise TV, that news that they've made that increment, and the other man was trying to say, Bishop was trying to say that news was debunked. I had to go and check that news, and Sheun confirmed that the news.
Hold on, is Sheun debunking Arise News interview or debunking what links to him?
Let me make myself clear so that you understand me. Let me make myself clear. The man that came on Arise News, they asked him first question: how did they came up with the 114% increment? He started giving his analysis, the inflation and all those things. They now ask him, is it the right time to do it? He said they have not. The reason why they should do it is because for the past 15 years, they have not reviewed anything like that. They will now ask him, what about the minimum wage? He said that minimum wage has been reviewed 2 times in the last 15 years, but the governors and the FG and the presidents, they have not reviewed their salary for the past 15 years. They now ask him, how much is the salary of the president? He said it's 7.5 million naira. Then what of other allowance? They say nothing concerns them with the other allowance. That what they are reviewing is the salary. That other allowances is not their duty. And this agent that is in charge of that, let me finish. So they are now asking him, is it the right time? What about the opti? What about what Nigeria will be saying? What about, you say forget about what Nigeria will be saying. This is the right thing to do. Because of inflation, how can the president be earning 7.5 million, this and that, this and that? He was defending it. You understand? So that's how the interview went.
Yeah, okay. What I had from the conversation between you and Bishop was Bishop did not say that guy did not come. The guy came to Arise to make his case for the proposal. There are 1,001 proposal that has not been ascended to. People can be saying we want to do this, but it is the one that has probably been ascended to that can be that can be said as a valid news. So that was why I also went to check what Sheung said. He said the agency is making that proposal, but it has not been.
Do you have a link to what Sheung said? Do you have a link to it?
Just watch it on YouTube. Just watch it on YouTube. It's straight there.
And I can't find it. So if you have the link, just pop it in the private chat so we can all see it.
The bottom line is that this is on the pipeline and it's not good for the optics. It's not supposed to get to the news. No matter what.
It's not
good. So I don't understand. I don't know what we are defending here. That's why I said, if you listen to my former speech, I don't know if they're trying to support. Hold on, let me land. I don't know if they're trying to sabotage Tinubu's government by pulling this out. That just like they did to Jonathan when they rolled out the gay bill during the election that fucked his government up. I don't know if they're trying to sabotage his government, but whoever is doing it is not good.
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
At least.
Yeah,
it's not good to grow this kind of things out.
What's the meaning of democracy if they say it's not good? Everybody can present anything they like.
No. You want to cause uprising, chaos. No, you want to cause chaos. No. Hold on, please let me land. You want to create chaos or uprising in a country that is not stabilized. Hold on now.
You hold on, Warpiece. You're taking it in a direction that it doesn't flow to.
That's not chaos.
Yes. I think it's more a case that agency has done a piece of work which they are now bringing to national attention.
Thank you.
I don't think it's anything to do with sabotaging anything or whatever it is.
No man. This kind of thing, either it's right or it's wrong. It's the wrong timing to present this kind of bill when the country have misgiving.
We're all agreed on that. That's why everybody is outraged. But I wouldn't call it an attempted sabotage. That's a bit.
Man. If everybody go on the street right now, what would you say?
Go on the street for what?
Riot now.
They can't go on the street for because of that.
What did they? 2 months ago, when they were rioting in France, what was the reason why they were rioting in France?
Nigeria is not. What are you? Where
Nigeria is not France. We're making reference. Anything can happen.
Where are you going to with this? What's going on?
One man, please let me land where I'm going to with this. It's like we choose to. If we are practicing democracy, these are the things we stand up for to defend our rights. I don't know what else of public administration book we all read or government book we read. These are the things the citizens can stand up and defend. Like, no, you cannot be increasing money where we are suffering. If people go on the street and protest, we don't need this, even though they have not done it at all.
No, hold on. I think you're just going to some extremes there. People there's been outrage against this sort of whatever this is because they put it out in the media space and they've even gone on television stations according to Ikene to try and defend it, and they've felt the public backlash. And then they've issued an official statement to try and debunk, which is really to withdraw it. But I don't think it's to the. I don't think it's to the extent of people taking to the streets and rioting, or sabotage or whatever it is.
I don't know. I keep asking, who was that person on TV? Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to check. I wanted to know who was that person. Was it the chairman of that commission that was on that Arise TV news?
He told you it's the chairman.
I said chairman.
Let's take this as a conversational position. Whoever was on Arise TV representing that piece of policy will have the authority to speak. Because I don't think Arise TV will just go and pick somebody off the street. So it will have some authority to speak on it.
Well, it is only a to it. I did not, and I've not seen it. Maybe I'll look for it later. I'll make my deductions. But I want to be very strongly that it was not the chairman. Don't interject me. I feel very strongly that it was not the chairman that was on that program. It was not the chairman. Maybe one operative on the rest. The man, the federal commissioner that went to Kebbi State to hear his opinion on the need for the recommendations to be implemented, that was maybe misinterpreted, interpreted or misreported. We come out to make
it was, hold on, it wasn't misinterpreted or misreported because it was quoted verbatim. They quoted him in quotation marks. Yes.
I'm not seeing the official position of the commission. That's nothing like that. That proposal has been there for years, but there has been no approval for it yet.
If it has been there for years, why are they flying a kite for it now? Why are they flying a kite for it now?
The guy said they have not do such thing for the past 15 years. This is the first time they are reviewing it for the past 15 years. So how is it been there for long?
What are we talking about? That they have not done it for 15 years. That this recommendation has been there. It's not just today, but it has not been approved. It has not been approved. It has not been signed off. So there is no
hold on. You said that about 10 times. But what I'm asking is, why are they flying a kite for it now? Why are they flying a kite for it now?
That could be anything. It could be, I don't know who spoke last. That maybe somebody just wanted to throw spanner in the wheel. Maybe just somebody wanted to cause disaffection. Maybe it was deliberate to just, rile up the people. I don't know. Somebody brought it out. Maybe the man, that was why I said the one that was easiest. The man, maybe it was quoted out of. You are saying that he was quoted verbatim. He is now the person that will cut it because officially, the official position of the commission today, I don't know what they said at Kebbi or what somebody said on television. The official position was that it is not true. Simple. And if anybody says it was true,
you read the news that said that something is not true. Then you take it above somebody that came live on television and explains something, and you are taking the position of something that anybody can write and post out there, and you are taking that position and say it's not true.
All right, let's hear from Rational Mind. Rational Mind, come in. Let's hear from Rational Mind.
I greet everybody. Yes, I think this topic has been all over the news, even on Naira Land and everywhere. I've seen it. So, but then you see, for me, I think I heard somebody said something, maybe on this platform or some other platform, and I was thinking, it got me thinking. They said Tinubu has a style, and the style is it throws out things out there, just to see how the people will debate about it and talk about it, see the people's reaction, and then you will follow through with whatever decision. Hold on. Come on. No. Would you please allow me talk? Please allow me talk. Please. You can counter me later. Let me even land, please. I beg you. Now, well, and the person gave me like some facts to really believe that. One of them is one of those the Muslim Christian thing. I mean, the Muslim ticket, and how we follow through after that. And people debated here and there. So, and this issue of there's one other issue presented. So I want to tend to believe that maybe that's the Tinubu's government, the style, testing the water just to see how people react. So that Tinubu will not know about this, and I start to be corrected on that if he doesn't know about it. But then they are. Because the news
I don't imagine that Tinubu would know about this because this is a low level. I'm not sure that Tinubu needs any more. I don't think he needs.
It doesn't need. What does it need money for? This is a billionaire of himself.
I think these are lower level functionaries doing their job. Yeah.
Let me keep that point. Look, this thing has been in the pipeline for some years now. The assembly particularly have been pushing for increase on their salary. So if by now they are trying to fly that kite, we should see it as not. We shouldn't look at Tinubu as the person that is responsible for it? No, because it has been in the pipeline for some time. They have been trying. Some quarters have been pushing back. The presidency, Buhari presidency, was not showing interest. So maybe they're trying to push it up again, trying to see if Tinubu government will accept it. But the fact of the matter is that it has been in the pipeline. National Assembly particularly have been asking for pay raise. National Assembly has been asking for pay raise for some time now. So don't let us go that Tinubu, it is not Tinubu, it's been in the pipeline for some time. I followed it and know what has been happening in that place. It's only that it's not been making the news because Buhari administration never showed interest in it. But it has been in the pipe, and National Assembly particularly have been asking for pay raise.
How much was Jonathan earning before Buhari came in? Jonathan was earning like 4 million or 4.something million or 5 million, something like that. And then Buhari left there with how much? He left there with over 6 million.
7.5. 7.5.
So what are we talking about? Why are people here saying that there was no pay? Jonathan what?
Since 2000, Jonathan was not earning 4.5 million. Where did you get that from?
How much was he earning?
The
long time
allocation.
The long all done now.
Has been only. You ask the question, I'm answering you.
Okay, go on, please.
You ask the question, I'm answering.
I'm hearing you. Go on.
You said how much? I said since 2007 there has been no review. So the same amount that Jonathan was earning was what Buhari earned throughout.
No. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No.
No. That's what.
What's the fact you got?
Hold on. Rational mind. That's what the report said. The report said that there's been no review since 2007.
So if there's no review, so how much does it mean that Jonathan left there with 7 point something when he was? Where was it? I don't think so. I remember the last time I know Jonathan was earning something like 4 point something million. Was it 5 point something million? I mean, that's one thing about Nigeria. We don't
rational mind.
All of them are lying. All of them are lying.
Good evening. Good evening. Ajali Koko. Can I say this?
Yeah.
Can I say this, please?
Buhari did not approve any pay raise for himself. Even as a matter of fact, when he came in new, he was asking for pay reduction. He was asking for slash down on their remuneration for presidency and the legislature. That was what Buhari was asking for when he assumed office, but nobody was interested in it. So he did show interest too when they were asking for pay raise too. He wasn't interested and he didn't do anything about it. So that's what I mean.
I think it was. Sorry, hold on. I thought it was.
Hold on, one please. Thomas wants to come in. Thomas.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much, Waman. Good evening, everyone. I think Bishop is very right. I could remember very well. And what we normally do on this platform, we talk about somebody that is not sure. But what you are talking about, you are not sure. You are just guessing. My word goes to rational mind himself. This pay raise cannot be due in secrecy. No, it has to be reviewed publicly. It cannot be done secretly. Bishop can attest to what I'm saying. It can never be done secretly. It has to be public. National Assembly has to know about it. There's not something, there's no doubt, there's no equivocation about that. That is my English. No. So if they have not been reviewed since then, that means Buhari is still collecting the same thing. That is my word, one man. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, so let me quickly say this. I think it's not pay raise. I think for the past of time, what they increased was the bonuses, allowances they were receiving, but not the salary structure. Like I can just say the people in charge of the salary is not in charge of the the bonuses and the allowances. I know the allowances went up crazy. And the last time I checked, the governor's salary, I don't know about the president, the governor's salary during that Lucky Benedict time, because he donated salary to for scholarship, then we knew that governor's salary was 150,000 naira per month. So he donated 4 point something million to, he gathered the money together and donated to orphanage home or charity. So, but what they did, they increased the bonus, like ex-governor go home with like 200% salary, whatever package and the rest. I think that's what they did in the bonus and allowances.
All right. All right. Back to you, Bishop. But what is not in question, Bishop, is that they brought this news to the public glare, and which is then an indication of an intention.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking that away. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying for the integrity, the truth, the position today is that reported increase is not correct. It's not true. The commission has come out to say there was no report like that and there was no approval, even though that proposal has been there for some time, but there has been no approval to it. And to me, that is the truth. If they come up tomorrow with a new thing or whatever, and that was why I wanted to know. It's not because I want to discredit his claims. I just want to know if it was actually the chairman. I'm not in a position to check now. I will have done some quick search. If it was actually, but I called somebody. I was talking to somebody actually because it was because of the issue of the Navy something. I was discussing with somebody in Abuja tonight. I mean, he was the one that first told me no, that's not true now. That it was just a personal opinion, but the way the media houses lashed on it and ran with it, I mean the news media, who ordinarily should do some due diligence. Some of them have access to this commission. They can go there, they can call people there, but no, if the news is juicy, irrespective of whether it is true or not, they want to run with it.
Shall I tell you what I think? What I think is that this news is true, but then from the public backlash, they then try to withdraw it by debunking it. That's more likely what's happened. So that's more likely what's happened.
One theory, you are entitled to that. I think that is too. I mean, anyhow, we can move forward. But I think, like somebody said, RMAF is not a very super. They just do their own thing there, because basically, I don't think they are the law to themselves. They just come up with recommendations that subject to some kind of approval. And if it is not approved, like they said, I mean, 2007, I think it was 2015, they actually made the proposal. Because I think I'm trying to remember now, when it was supposed to be reviewed upward. And Jonathan did not approve it, and I don't think Buhari approved it all through his tenure, like Professor Jali just said. But I think that's just it. Tomorrow we'll hear the complete version. I'm assuming that
let me say what I think about all this. You see, there is no smoke. Yeah. There is no smoke without fire. That is my take. There is no smoke without fire. And for me, this news doesn't even have to appear on any platform. Are you hearing me?
We are hearing you.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
I think one man is one.
My take is that this news, at this moment, hold on,
Ekene. Yeah. One man, we can hear everybody very well. So if you can't hear us, that means it's from your hand, please.
All right, carry on, Ekene.
So my take is where Nigeria is now and how what masses are going through in this country now, like what I said yesterday. If the sacrifice should be made, it should be everybody, not only the masses. I made that point yesterday. And this news doesn't have to appear this time around in any platform. Maybe after, when they have do the right thing, what they are supposed to do, maybe they can think about it. But for now, this is the last thing I'm expecting to hear in this country for now. So that's my take.
All right, brilliant. When I saw the story, Ekene, I immediately thought about you because you prophesied it as early as yesterday that these people, that they're just feeding fat of the land and they are asking the rest of the country to go and eat cake. And just as quickly as 24 hours later, they increased their salaries, not by 100%, but by 114%. The ungodliness of it is just the callousness of it, the callousness of it, a callous bunch.
Thank you, woman. I understand you. Like I say, whatever news I try, sometimes me personally, I'm not saying it should be, whether it is good news or news I don't like, I try to read, to double check when I have the opportunity, because I've seen some very reputable people with integrity latch onto some news that is not true, and that was why I thought we're not going to dissipate energy on it, especially considering the fact that it has been officially debunked that the man that went to Kebbi was just expressing his own view. It was just like a personal opinion, and that was why I was particularly interested if it was actually the chairman of the commission that went to the Arise. Unfortunately, I have not had any opportunity to verify that. So I think we should just leave it at that. We'll hear more about it tomorrow so that we don't waste our precious time.
Bishop, I will appreciate if you search for 9 o'clock news this night, 9 o'clock news. I will appreciate it very much if you can just search it by yourself the way you are out. I will appreciate if you search it by yourself, then come back tomorrow and tell us what you understand in there. Yeah, Bishop personally. Yeah, I will appreciate you to go and search that news, this Wednesday 9 o'clock news. Then after listening to you, then you can come back tomorrow and tell us what you understand from the guy's interview. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on. No. It will be all over the news, so I'm sure you'll find this easily enough. But let's move on from there. Nigerian government will pay me 20 billion naira when I return. So this is Sunday Igboho, who has suddenly rediscovered this mojo now that his daddy is in Aso Rock. So what are you then making then of the Ibadan man threatening to return?
I think you are forgetting something very too soon. I dare Igboho to come back. I dare him to come back. Is this not the same man that said he's going to put bullets in the back of Tinubu if he dare campaigns in Yoruba land? Has he forgotten that he said that? That anybody that comes to campaign for anything here, they will put bullets in his back. I think it's just, he said worse things. Is he not the same man that said that if 1,000...
Why did he say that now? Why did he say that?
He didn't say that, Bishop.
Why did he say that?
When did he say that he's going to do anything?
Were you not the one warning us on fake news just now, Bishop? Look at that. It was just warning barely a minute ago. Barely a minute ago, he was warning us on fake news.
I mean, Bishop
I don't know who spoke first. I'm ready to
carry on, Bishop.
I'm ready to throw $2,000 into that right away. I will bring it out and I will present it to you before the night rolls over. As soon as I'm able to pull over, that he said that anybody that comes to hold on.
Go on, let's bet. $2,000. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying now. Come on. He said before the elections, before the crisis led him to leaving Nigeria, that anybody that come to campaign in Nigeria, in Yoruba land, anybody that there will be no election in Yoruba land, that anybody that comes to campaign,
he will start shooting them from the back. Yeah, he said it.
So if you are so sure, I have said what I'm coaching, let's do the 2,000 deal on it, and I'm ready to lose that money.
Bishop,
but the one they are correcting you for, Bishop, you didn't say Tinubu specifically, right?
Oh no, hold on. Let him land the thought. Let's give him the space to carry on, Bishop.
He said anybody that comes to campaign in Yoruba land. He said anybody that comes. That was around the same time he insulted the Oni of Ife. So if he said that, I don't think he's even if he wants to come back, if the case has been dismissed, he could have just come quietly. But I don't think he's coming on the strength that it is his brother that is the president now. I don't think so. If he wants to come, he can just come quietly and go and live his quiet life. But if he wants to come on the wing of this boasting and boasting and boasting. He boasted that if 1,000 soldiers come to his house, they will be lucky if only 100 makes it back. And it's not the same man. So for me, I think it's not something I want to waste energy on.
All right, let me replay this clip and then you respond to it. This is the new Inspector General of Police fleshing out his position for the future to come.
Then there was a question on community policing. Well, there is a lot that we are going to do differently in the implementation of the community policing strategies that we are operating presently. We have seen, I discussed that with the retiring IG, the IG that just retired, my predecessor. I discussed that with him just before we came here. And he told me all the problems that we are facing with the implementation of that community policing strategy. We are not going to set it aside. We are going to continue with it, but we are going to review a lot of things. We are going to make it work. Thank you very much.
Woman, is this guy acting or is it an IGP?
Yeah, no, let me mute you for a second to answer that. Is acting subject to confirmation by the parliament? Who as you know, they are just gearing up to take their seat. So effectively, yeah.
One man, please, one man, hold on, please, one man. I think you are doing no favor to this platform, and I'm here to fight you this morning. Somebody just set a wager now. You just glance through it. We've put a wager on this platform before. Bishop said he will put $2,000 to debunk what he said. Rational Mind is about to put a wager, and you just glance through it.
No. Rational Mind only heard $2, so you know Rational Mind. He has a budget. He has a budget for every cent.
No, now let's get Bishop is a man. Bishop is a mature man.
Bishop said,
one man, please wait. Bishop is a mature man. He knows what he's talking about. Rational Mind is a grandpa. You know what he's talking about. Let's just go.
Hold on.
Bishop will lose that money.
Who is lying?
He said Igboho said he's going to put bullets at the back of Tinubu.
He didn't say Tinubu. He said
Tinubu. That was the first statement. No, that was the first statement before that recount. No, that was his first statement.
Bishop
Thomas, that was his.
Hold on,
Thomas.
No. Don't tell me to hold on. I'm the one still speaking, please. Bishop said anybody that come to Yoruba land, they will put something on his back. Tinubu included. Is Tinubu not anybody?
Okay, Thomas, you are right. According to Bishop's statement, his first statement he made, he said that he's not the man that said if Tinubu comes to campaign in Yoruba land, he put bullet on the back of his head. Before he now moved to the second statement that anybody, and he's betting on that Tinubu. We all challenge him on that Tinubu, not on anybody. And I tell you, if he's saying bet 2,000, I would say if you take it to 10,000, show me I bet. I'll use my visa card here, good card, so we can bet straight to show us the platform on media where he says he will put bullets in Tinubu's head. That's what we are saying. And
is Tinubu not anybody?
No.
Thomas,
Tinubu is a ghost, Abby. Mama, let's move on, please.
I think I saw that platform where he said Tinubu. I will look for it too. I think I saw it was a discussion in the city room.
What today?
No, I'm telling you now.
Okay, go and dig it out.
No, I don't stand to gain anything, so I'm not betting. But I think it was a discussion in a city room with some people, and he just said that
Patrick,
was going to, yeah.
Patrick, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question real quick. When Jonathan left the office, Asuro, how much was he being paid? Do you have any ideas how much he was paid?
I think Jonathan's actually, do you know the president's salary is not more than 600,000 naira per month or something? I think it's about 7.2 or 7 point something. I know it's less than 10 million, and it has been like that for a long time.
Let me dig this thing out. Let me dig it out.
Yeah, it's been like that for a long time. In short, what I would say, it's been like that now. When we were in the bank, we used to look at you and say, some of us were any more than president. Because I think salary was less than 8 million or something. And it's as far back as maybe 2008.
That's the one I was saying. It was when, Jonathan Yaradua, I remember looking at the salary of the president with some of my colleagues and say, even president, know they reach you. You know, we're just joking like that. And I think it's been like that since that time. So what's the argument?
All right. Let's get back to Bishop.
One man quickly.
No. Let's get back.
So this appointment, the IG. I want to correct you a little bit, or just to put this a little bit. Tinubu has made some appointments, very few. But in all the appointments he has made, not all are direct appointments. Some are acting, not waiting to confirm. They're just acting. And while some are waiting to confirm, they appointed them directly. So this IG, I think this IG was appointed as acting, not waiting to confirm by the Senate. That's my point I'm trying to come.
What do you mean appointed as acting?
Yes, there are some positions that Tinubu just created as acting. There are some people now they replace.
Oh goodness! His appointment is subject to confirmation by Parliament, and all of them are acting, subject to confirmation by Parliament. Is that not right?
Okay, but from what I read, from what the newspaper, I think about 2 of them are in the acting capacity, while about 4 of them are appointed directly, waiting for confirmation. That the new, that's the language they use. So I don't know what the difference. So that was what I was trying to clarify.
All right, back to you, Bishop.
Let me just say one thing. The position of the police IG and the Comptroller General of Custom is subject to approval by the National Assembly. Now, ordinarily before, the president appoints the service chiefs without recourse to the National Assembly. But this man went to court. What's his name? This APC man, this lawyer from Delta.
Keyamo.
Keyamo
went to court, I remember.
And I think he got a judgment in his favor. Now, the question is, will they subject the appointment of service chiefs to a confirmation by the National Assembly? I did not say yes or no to that. But constitutionally, the police commission, the police IG should be confirmed by the National Assembly. Now back to the issue of the community policing. I would rather want this police boss, the police chief, to do more working than talking. The community policing has been in the offing for some time now. I think they started experimenting in some states. They wanted to do local and community policing, recruiting indigenous people to police communities, but under the federal police because of training and the rest, and for them to be able to work together. And they believe that this, if we can do it successfully, it will lead to the introduction of the much touted state policing. So I want him to go and do more. Well, he is responding to a question, so I will give that to him. That is only answering a question. So community policing is the way to go. Everybody have said that. The implementation is slow because of the times we are in. But ultimately, I think we need to go the community policing way and the state policing way. So I quite agree with him. But I implore him and I pray that he does more work than talk. Because he seems to be like somebody that would like to be talking and talking and talking.
What do you mean more work than talk? He's only been in the job for 1 day. He's only been there for 1 day.
Even talk is part of work now. Our police need to be talking to us. That's why they are far away now. Talk is part of work for policemen.
With you. But was not the one that said it felt like there's a lion and a tiger. Both of them are living inside of him and they want to roar. I
saw that. I laughed.
He has a zoo inside him.
So let them roar. Let us hear the roaring. Don't tell us. Let the lion roar. Go and do your work underground. I will begin to give you accolade. This guy that does comedy. Give him my accolade. We begin to give him his accolade. double accolade. So no, but that's just on the like that note. So please, I think there's a lot of work for you to do. So there's no time for Father Christmas, or there's no time for honeymoon.
Do you think Tinubu will pursue a restructuring agenda? Do you think he will pursue a restructuring agenda?
I believe he would, but I mean, whether we want to give it to Buhari or not, he actually pursued restructuring agenda to some point. Unfortunately, restructuring that people talk about is not like a whole package that somebody is just going to dump on us one day like this. Bam. No, we begin to restructure one step after the other. You know, one step after the other. We need to divest, and majorly the things about restructuring is divesting some of the exclusive list. You know, shrink it to the minimum, remove so many things that can be handled at the state level. I mean, whether we like it or not, Buhari said that, look, states can have their own prisons. I'm looking forward to a day that they will hand over the federal prisons to the state that owns them. You know, just let state take control of prisons. I mean, let judiciary at state level have autonomy. Let local governments have autonomy. Let legislatures have autonomy. Inland waterways, you know, remove it. Let the states that are in control of the waterways, let them control their waterways. So that's the evolution, and gradually we'll get to reorganization of the resource. Okay, what do you owe the federal? What are you supposed to bring back to the center if you have resource in your yes, please.
Sorry to interject. What was Tinubu's stance on policing? I think, from what I remember, as far as I remember, he's for state policing.
I don't know where he said so.
I think it's
no, Tinubu's very resolute about state policing.
So
Tinubu is strongly behind state policing.
So I don't see anything wrong in state policing if we properly implement it. We don't do it like a knee-jerk reaction.
So, but what's your own view? What do you want? Do you want them to maintain the status quo of a federal police?
The status quo is not effective. It cannot be effective. The only problem I have was, look, we have a lot of our politicians have not matured enough. I mean, politicians that are raising talks and the rest. If you ask them to go and do politics, they will give it to those their talks. That's now empowering, officially empowering, and that's my fear. I'm not saying whether it is only Wike that will do it, or Zafara, or Kanu, or Kaduna. No. I'm saying there is that tendency that people will just arm, you know, their own group, you know, their own faction, or your man now.
Bishop, sorry to interject. I think to buttress what you're saying, I think we should go step by step. We should not have the fire brigade approach to the that state policing. I know this is what everybody wants, but I think you should start from this kind of state that as soon as they appoint AIG and commissioner, they should be independent of themselves. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. The IGs and the commissioner should be independent from the executive and legislature, so they can operate and function on their own terrain and on their own constitution, and they can be charged for any misdoing.
IG should be dependent of the executive and the legislative arm.
That's state policing, what you just described, right?
I know, but in a little scale. Now, once you are appointed, then they start functioning. Not that you start, you can have oversight, but not that you give them all that they do every day by day. You have a case in Benin, they say bring it to Lagos. You have a case in Lagos, bring it to Abuja.
No. What I think you mean is that the line of command should be more directly to the state governor than the IGP, because we saw that with the embarrassment of Sanwo-Olu by some police person in Lagos a few months ago. So I suspect
that is what comes too, state by state, to break it down before the thing really settled down. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's why I support. Let's start from community policing, and eventually, ultimately, I think we can just hand over the state police command as it is now to the state. But the problem is this: we have states that are owing people now. They are really owing workers' salary, some as much as 6, 7, 8 months, some more than that. Now, what do we expect when you arm people, so policemen, and give them gun, and you are owing them 4, 5, 6 months salary. That is a recipe for disaster. And so that's one of the reasons why the complete the one we were talking about
Bishop,
let me ask.
can I ask you a question, please?
Let me ask him a question. One question. Is it possible for federal government? Is it possible for federal government to hold police salary?
No, federal salaries.
Federal government, can they hold police salary?
I don't think federal government cannot hold.
So if the state sign up for state policing, the state police salary should be deducted directly by federal government and paid by Accountant General. That's all. That's all. That's the check now. That's the check. I will give you state police, but anybody that is enlisted in state police will be paid through IPPS by Accountant General. Period.
Well, it's a possibility.
That's a check now.
No, all right, Bishop, you are starting to break up. So you are starting to break up. No, all right. Thank you, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. So let's go from Bishop to rational mind. So rational mind. I pick it up from the Igboho space. He now threatening to come back to Nigeria. And I feel that now he feels emboldened because Tinubu is the president.
Woman, Kenke.
Look at that. Oh, are you a Ghanaian? Are you a Ghanaian? Okay, Lomomi. All right. Let's come to you, Thomas. Let's come to Thomas. So Thomas, pick it up. You're an Ibadan man, so pick it up from the Igboho narrative.
Thank you, woman. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Share, like, and subscribe. Thank you. God bless you all. When I saw the news, I said, Igboho, I think some people know my reservation for Igboho side. Igboho is somebody that I know. I know his house in Shoka. When you are going to Iwo Road, before Boluaji. Igboho is a political thug. When Igboho was doing his own shenanigans in the time of Adiwolu Ladoja, I know their politics, his politics very well. Babade Dibu, Lamade Shina, all what's played down there. One man, it's not a good thing we should be talking about. So Igboho cannot prove to me like a Puritan in any way. No. I know them. We live the same state. I know their shenanigans. I know what they've done in that state called Oyo State. Anybody listening to me from Oyo State, if you were alive, if you were born when this thing is happening in Oyo State, one man is a war. If you say it's a warfare in Oyo State, many people lost their life to what I'm talking about. So you remember my reservation about Igboho when I talk about him, that he talked too much. Strong man, strong people don't talk, they act. Igboho talk too much. He's too loose. He's like somebody that has diarrhea in the mouth. He talk to people anyhow. He say some things he cannot even do. If police come to my house, if 1,000 come, one will not go back. You know all these things about surrounding him. And I will say it again. Igboho is a political thug.
Do you think the DSS should pick him up if he does come into the country? Because I think it feels that he's covered by Tinubu's presidency. But whether Tinubu is president or not, there are crimes leveled against him, which he has to answer for. And human lives were lost, by the way. So do you think the DSS should pick him up if he crosses that border?
I remember I said they're not born what they call it, Oshibajo, they don't burn him well to campaign or to go against Tinubu. But I think I will not say that tonight. I Olukayode Thomas, I dare him to stir his foot in Nigeria. Let's see what will happen. I don't know what will happen, but I dare him to step his foot in Nigeria. You will know that the blood is thicker than water. For me, he still have he have cases to answer in Nigeria. One man, forget about Tinubu. What did I say? Forget about Tinubu. Are you telling me they will just sweep? One man, do you know he's been declared wanted in Nigeria? Do you know that? Peter Ofunaya, the DSS, what is all this?
What did he do?
Thomas, hold on.
What did he do? Thomas?
Okay.
What did he do? Don't you see the weapon?
Mention what he did against the law. Why did
don't you see the weapon?
Possession of unlawful weapons.
Weapons.
Agitating against the state.
That's not even your own wahala. DSS is going to be the one to prove it. Don't worry.
You guys don't know. You guys don't know anything.
DSS will prove it to you now. What he did. Those that are pushing up the Kanu, they are there now. They are enjoying themselves with their family and their wife. That guy is going to spend the next 18 years in that place. One man we were talking yesterday after you left. The point that Nnamdi Kanu is now, sorry to digress, but it's similar. The situation that Nnamdi Kanu is in is a very precarious situation. You know why? Even UK government will not receive him now. Because very soon that guy will be on terrorist watch list. They return him back to Kenya. Kenya will not collect him. If they say, if they got a judgment and said they should release him, that means they have to return him to Kenya. You think Kenya will collect him? If you are on a terrorist watch list, if you come to step into the airport, who they step you aside?
Who's on the terrorist watch list?
Don't worry. The guy in prison.
Don't come here and make
you are here in your room talking on phone. That man does not have that privilege. Nnamdi Kanu does not have that privilege.
You're making stuff up.
Nnamdi Kanu does not have that privilege now. You are there eating. What did you say you were eating? What did you say you were eating? You were eating Ghana food. Nnamdi Kanu does not have the privilege to do that.
Atoski, all what you are saying, they will do this, they will not let anybody, they won't do this. It's just because you are running democracy that does not have respect for rule of law. If you have respect for rule of law, if you are a country that have respect for rule of law, Nnamdi Kanu matter would have been settled, either been jailed or been free.
I agree with you, Agale Koko.
Yes.
I'm talking of reality, but the guy is there. The guy is in prison now. It's his family that is suffering it.
Look.
Okay, there's no reality. The reality is that the guy is in prison.
You are right. And the reality
and he's the one suffering
you
it.
are not running.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, what you are saying, I agree with you. But my question to what do you call it? Thomas, that he couldn't answer is that what did Igboho, what did he do against the law that warranted the attack on his house and killing of people in his house and demolishing his house and killing of animals in his house? All those things.
Are you ready for me to answer?
Yeah, answer that question.
Yes. And with due respect to anybody, without interjection, if I finish, then you can debunk me. The police agents, is Nigeria as a sovereign state, went to your house. Do you know that Igboho was invited? He was invited. I don't know, maybe you guys know. He was invited. He turned down the invitation. So the Nigerian force or Nigerian state as a sovereign state have their own land to protect. They sweep into action. They went to his house, knocked at his door. One man, I sent you a video of Lady K, one of his disciples, of Igboho's disciple, saying the warriors are facing the Nigerian police downstairs, and we are hearing gunshots all the way. So there was a response from Igboho side to the Nigerian police side. I don't think Nigerian government will knock at the door of Igboho and said, we are here to effect arrest of Igboho. And they would just go there, they would just start shooting. And I have the video, I sent it to you before, one man, we play it on this platform, from Lady K himself, calling for warriors, more warriors, come warriors. They are our warriors are facing Nigerian government now. Let's call for more warriors. I said without interjection, please, with due respect to everybody.
Well, but what you are saying
let me finish, Ajale Koko. I've said with due respect, without interjection. So when they went to his house, rational mind, please. I said please.
So with due respect, what are you saying?
Let me finish now. You can debate all what I said. Yes, please. They went to his house. In my opinion, there was a counter attack. That is why there was a casualty in that house. When they got to DSS office, they showed tons of weapons. Maybe Nigerian government planted it. I don't know. But they show us a tons of weapons. Juju, you can bear juju. That is our natural thing. But they show tons of weapons. They show Nigerian police gun. Nigerian police gun. Maybe Nigerian government planted it. It may be yes or no, or yes. I don't believe Nigerian police, they can do that. But what they show us, Igboho has a case to prove, to answer. Igboho is fighting against Nigerian sovereignty. That he wants his own country.
That guy is in trouble.
Guys,
okay.
That's the guy that wants to collect 1.something billion.
All right. Hold on. 2 billion, 20 billion. Ajale Koko come in. Ajale Koko come in.
Look, a lot of things that you said there that was not, you didn't put it in the right perspective. The lady you said, Lady K, he didn't say that, our warrior are facing them.
Ajale Koko, should I send one man the video and play to us?
Without interjection, Ajale Koko, you can say that now. Without interjection, with due respect, I said with due respect.
So he was alerting the world via the social media that Igboho's house is under attack. And he was calling on the Yoruba Nation's group to send warrior to come and protect Igboho.
So how is that different from what Thomas said?
It's different.
No.
Thomas said,
we're not listening. Your mind was already closed.
No,
you will say with due respect to you.
So what due respect? He said that Thomas said that Lady K was telling us that the warriors are downstairs facing them, fighting against them. No, he was calling that, please send warrior down. Let us come and defend Igboho. Igboho house is under attack. So that is totally different statement. So, and if at all that they want to arrest, you said they sent police invitation to him. He didn't honor police invitation. How many times did they send invitation to him? That is number one, we want to know. Then, if they want to arrest somebody, should it be at the middle of the night, like 2 o'clock in the night? I mean, 1:45 or 2 o'clock, and they went with 100 of soldiers, DSS. I mean, when you see illegality, absolute brutality being committed by the authority against a citizen,
it is impossible for Nnamdi Kanu to be in DSS custody and Igboho to walk freely the streets of Ibadan. They both stand accused of the same crime, so how can one? It's impossible, isn't it?
No.
With all due,
let me answer him. Let me answer one man. Igboho campaign or agitation for Yoruba nation was not bad or how do I say it? Was not
they found weapons in his house. They found weapons in his house.
Hold on. He didn't carry arms to propagate for that. But Nnamdi Kanu set up ESN. Even with the CSN that Nnamdi set up is to protect the people of Igbo people in the villages against herdsmen attack and killing of Igbo people. So, but the issue is this. The state carried out criminality against her own citizen. This is what happened, and it should not be accepted. It should not be praised by anybody. So this is what they did, and they killed people in that house, and they demolished them in land now, and they demolished that house in such a way that you cannot believe that that kind of destruction can be carried out. They destroy all the vehicles in the south, luxurious vehicles. Look, and they said they came with even Babalawo, so that if at all that they have to use charm to hack it down, they have to do that. They have to do that. But look, it's a citizen of Yoruba land and a Nigerian, and he can come back home anytime that he wants to come back home. Whenever the road is clear for him to come back, he will come back, and nothing will happen. What is going to happen is to say, okay, you want to take him to jail, and then we will go on the legal act. If you are a country of law, where they respect the law, where they respect the judiciary to perform their duty the way it is guaranteed by the
Ajande Koko, is Sunday Igboho, is he a fugitive from the law?
You mean at the moment?
One man, please, Ajande Koko, please. One man, do I still have the floor, please?
Yeah, you still have
because
the floor.
I haven't finished. I know. Before you respond, finish. One man, check your Instagram. I've sent the video of the lady. Please, I will say, please. I will beg you, please.
All right.
12 minutes. 12-minute video. Let's just listen to it, please. I'll say, please. Thank you.
All right, we'll do that, but let Ajande Koko land his thought, and then Bishop wants to interject, and then we hear from Lady K, and then we move the conversation on.
But what I'm saying here is that we cannot continue to operate a country where the authority does not respect the law, does not practice the rule of law, particularly as we are a constitutional democratic state. And it is Igboho turn yesterday, whose turn tomorrow. So at any time anybody stand up against the Nigerian state, opposition, you constituted yourself as an opposition against their shenanigans, they have to come after you. That is what we have seen in Nigeria. Even fella that did not even carry arms.
From political talk. Even
to sing. The politicians use thugs the most. They use these thugs all the time to win election. They kill people with their thugs. They armed thugs to kill their political opponent. I mean, what are we talking about? So look, this is not, we should not accept it in any way. They should go to court and let us search it out at the court. Court, even with all the allegations against
but he will still
they
be
cannot
arrested.
even convict.
He
They
will
cannot
still
even
be
convict
arrested.
Nnamdi Kanu. They can't have anything against him. Nnamdi Kanu is defeating them in the court, in the law court, with all the allegations against him.
It's not. How is he doing? He just sacked his lawyers. He's just sacked his lawyers
One
2
man,
days ago.
what are you saying? We have followed this thing. All the allegations have been punched out. Federal government is not winning. We know they are not winning the case. With all the rendition and kidnapping and rendition of him to Nigeria, have they won? How many
They
years
haven't
after
started.
that?
No, they are talking about how they bring him to Nigeria. It's not about the case, sir.
You won't talk about the case. You want to talk about how they brought him to Nigeria. So it's in the court. It's in custody. Let them go through the legal process and do something about his case, and not just detain him unlawfully. Unlawfully. That is not good under democratic dispensation. That's my
No,
take.
Nnamdi Kanu's case has not come to trial yet, so there's no. You know what? Because I remember we did discuss it, and they had about 14 or so allegations against him, but a lot of those allegations were duplicitous, so they somewhat mirrored each other. So they struck some out and condensed it to about 5 or so. And I don't think he's yet had his day in court. You know, they're still quibbling about if he should be on bail or not. And he cannot be on bail, of course, because it's a flight risk. They've given him bail before and they ran.
Right. One man, Ajan is right. He
About
has
what?
been completely exonerated of all those counts you're talking
Oh,
about.
God.
It's just that the federal government is appealing to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court is taking their time to hold him there. They just haven't heard they haven't pronounced one way or the other, but he has been exonerated, and that is a very, very important thing in the discussion when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody else tries to raise that issue. They had the case, and he was ordered released. But the federal government,
it was granted bail, but
no, it was not granted bail.
No, hold your thought, Bishop Pansad, because Bishop actually wanted to interject before you came in. So
Sure.
Bishop, to you, Bishop.
Good. Professor Ajalegogo, directly to you. Number one, please just give me 3 minutes, please, with all due respect, without interjection. Thank you, Thomas. Now, number one, it's not in your place. It's not in your position to declare that the state acted in illegality by going to arrest Igboho. Whether they go with 10 persons or with 100 persons, it is not you that will determine how they go or how many people they should go with.
But the court did.
Hold on.
Don't say hold on. The court said it was illegal what they did. The court awarded 20 billion naira. 20 billion naira.
That's illegal. That what was illegal. To go and arrest him was illegal.
Yeah, the way they went to his house. That was
the manner of it.
Yeah.
Which manner? If they have conducted their risk assessment and they said the people from inside fired a shot at them.
Bishop, hold on. You are breaking up. We can barely hear you. All we are hearing is heavy pounding.
I don't know what is pounding. If you are hearing me, so I am saying it is not in Nigeria to say that they went. They have done their risk assessment. They know the number of forces they are going to need. They know the kind of resistance they are going to meet there. And it turns out exactly to be like that because they were fired at. That's number one. Number two, I have had a rare opportunity of seeing Igboho speak live in a public forum, kind of a party setting, was boasting how many policemen he has killed. I don't know how many of those information or such posts are in the hands or is in the hands of the security agencies. I don't know what kind of encounters they have had before. If the state has something against him and he is running away from the law, if we are in Nigeria today, we have submitted our sovereignty, our liberty to the state to some extent. So if somebody was contrary to that, then there is a way to whip everybody into line.
Self-determination is not contrary. Self-determination is allowed by international law.
Listen, number one,
it's not a crime. It's not a crime.
You go openly
agitate for agitate for self-determination. It's not a crime.
As he is raising an army, he go openly.
He did not. He did not twist this thing, dude. You see, it's just that sometimes when time has elapsed, we tend to start making up stuff. When this hold on, he never raised any army. The people that were following him, Joma
hold on. Let Rational Mind land. He's interjecting. He's interjecting you. Yeah, he's interjecting you. Yeah, carry on.
Those times when you go.
Let Rational Mind land.
Okay, let him continue.
No. You land Rational Mind and then you pick it up after Bishop. So do it in that order.
He wants to say something.
No. Do it in that order. You land and then Bishop picks it up after.
Bishop, just hear me out. You see, it's like sometimes we forget because we Nigerians, because that country has so many events that has happened that we tend to forget so many things that passed. When Igboho, this army you were saying that he was raising, he never raised any army. They were just followers. People who were following him. Of course, yes, there were some of them who were more fetish people who were following him, who were like ready to defend their so-called self-determination, which they were agitating for. That he raised army. I don't know what army you're talking about. Did you see any people we gave gun to go and be fighting even the Fulani people that were coming to be killing the compound and all those places we talked about and we saw? I mean, do you see any of the Yoruba agitators go there and go and confront them? So what are we talking about? You say he raised army. What army are you talking about? These are followers, people who believe in that cause of self-determination. He was able to rally up to support that.
To be fair, Rational Mind, I've never heard it alleged against him that he raised an army. But back to you, Bishop. I
am coaching Igboho. Everybody can have their view and opinion. Igboho said he has enough people with enough arms. He said
Where
so.
Did he say that now? When did he say that?
Where did he say what?
Why did he say what you just said now?
Send the video where you said that to us. Send that video.
If you did not hear, you choose what you want to hear.
Send that video now.
All right. Land the point, Bishop, and then we move on. Carry on.
I have seen this individual live on one-on-one, boasting about his exploit. It's just like Sheung. The last time we were talking, say how many policemen I don't see and they tear slap anyhow. Those were almost exactly the same words that he used. Now what I'm saying is I don't know how many of these open self-confession that he has made that is in the hand of security agencies. The one I'm talking about, but there was one time I met him live in Illinois, Chicago.
Yeah, but hold on. That could just be idle boasting now. Pansat will come here and tell us he's a highly intelligent man. We won't hold him hostage to that, even if we know to the contrary. But carry on.
So I kill people. Open confession by my own self, not under any duress. And somebody is missing, and I openly boast that I killed him. Is that not enough ground for me to be invited? You said 1, 2, 3 things in so place. Listen to your voice. So come and shed light on it. Is that too much to ask? So if he openly said so, I am not saying it's on record because I had him live when he was making those quotes. But
it is too much to ask. If you're asking me that question, you're using hearsay.
Yes,
if you have a case against him, go ahead and charge him, right? He has the right. He has. Hold on. It's the freedom. We have some liberties in that country that's given to us by God, not United Nations. That we also have some over there. We have some in the Constitution, right? But there are some freedoms that we have as creations of God, and only God could take those away from us. So when you hear on a cheap line, and you keep raising your voice, one man has told you many times to lower the amplitude of your voice, and then the frequency. You won't let anybody else talk. We have our fellow citizen who was attacked, and people were killed in his.
Pastor, don't rile him up now. Don't rile him up. Don't rile him up. Don't rile him up.
Listen to me. Nnamdi Kanu was discharged, right? He was.
No. We will get to Nnamdi Kanu in a moment. Let's wrap up Igboho first.
Yeah. So what I'm saying though is that how many minutes are you gonna give this guy to keep talking about things that he doesn't know about?
Calm down.
How long are you gonna give him to talk? We have a full panel. Right? We have a full panel, and he's been talking.
No. That's not the language, Bishop.
Almost 30 minutes. Why? That's not.
All right.
And he's wrong.
One man, please.
Everybody, no, including you. Pansat, you must help me out.
I promise you that.
No, hold on. When I say when I say everybody includes you, you must help me out. You know, if you start to rile up people, then you get that sort of response. Not everybody has the roundness of it that somebody like myself or Ajale or Rational Mind can use to manage your language. So. You know that if you prod that Bishop, it will come back at you, and then it will turn into a mess. So just help me out. Hold on. You know we can have a civil discussion, even a pleasant one, even with you here. I think it's possible, and I think you can prove that. So don't help me out. Don't prod that people.
I hear you. Listen to what I'm saying, though. One man, let me use a couple of minutes to say this. Listen to what I'm saying. I actually came here to say, hey, look, this platform is unbelievable.
You are breaking everything.
You are dealing with a real life issue. Nobody here has mentioned.
Pansat, hold on. Yeah. Pansat, please, hold on, please. I beg you. One man, you're breaking everything. Can you repeat what you were just saying? I don't know if it's my own side here. I don't know if other people heard him very well.
Is everyone else here?
I heard you. I heard you.
All right, brother. All right, Pansat, let Bishop land his thought. So
could I just make that comment for a minute, and then I would let him land. What I was saying is I came here to say I can't believe this platform is. You've been doing a great job tonight. I mean, nobody's mentioned Southeast. Nobody has mentioned obedience. It's been a real life discussion of some of the problems that we actually have.
No, the Southeast is not a topic of interest. Nobody is especially. Hold on. Nobody is enamored by the Southeast. It's of no real importance.
One man. Let's just let it slide.
Thank you very much, Rational Mind. You did
one
say
man. You know one man now.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that. So now, but one other little adjustment we have to make is for people like Bishop, right? You have a lot of them on this platform. It's not just people who are notorious.
You fall within that bracket, by the way.
No, but let me land.
You fall within the Bishop bracket.
No, only because I try to help you make the platform civil. So yeah, I do get it.
How can you give what you don't have? Anyway, Bishop,
just let me land. What I'm saying is that it's a fascinating discussion dealing with a real issue that we have. Sunday Igboho, if he has to answer to anything, let them charge him with whatever it is. These people like Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho, they're fighting for something and they believe in what they're doing. They've already sacrificed their lives.
Nnamdi Kanu is on a money grab. We all know that.
But without
back to you, Bishop.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is try to restrain some of these people who think that they know it all. They are lawyers.
One man, please. Can we move forward, please? That's enough, please. Please, let's move forward, please. Let's listen to the video, please. Bishop land, and let's move forward. Yeah.
It would be good to engage with people that have modicum of sense, not some numbskull like this non-entity of the guy.
No, Bishop. That's not the language. That's not our language here. That is not our language. But I'll just implore.
Besides, it's not true. I am an entity. He's wrong about that.
Oh God! Don't make me put you at the back now. I shouldn't have to. After how long we've known each other, but don't make me put you at the back. Bishop, it's not. You can push at him. You can even insult him, but not in foul language. So just that's not our language. But carry on, Bishop.
And he'll be at his own
peril.
Oh,
goodness me! Goodness me! Please, carry on, Bishop.
Well, you are not muting him, you are muting me. But did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said to me before I ride up? Before I responded? Did I start this? Did I? Should I be the one that
No, he said your voice was raised, which I don't think that's a subjective view, but I'm not sure that is
Bishop John mo follow Joe. Let's just move on, please. To God, please. Let it go.
If Igboho has a case to answer with the state, irrespective of what people think he is not above the law. If it is my father, I will say exactly the same thing. If he has things to answer with the state, so be it. If Igboho comes into Nigeria today and he is arrested, heavens will not fall. So people that are just supporting him and making statements, nothing will happen. Nothing. In the matter of this, unfortunately, it was innocent people that died in his house when he launched attack against the state. If he had died, nothing would have happened. So if he wants to come back, let him come back quietly and silently. If he has something to answer to the state, let him go and answer it. And if he has 20 billion to collect, it's his brother that is there. Let him go and collect it. But as far as I'm concerned, no individual should be bigger than the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. So thank you. Okay, so we'll play your clip. Thomas, you give us a brief narrative on it, and then we'll move on. And Pansat, please help me out. Let's not turn it into.
ẹjọ́ máa bá wa ṣí ẹ àwọn sójà ti àtàkì wa àwọn sójà ẹjọ́ ẹ máa ṣí ẹ ilé Chief Sunday Igboho àwọn sójà ti surround gbogbo ilé wọn yìnbọn gidi ni báyìí ẹjọ́ bá wa ṣí ẹ bá wa pass information yẹn fún gbogbo ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire ẹjọ́ mi ò lè bọ́ta gan inú ilé ni mo ṣàwà báyìí please help me to share we are under attack now please let all the warrior be informed. Please help us to notify everybody. Please call everybody to be at alert. We are under attack now. In Chief Sunday Igboho house, we are under attack already with Nigerian military. Confirm lele. Àwọn sójà ni Nigeria sójà. Ìbọn wọn lẹ ń gbọ́ yẹn wọ́n yìnbọn gidi ni confirm. Ẹ bá wa share, ẹ máa bá wa pass information yẹn. Everybody wà at alert. Àwọn warrior kí gbogbo wọn wà at alert. Àwọn tó bá lè máa move bọ̀ bá anywhere tó bá wà. Confirm gidi ni o ìbọn lẹ ń gbọ́ tó yìn gidi yẹn. Àwọn Nigerian sójà lélẹ̀ please help me to share Chief Sunday Igboho house ilé olóyè Igboho ṣe ń gbọ́ ẹ ń kúrò bọn ẹjọ́ ẹ máa bá mi share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi share ẹ bá mi pariwo fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire àwọn Nigerian military wọ́n ti wá attack wa ẹjọ́ this to 2 ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n ti yìnbọn more than 10 minutes ó yẹ kí n ti gbé sí live látẹ̀kùn but I want to confirm láti mọ̀ bóyá òótọ́ ni kí n tó wá sí live kí n má bàa fún yín ní wrong information. Àwọn Nigerian sójà ni wọ́n kún táǹsì wọ́n surround wa ni ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run wọ́n dẹ̀ yìnbọn gidi kì í ṣe ṣeré ẹ bá mi máa share ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi máa share ẹ bá mi share ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ nílé lóko gbogbo èèyàn àwọn tẹ́ bá lè jí ẹ jí wọn ẹ bá mi share confirm mo sọ fún yín ẹjọ́ àtọ́jú oorun lèmi náà ti gbúrò bọ́ lọ́ọ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pé everybody lórí phone pé kí everybody wà alert ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ máa confirm sí àwọn làwọn sójà ni mi lè bọ́ síta o but confirm lele everybody ìbọn lọ́yìn gidi yẹn kì í ṣe kékeré ó surround wa ni so ẹ bá wa share Nigerian sójà ni o àwọn ìjọba location 9 ni tó bá jí kúkú máa dàrú látòrí kó dàrú tó bá dẹ̀ máa níyànjú kó níyànjú ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn mi ò lè bọ́ síta obìnrin ni mí wọ́n ní kí n má bọ́ síta but kí n gbé lọ sí live kí n jẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ bí bàbá ti confam fún mi sí pé àwọn sójà ni so ẹ jọ. mi ò mọ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó o but wọ́n lọ ti surround wa pé àwọn sójà ni confam mọ́ fún yín ẹ bá wa share ẹ bá wa jí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn kí wọ́n mọ̀. ṣe ti rí Nàìjíríà.
All right. Are we at the point you want us?
No. We haven't get there, one man.
Okay, tell us when we get there.
Get there, yeah.
kí n jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kí wọ́n mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí kì í ṣe ṣeré o gbogbo létí bọ́ta wọ́n ti fèsì wọn ò but mi mọ iye àwọn sójà tó jẹ́ o.
That is where I pause it there. Pause it there, one man.
wọ́n dẹ̀ ti surround wa.
One man.
wọ́n release.
What do you hear that? Gbogbo létí jáde wọ́n ti fèsì wọn. If you don't understand Yoruba, that means all the boys in the house came out and faced them. So that brought me to what I'm saying earlier on. Igboho attacked Nigerian state.
So
let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Please, if you are cutting my train of thought, Ajale Soko, please. I said with due respect again, please.
All right, carry on. But I want us to move away from here quickly. But carry on. Yeah.
So Igboho attack the state. You can't attack the state and don't have counter attack. That is why I asked this question again on Nnamdi Kanu's space. That they went to his house and take down 28 people. I asked this question. I said, when Nigeria police went there, they wanted to arrest somebody. Did the person surrender himself? Were they a counter-attack? Because Nigerian police cannot just enter your country, your compound, and start shooting if there was no counter-attack. So Igboho has a case to answer.
Thomas, that's not true.
Can I finish, please?
The police
No, you are not saying anything. I'm going to, no, I'm not holding on. No, I will mute you, Pansat. No, I will mute you. I muted you. Let me finish, then you can counter me. So, Igboho has a case to answer. I dare him to step his foot in Nigeria. Let's see what will happen. Thank you, woman. God bless you.
All right, brilliant. Come in, Ajanle Koko. Let Ajanle Koko come in.
So what you are saying is that someone doesn't have the right to defend himself when some criminals comes to attack you at the middle of the night. They didn't notify you. They didn't come in during the daytime where people can see them. I mean, you want to arrest a citizen, you have to do it during the daytime, come with your warrant arrest and everything, and people can see what is going on. Not to come with in large number and armed to the teeth and shooting sporadically to the head. What of the people that are living by? What of the people, the neighbors? How can you terrify the whole community because you want to arrest one man? This is criminal. A criminal. This is absolute criminality by the state against a lawful citizen. What are you guys saying? Kò ní right láti defend that when they came and started raining what do you call attack on him for no reason. So look, we have to be very careful sometimes when we want to defend the criminal state called Nigeria. Nigeria is a complete criminal state run entirely from A to Z, from the top to bottom. by criminals. What are we talking about? They have no respect for law. State sponsor. This is a state sponsor criminality. I mean, we have seen it. What is going on?
Hold on, Thomas. Ajale Koko, hold on. So the states, because Bishop was just saying then that they would have done a risk assessment, they would have quantified who they are going to contend with, all of that. So they go there and they fire shots to assert their authority to take charge of that space. So the Igboho is acolytes, let's put them that way. They then come out and take them on in an armed combat. If the army or the police are firing shots, you have no business firing back.
Look, one man. Okay, if police are firing shots, you have no business firing back.
Yes.
So, which law tell them to go and arrest people at the middle of the night? Which law?
That's part of the risk assessment now that Bishop was talking about.
To arrest Igboho, a man that travel freely around, he move freely around.
No. Hold on. I'll search for a clip that I can show you now. There was an attempt to arrest him on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and they repelled that attempt by force. So they knew his quantity.
Yeah,
that wasn't the first attempt to arrest him.
Look, there's a police. Look, we are running democracy, one man, for God's sake.
Yes, what's undemocratic in attempting an arrest?
What I'm saying, we have police department in charge of the area he lives.
Yes,
right?
but there's a risk assessment. It's a high risk person. It's not somebody you send an officer with a handcuff.
Look, we are running democracy. We have police.
Ajale Koko, I asked you a question, please, Baba Ejo. Do you know one man, please?
Thomas,
did you know they invited him?
He was not invited. I don't know what
he was invited.
Where is your evidence to prove
twice? Ufunaya, the DSS spokesman, said he was invited twice.
Forget about those liars, those criminals.
Why, Ajale Koko? So you want me to be? Hold on, please. You want me to believe you, not believe?
You don't have to believe me, but I cannot believe Ufunaya. Ufunaya is a liar. I mean,
so I am not believing you too now. You can't say he's not being invited.
Hold on, that Ufunaya, all the thing he displayed, some people counter what he displayed against an incident that happened in the past.
Ajale Koko, let's call a spade a spade. He has answer to answer. Please, you can't say this because of his Yoruba. You are saying it because of Yoruba. Please, Baba, I disagree with you. Please.
So we have law, and the law took its course by calling the action by the state as criminal, and therefore ruled in his favor that the state must pay him 20 billion naira for violating his right, for destroying his house, for killing people in his house. So we are running democracy. We have police station in charge of the area where he lives. Police can go to him, knock on his door as a gentleman and meet with him. And the police in that area, they know him. Those police in the area know him.
Ajale Koko, they are not going to arrest pickpockets. They are going to arrest a secessionist that threatens with arms. Bishop was just explaining about the risk assessment that would have been carried out so that they know how to approach it.
That's right. Could I chime in here, please?
They're not going to send some Bobby on the beat to say, "Excuse me, sir, we need you at the station."
Let me help you out on this. Hold on, please. Let me chime in a little bit.
We have government in charge of the state, right?
Yes.
Government in charge of the state could have handled it better.
No.
Wait.
Let me split
hold
the
on, Pansat. Hold on, Pansat. Ajanle Koko, what do you think Bishop meant when he was saying they would have done a risk assessment? What does that mean?
The risk assessment that
yes,
Bishop is talking about, Bishop, that we always speak in
no,
favor.
no, yeah, leave Bishop,
So
but the risk assessment, yeah.
There's no risk assessment to be carried out against somebody that is not criminal. He's not a criminal.
He's a secessionist.
Anybody that you call a secessionist must be a person that is carrying arms to secede from the state. He wasn't carrying arms. He didn't have soldiers on the floor. He was just doing it within the ambit of the law that you can agitate. You can agitate to say, we are not happy with this country. We want to leave this country. Nigeria is a signatory to that international law that people in their country can agitate to secede as long as they are doing it peacefully and not in a violent way by use of force or carry arms against the state. Nigeria is a signatory to that.
But Ajale Koko, one man, please. I'm getting angry now. Please. Are you telling me Igboho is not carrying arm? Don't you see him with arm? Don't you see him with guns?
Where?
I did not.
Where?
I did not.
What are you talking about?
Even his wife said want to love face one, so we know he's armed. So
okay,
we know.
Please let me chime in a little bit. Hold on.
No, please let me say this. One man, we saw Igboho at Igboho carry arms with their people. Don't you see the video? What are you talking about?
Okay. Look at my
one man, Thomas, please. One man.
When people are being killed in Igboho like chicken,
Bishop, don't you see Igboho with guns? Don't you see Igboho with guns and his boys?
One man, you said I should wait for John. Can I speak?
Let me leave for Pansat. Let me leave for Pansat.
Okay, but just one voice. Okay, let's hear from Pansat. But Pansat, I'm not sure that this is your territory. What do you know about Sunday Igboho? I thought you were all about Igbo something or the other.
No, that is not true. I know everything about Sunday Igboho.
You don't know everything. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, so, carry on.
Let me say that obviously. Let me use this to formally say hello to everybody who's listening and fellow panelists here. This argument that we're having here is sort of a debate. We're arguing.
And it's a debate, not an argument. Okay. It's a conversation.
I hope so, because it's a very clear thing. Both sides are saying the same thing. The government have certain rights. That's a noise coming from somebody like it's flushing a toilet or something like that. Could everybody please mute themselves?
Yeah.
The point is that both sides, the government have a role to play. They can do assessments, but don't forget they can also err after they've done all that. They could go there and do the wrong thing. Now, Sunday Igboho has certain rights. Like Ajani said, we're signatory in the human rights thing they have in the United Nations, right? But the Nigerian police do not have a good record. We already know that. The founder of the Boko Haram, the spiritual leader, Mohammed Yusuf, was killed in police custody.
He died in police custody, you mean?
Yes, he died in police custody.
Yeah, but that's a different inflection from killed. But
but custody, that's the word custody has a meaning. They are responsible. You put somebody in somebody's custody, just like a child. You put a child in their mother's or their parents' custody.
Yeah, we know what custody means, but exactly. He died in police custody because there's nothing to say that he was killed.
Okay, so without going off that tangent, I want to say that what's his name? Thomas has been emboldened here to use all kinds of fallacies and then mute people, and you can even get a word in yourself at some point. His reasoning has to be sound. right? Unless he's doing some administrative stuff, he cannot
no, don't go after
determine what
people
is
now.
true or false. I'm not going after. No, I'm not going after him. Listen to what I'm saying first. You think I'm going after him?
No, don't audit people. I will audit people here. Just give your thoughts on the talking points. So
no, I was only trying to say, because I'm a victim of what he just did there, which is to use his mute button to determine what is true or false, and that's unacceptable.
No, to bring order to the conversation. That's what he did. That's what.
Okay, I hope so. So I'm saying that most of the truth has been skirted around. Ajahn Lekuku is making the point. It's not even by debate. But now you listen. We all sat here and listened to that woman talk, cry out for help from that terrorism from the law enforcement in Nigeria. There is this foolishness of thinking that if you defend the Nigerian state, somehow you're more patriotic, which is stupidity. That hiding on a scandal. The last refuge of a scandal is the flag. We love the country. All of us love the country the same thing. Nobody's challenging anybody's patriotism here. But you can't have. Look at this Thomas saying that Afananya says something. Therefore, it is so. He cannot believe Ajahn Lekuku, but he will believe Afananya. So what is that supposed to? What is? I don't know.
Afananya carries more authority on the subject than
no.
Ajahn
That's a
Lekuku.
fallacy of authority. You know all the different 20-something fallacies out there. Afananya is not a good actor in the country.
But it carries more authority on the subject matter.
He carries
than What do you mean? Is the DSS spokesperson speaking to matters relating to their investigation?
No, it doesn't matter because they are liars.
But that's your subjective view, though. It's not. That's your subjective view.
Look, we could go all the way back. It's not just him. I'm not actually making it about him. We have to clean out that country to where they have to know.
That's a wider point. That's a wider point.
Well, don't spoon feed me because I'm going to cover all that in a minute or so. What I'm saying is that you cannot, with a bold face, sit here and say we don't have it. First of all, we have a problem in every angle in the country, especially the law enforcement. Who all those people they've arrested, going to Kaduna, El Zazaki, they go out there and they could kill over 1,000, right? 1,000 people just to arrest a man, an old man and his wife. And then you go to court, they lose time and time again. They haven't won a single case. Even on these, forget about the corruption ones, right? Nnamdi Kanu was discharged. They are right now disobeying. They've been fined by United Nations and all the courts in Calabar, the courts, the federal courts. The only thing they have left over is going appeal up to the apex court right now. So no, stop doing this. It's not right. People with the most ignorant views. That woman just spoke. My blood was boiling.
Your blood is always boiling.
I wanted to arm myself and go out there and clear everywhere. Because how can you? That woman needed help when these thugs were there beating at the door, trying to kill everybody in that place. I mean, how could you sit here with us? We're in diaspora and we're mad about what's going on in our country, and you disrespect us by coming here to side with those thugs. Shame on you, Thomas.
No, you don't.
No, this is true. I would leave.
All right.
I would leave. If I can't talk, I will leave.
All right. Okay. Why don't you do exactly that? So thank you for coming. So thank you for coming. So back to you, Thomas.
Look, 1 minute.
No, please. Enough of that. Thomas, to you.
1 man.
No, I don't want to deal with it. I just want Thomas to round it off and then I'll move on. Enough of that space. Sorry, Bishop. I'm not shutting you down, but I want to wrap up that.
I beg you, on my honor, please. Please.
Come on, let him speak. Yeah.
Ajahn Lekuku, I just want to say one sentence. If I exceed 1 minute, cut me off, woman. Now, if somebody come out openly and say in the public that if you send 1,000 soldiers to my house, you will be lucky that only 10 will make it back alive. If I am in a troop and you are asking me to go and arrest such a person. The mindset that the man had already threatened to kill 1,000 people will be at the back of my mind. And it is on that premise that I will make one of my risk assessment and preparation to go there. Because I know the man had prepared to attack if we eventually go there. That is one. Two, and the last one. When the people eventually went there, what people are not telling us was that the first fire came from within Igboho's house when they were banging on the gate. The first fire came from within. So if I'm a soldier and they are trying to draft me to go in such an, or a policeman, with the backdrop of what he had said, I will ask, how many of us are we going? What right? What is our right of rule of engagement? And what are we supposed to do or not to do? What do we do if we are fired at? If a commander does not give me, if you are fired at, fire back, then that means that operation is a dead on arrival. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Bishop. Thank you so much, my brother. One man,
He directed the question to me. Let me respond.
Respond.
You see, let me tell you, Bishop, that Igboho said if 1,000 soldiers came to his house, hardly with one of them go back. That one is a mouth talk. A civilian saying that, and the government will take that seriously. That's a mouth talk. We saw what happened at Hensas. Did Nigerian patriotic students, children, youth, did they carry arms? Did they not launch attack against them at Lekki? Did the Nigerian army, with their criminality, launch attack against patriotic Nigerian youth that were carrying Nigerian flag, all for asking for good governance and police and stop to police brutality? Were they not launch attack upon? We should try to understand. Look, you can't, there's no way you want to defend these criminal actors in charge of Nigerian state that will make you look good. You will look bad. They will make you look bad all the time. They have consistently done this, kill Nigerian people, brutalize Nigerian people, make a mess of Nigerian people time and time again. So Igboho case is not different. It's just one of the cases of brutality against their citizens. So don't defend Nigerian state. You are not going to benefit anything defending them. You're not going to benefit nothing. Let's call spade a spade. They committed crime against Igboho. That is why the court ruled against them and ruled for them to pay 20 billion in compensation for their brutality against him. That closed the case. It was against the law. They committed crime against humanity and they violated the law. And the court said this cannot be accepted in democratic setting Nigeria that we have today. So that closed the case. The court ruled in favor of Igboho. Let's leave it like that. One man, I'm not. That's the end. Let me just leave it.
Yeah, thank you, Ajali Goko. One man. Let me just find out. One man. With your indulgence, please. One man. I don't know why we are still having Passat on this platform. I know you as a person. You always give people chance upon chance. You've given Pansat a lot of chance. I've never heard third chance in life. Only what I heard in life in second chance. You've given Pansat more than 10 chances. It will not be good for us, Pansat coming here, rallying up people, calling people out on this platform. I don't think it will be very acceptable. You listen what he said throughout on me. I would just say to you, Pansat, silence is the best answer. To the Igboho side, one man, Igboho.
Sorry, before you go to Igboho, you know, I've only ever excluded one person from this platform, and I think you know who. Ajanle Koko certainly knows who. That was a guy called Morris back in the day, who went to the extent of insulting people's mothers and whatnot. So Pansat, by the way, is not the only person that comes with that sort of energy. We have other people on this platform that come with that sort of energy as well. So it is a task for you and I, because we're both the host on this platform, to manage Pansat. It's all about our capacity to manage people. And Pansat does take direction if you assert it. So it takes direction if you assert it. So you have to just manage to redirect him. But I'll be loath to hold on. I'll be loath to exclude anybody, and it's not because I will see it as a failing on my behalf that I don't have the capacity to manage that person, and I don't want to imagine that there's somebody out there that don't have the capacity to manage. So we have to manage him. But since we know his character, then we should be able to manage him. So that's what I think.
One man, well, it's up to you. But yes, to me, I give up. I'm fed up, because I don't see why you should be. See how he was rounding up Bishop. He wants a response. That is what Pansat does. He wants to round you up.
Yeah, but when you response. But when you know that, then don't feed it. Don't feed it. You know, that's just the trick. You see how you redirected Bishop, and then that went away. So if Bishop had gone for him, then would have still been here trying to contain them. But you redirected Bishop, and he followed your direction, and he went away. So we just have to. These are big personalities. We have to be able to manage big personalities. That's it. But back to the
yeah. To Igboho side, one man. Igboho has a case to answer. In my opinion, in my subjective opinion, he has case to answer. All those weapons they show us in DSS, he should come and answer all those weapons. Then one man, I get tired when there is truth on our face like this, that we just glance through it. One man, on my tablet now, I'm having video of Igboho on YouTube on Igboho carrying double barrel. On my YouTube now, I'm watching it now. What right do Igboho have to carry arms in Nigeria? Is he a military man? Let me finish, please. I don't like when you cut people off, please.
Okay,
please.
sorry. Let me finish. I will respond to you. I will respond to you.
No, yeah, Ajale Koko can interject. That's our second rule. Ajale Koko, yeah, he has the free run.
One man, you always put me in the one man. Let's just move on. Let's move on, please. Let's move on.
It's one of those shows. But Thomas, we have a new voice joining us for the first time, so that's always a treat. So let
me respond 1 minute. That guy,
right.
Ajale Koko, don't respond. You don't even let me finish what I want to say.
Okay,
so
finish
don't respond.
Finish.
Let me finish.
If you don't want to finish, then I will respond.
Let me finish. I'll finish in 30 seconds. I just saw Igboho on YouTube in Igboho with his juju clothes, hanging a double barrel on his shoulder. That is the arm. So I don't know what capacity is carrying that arm. Is he a policeman? Is he a civil defense? I don't know. Tell me the rank he owns in Nigerian force. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my response to you.
Yes.
That gun is carrying is a licensed gun, for your information, if you don't know. So you saw him in the Gongon. You cannot say you did not know what was going on in the Gongon that time. The way the herdsmen were killing people and no authority stopped them. There was a guy they called Hiskilu, or what is this? The name of the criminal that was there, that couldn't let people go to farm and couldn't let peace reign in that part of the country. And what do you call it? Igboho went around all the kings. I think there are about 4 kings in that area. He went around all of them to ask them if what they should or what he can do to help them in stopping that criminal ravaging of their homeland. And that those kings gave him all the support. They said, we have to stop it. Go ahead. We are behind you. So it took permission from the kings of that land to go after those herdsmen hiding in the bush, killing and raping our women and maiming our people in the Igboho area. Police could not even go into the bush to arrest this criminal. So this guy volunteered himself as a patriotic Nigerian. He went there and chased those criminals out. Remember, even Gani Adams, he sent some of his OPC guys into the bush. They arrested that criminal. They handed him over to the police. What happened? All those OPC guys that went to arrest that criminal, terrorist, it was a terrorist, and handed him over to police, were all locked up for several months. All of them lost their means of livelihood. Some of them took loans, they were farmers, they lost everything while they were in incarceration. Is that a country you are proud of? I mean, we should just, I don't get it sometimes when you say you want to believe this country that is run by criminals. When the citizens stand up to fight for their fellow citizens, in protection of their fellow citizens,
sorry, Bishop. When Ajan Lekoko lands, I'm moving on to a different person.
That becomes crime.
This topic. Yeah.
That becomes crime. But it's never a crime for some terrorists to go into our villages and kill our people and maim our people and destroy their houses. Even the Onigogon of Igboho land, they destroy his palace. They burn down his palace. Where is that done?
They're just being untruths.
Let's leave this, man.
They're just being untruths.
All right, Bishop, let's hear from Noah, who's joining us for the first time. So let's document his thoughts and have him introduce himself to the platform. So Noah, you've been very patient, so you must be a real gentleman. Unmute, Noah. Noah, you have to press the unmute button. Let me see. Yeah, yes. So Noah, are you there? Noah, speak now. What's going on? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
So Noah, speak to us. Introduce yourself. Come into the conversation, Noah. All right. I hope it's not nerves. I hope it's connection. But there it is. Let's move the conversation on and let's take it in the direction of our rational mind. So let's go to. So Noah, I'm going to ask you one more time because I have to free up the space if you're not willing to speak with us. And rational mind has just dropped again. Noah, are you there? All right. Let's go to Patrick then. Who hopefully is there. Patrick. Okay. Let's go to
Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick is on the screen, but let's go to Des. Let's say because Des is of course a very clever man. So let's hear from a clever man called Des.
Oh man, you're very
Okay, Des.
Yeah, you did.
Just you just the hard. What is the hard for now?
Not the hard though.
Don't negotiate. Yeah, obedient with Tinubu for our government. Yeah.
I just you know. I just in fact, I just do low key. Man, call on low key.
Yes, call it low key. Yeah. So yes. Where do I even want to bring you into the conversation? Let me bring you in. Let me bring you in from what is on your screen. Chief of Naval Staff Gambo refuses to hand over to Ikechukwu Gala, insists on paying billions to contractors before leaving. So you see that headline there. You will never find it anywhere else in the world, only in Nigeria. They sacked him from the office and he said, no, I have not finished stealing yet, so I'm not leaving. A real wonder, Des.
It's quite a wonder. I mean, Nigeria is set up in a way that everybody feels like they can more or less be dictatorial when it comes to anything in life. So I'm not surprised that someone that doesn't even have the right will wake up one day and say, "Oh, I'm not leaving. No. Whether you sack me or not, I have the right to be where I am." So, I mean, it's just a case of, he's not yet caught up to reality, I would say. I'm pretty sure very soon. I mean, we've had that case in is it one police officer, the high-ranked police officer that was, sacked, and he refused to leave his office. So we've had that case, even in governors. We've had that case before. I mean, I'm pretty sure very soon. I believe that the who has the right to sack him? It should be the president, right? One man. Can anybody hear me?
No, yes, the president has the right to sack him, and the president has sacked him. Not only did the president sack him, the president replaced him with Ikechukwu Gala, who then got his uniform washed and cleaned to go and resume his duty, only to find his predecessor sat on the seat, saying that he was still stealing money. And he said, come back on Friday when I finish stealing. This is what he said.
Yeah. Well, it's left for Tinubu to, use his power to do something about it. And I believe that he would do something about it.
Can you believe the audacity of the man, the audacity, the sense of entitlement, you know that the moment he's been sacked, anything he does in that office is illegal, but he's lined up all of these contracts. He was only in situation for 1 year. He's not had his opportunity to steal, and he's insisting on stealing before. It's unbelievable.
I mean, it's not one man. It's not unbelievable. We are talking about Nigeria. It's quite not. It's not surprising. Like I said, I think Nigeria is very. I would say a little bit there to be in a very dictatorial dictatorial country. That one day the president is gonna wake up and declare that he's not going anywhere. And trust me, I feel that one day we are getting there. In the system we are playing at, we are getting in that stage that he can just declare that he's not going anywhere. And if he has this much, if he has that influence to keep that seat, he can do it, and nothing anybody can do about it. When he has the armed force and everything, nobody is gonna tell him crap. He's just gonna do it. So for people that are beneath the president to be doing something like that, I don't think it's a surprise. But I think very soon, I mean by tomorrow, we're gonna hear that he's left. It's something that they just don't, they're not caught on to reality yet, and by tomorrow they will be like, okay, I think I'm out, and they will leave. It's always happened in Nigeria, one man.
All right. Before I take you to another talking point, what are you looking at in the news? What's caught your attention in the news today?
I mean, believe it or not, I've not really been on the news. I've been sleeping most of the time. I've not even before I turn on my TV, it's really hard these days. I just be sleeping all the time.
You know, let me catch you up with the news then. Do you know that Peter Obi has withdrawn his petition from the tribunal?
I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm well caught up with that one.
Our mandate. Okay. Let me give you the real news. They said NASA. You know NASA, your American agency.
Yeah.
Yes, they sent this. They sent a probe to Mars in search of Obi's mandate. So how successful do you think that will be? That's some aliens on Mars, some Martians. They have Obi's mandate. They sent a probe to go and retrieve it.
Oh man, whether you like it or not, dude, the mandate is gonna be retrieved. I mean, we're seeing it. You're on the news, so you're seeing what is playing out in the courts. So you should be afraid. Anybody that is Spotify should at least be a little bit scared by now that it's not really going their way. But whatever happens is gonna happen. Tinubu is the president, and for now, I feel for now, what he's doing is what Ngige did in Anambra State when Ngige was afraid that I didn't win the election. Let me try and soften the land. And I think that is what Tinubu is doing. He's basically softening the land for the main guy to come in, and take the charge. When he's done softening the land, he is gonna clear out. That's it, man.
All right, let me play you this clip. This is from the office of Kashim Shettima, who has a response, or his clan has a response to Obi's mandate. There's in the villages, there's nothing that excites a child more than when the mother says, "Yam done done, yam done done." That tells you that the food is ready. Yam done done. So that what you saw there was the clip of a Kanuri man that was brought to Aso Rock to come and visit Kashim Shettima, and when he got there, that dance it can only be yam done done. You should obey today. The food is ready. There.
Come and chop the food done.
Come and chop the food done. Come and chop the food. Somebody said me that I should just pay to the amusement of you guys. But let me take you to this space. So this is international news. They had a system in the United Kingdom where when you apply for a visa to come and study, you can bring your family members with you, but they are now closing that loophole off the back of Nigerians bringing the entire village into the United Kingdom. So what are you then making then of that move to decongest the UK of Nigerians?
I don't think United Kingdom really have a choice, to be honest. They are very smart people. They already know what Nigerians have been doing. What the news that came out a month ago, the guy that was talking rubbish, is just for them to make news, I would say, to basically have something to say. Because for them, if they wanted to stop Nigeria from doing it, I mean, they don't need that guy coming out to say whatever to justify anything. I think they can stop it.
Do you think this has come off the back of that guy? Do you think it's do you think it's off the back of that guy?
I don't think so. What's gonna happen with this is that it's just gonna be in the news for a while, and it's not going anywhere because like I said, UK knows how much they are getting from us, the Nigerians, and in Nigeria, Nigerians in UK are not necessarily exhibiting that bad character. You understand what I mean? Like they're not coming to that country to constitute nuisance. So I think they're benefiting more than they think they are, than even they should, to be honest. And I don't see them, trying to go any elsewhere, go another way, saying they're not gonna, they're gonna stop that kind of visa because as long as they continue to benefit, as long as Nigerians continue to work hard, pay enormous amounts of their taxes, and they use it for so many things in their country. Even the money they used to, process the whole visa is a lot. The school fees is a lot. So as long as Nigeria continues to do that, I mean, UK are in profit, and I don't see them, except one day a lot of Nigerians started becoming something like, armed robbers, committing all sorts of crime, then, that would be a problem. They'll be like, okay, these people are not trying to make our country great because all these countries, all these United States, United Kingdom, Germany, all of them, um, what they always wanted is to make their country great, no matter how they want to do it. They just want to make their country great. So I don't see them, reversing this their policy of student visa anytime soon, except they necessarily accept Nigerian forces them to in a way that it affects their country. That's it. But yeah, this news that you read is actually coming off the back of that guy. It's just the news that is gonna go on for a while and it's gonna disappear. Nothing is gonna happen, woman.
Yes, I think Nigerians are going to go after that guy because, like you said, this news is coming off the back of that guy, and he seems to have now is cost a lot of, because I know a lot of people that have come in under that system. So so that guy certainly they're going to go after him. What's on the screen then? Real reason DSS arrested suspended CBN Governor Emefiele and why he's still in custody. So a lot of speculations as to why Emefiele was arrested are speculations that is to do with the Naira redesign policy and all of that. But the DSS comes out to clarify that is not anything to do with our policy positions in terms of how he administered his work. They're talking about okay, it says the secret police explained that the suspended CBN governor was arrested upon reasonable suspicion of committing acts that constitutes criminal breach of trust, incitement to violence, criminal misappropriation of public funds, economic sabotage, economic crimes of national security dimension, and undermining the security of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So heavyweight allegations then. Really, a lot of it political, of course, but then if they are going after him for criminal misappropriation of funds, and then there's no way that he can escape. Emefiele, they are asking for an extension to hold on to him for a bit longer. So what are you then making then of the travails of the former CBN governor?
I mean, I think this is, whatever they are saying, we know is all bull crap because the main reason they are going after him is because of that Naira policy. We all know that.
No, we don't all know that.
I would say we all feel that.
No. Is that how the obedience are digesting it?
I don't know how. Like I said, I've not been on the news for a while. That's how I feel, and that's how I think that every reasonable people should actually feel. There's been, Emefiele has actually done so many things that we say, okay, it's bad. But the real thing that, that made Emefiele be in the kind of a limelight and a disliked way for the APC is the fact that he came out to run for the presidency, and also the fact that he did that Naira policy in a wrong period of time. That's the main reason. We remember how all the APC governors went after him. I mean, the fact that they're trying to pin all this stuff in him and forgetting about his master Buhari, it doesn't make no sense to me. I mean, anything they're pinning on him, they have to call Buhari and also pin it on Buhari, So I think if they're not doing that, they are just making a very fundamental mistake, and which they are gonna see very soon in the courts, unless the man wants to go to prison, unless he doesn't care about himself. If he cares about if he cares about himself, he's gonna, explode and let everything out. And if he's letting everything out, then they have to go and find wherever. I think I heard Buhari ran away or something. You have to go and find.
Yeah, he's on the run. Buhari is on the run with Maman Daura and Sabiu.
So if he wants to save himself, then he has no choice but to, push the blame where it's supposed to be, because someone is on top of him. But yeah, he deserves to be arrested. Considering how, like I said, the only reason why I feel okay for him to be in that custody is because of the Naira policy. Nothing else that I've actually, since the whole years he's been there, I've never really noticed the man and all that stuff. But that Naira policy actually made me start remembering his name, made me actually know his name, to be honest. But yeah, apart from it, then all these things that DSS are saying, I think is just BS, to be honest. And we're also gonna be hearing so many things that he did. It's Nigeria now. They're gonna be cooking something out, bringing a lot of stuff out. Even maybe when he ate with $1,000, they'll still bring it out. I ate so restaurant with $1,000. So I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. One man with Emefiele, we'll see how it goes.
All right. So there's the international community's endorsement of the Tinubu administration. It continues to come in thick and fast. Just a couple of days ago, we were reading from Reuters how they were just applauding his performance. We've seen that from so many international publications. So the World Bank now, the latest international space to jump onto the Tinubu train. So there's ex-World Bank President David Malpass hails Tinubu's economic policies as bullish for Nigeria. Let me give you a few paragraphs there. It says, former World Bank President David Malpass has expressed confidence in President Tinubu's ending of the fuel subsidy regime and scrapping of the dual exchange rate in Nigeria, saying it will help reduce corruption in the country. Sharing a Financial Times story on steps taken by Tinubu's government, Mr. Malpass describes the fuel subsidy regime and dual exchange rate as harmful to the Nigerian economy. Glad to see at official ABAT taking concrete steps to scrap Nigeria's harmful government subsidies and multiple exchange rates, Mr. Malpass said in a tweet on Wednesday. These are important steps towards currency stability, lower inflation, and reduced corruption in Africa's most populous country. Mr. Tinubu assumed office on May the 29th, declaring an immediate end to the subsidy regime. Subsidy is gone, Mr. Tinubu said in his inaugural speech, a development that saw fuel price skyrocket from 195 to 540 naira. A week after he assumed office, he ordered the Central Bank of Nigeria to float the naira, allowing banks to determine exchange rates to the dollar and other foreign currencies. Amidst this development, the president had suspended the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele and EFCC Chairman Abdulrashid Bawa and ordered investigation into their respective tenures. Mr. Tinubu also signed a students' loan law with stringent conditions allowing eligible students in higher institutions access loan for their education. His actions so far have been applauded by analysts as welcome developments. However, Nigerians have been left to suffer the immediate adverse effect of fuel subsidy removal without any palliatives put in place. So there it is right there. Really, I'm only really bringing you this that just to really the position now of Tinubu is almost, in fact, it is unshakable now. There is absolutely categorically, and it will be the act of gross irresponsibility. Even his supporters are saying enough is enough. This is the end of Peter Obi, of course. Des, would you not say?
Highly doubt it. I'm like you heard me made in my opening statement that whatever he's doing, it's more like trying to dress the bed, trying to make everywhere soft for Peter Obi, because I know if Peter Obi did all this, it's gonna hit him hard, politically. Tinubu is not a very loved person, just like Obi, if I do so say myself. So whatever he does,
You mean by the Southeasterners? Tinubu is not a loved person by the Southeasterners.
I just said
because everyone else seems to love him.
I just said on my own opinion. That's what I said. We are not driving this woman. Like I said, whatever he's doing, even the exchange rate that they're talking about. I mean, we this is all lies. Just last week, it's not even up to last week. 5 days ago, I just had an exchange through crypto direct to Nigeria, 750. So I don't know where the whole reduced exchange rate is coming from when I'm still, getting 750. I don't know where it's coming from.
No. He's not reducing the exchange rate, Odes. What he's doing is removed the difference between the exchange rate at the parallel market, at the black market, as we call it, and the CBN. So there'll be just one exchange rate rather than you getting it half the price at CBN.
But it's not still one. Let's say you're talking about in the long run, but now it's still different.
But the margins are marginal. The margins are marginal, are they not?
I just told you I got 750, so I don't know. I've been getting 750
from where? From where?
From crypto. What's it called? Binance. So I don't know. How
you're getting Naira from Binance?
Yeah. You can check it out. From Binance, you can sell your crypto and get in Naira 750 still. So I don't know.
And that would be at the official rate.
How do you mean official rate? That's what Binance has been selling for.
Yeah, but how much are they selling at the black market?
I don't know. I mean,
but that's the thing. At the black market, it will be 700 and something as well.
Yeah, if they're selling 750, obviously they're getting it maybe less than that, I guess.
Who is getting it less than that?
Binance, so they can make profit or whatever.
No, but if you are selling they'll give it to you at the official rate. They don't put margins on it on Binance.
Yeah, but the official rate now, I think is 6 something. I think that's what they claim to be official. But I'm telling you that I'm still getting in 750. I don't know where the official rate is coming from again. You understand where I'm going to? So I don't know. I think it's just just to confuse people, to be honest. But the whole Tinubu trying to arrest a lot of people. If we can recall 2011 when Buhari came in, what was Buhari's main goal? We were all here praising Buhari because of his you know, how he was catching so many people, you know, bringing all the money back, you know, so many good things that Buhari was doing. And we are like, oh, wow. You know, in his first 3-4 months, you know, we are here praising Buhari, and yeah, he's going to be the best president Nigeria's had. All this, you know, nonsense. And we're still doing the same thing now because, you know, Tinubu is a very good tactician. He knows how to, you know, make people, you know, just give people sugar small. So that's what he's basically doing. And I don't see anything for us to be overly joyful about when even what he's doing is not benefiting Nigerians. You know, in the long run, let's hope it does, because if it doesn't, I'm telling you, it's gonna be the worst ever. I hope it does, but if it doesn't, we are in a very long journey to misery. You know, and we shouldn't all be saying that Tinubu is doing all this.
Oh, okay. So sorry. How much did you say you got it on the black market? I mean on Binance.
Through Binance, 750.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. So that's the point. One of the commentators on the chart is telling us that on the black market is 720. Do you
Yeah.
see?
Yeah.
So that then tells you that
it's not still stable. That's what I'm saying. If you're getting it 720 at the black market, is it still 720 in CBN?
no, what you got on Binance is the CBN rate, but the black market is 720. So that's about a 30 naira differential. But what you used to get at the CBN was 400 something, and then at the black market 750, 800, which was like a double your money deal. Do you see? The arbitrage has been removed. Do you see?
But before it used to be black market used to be higher than Binance. So I'm not sure what is going on. Do you understand? He did some.
Well, then that tells you that if it's cheaper outside than inside, then that tells you that the naira is finding its true value. You know, they said that the naira is going to settle at around about the 600 and something.
Well, let's see.
Within the next few months.
Let's not jump into conclusion. Let's
I
just.
know, but we're seeing it play out now. It's playing out in real time.
Well, let's hope, one man. Let's hope. I mean, I'm not hoping that much, but because I still need to do 1 or 2 transactions before it goes down that bad. What was I even saying? Yeah, about the whole arrest.
You should know what you are saying. You are a very clever man.
About the whole arrest.
You will regret saying that, or you will regret saying that.
I'm already regretting it.
Carry on.
Yeah. But anyway, this guy, what was it called? The ex World Bank president, David Malpass, coming out to, you know, like, I don't know why you're still trying to pin it into Tinubu's legitimacy or whatever. I mean, he's already the president. I don't know why we are still trying to legitimize him up to now. That shows that, I mean, something is not right if we're still talking about this.
No, nothing is wrong, except, of course, people constituting themselves into a nuisance in the hallowed halls of the court. But let me take you to one last space. Des, I just came across this. This is a human interest storyline. So, you know, they say Nigeria is one country, but really it is 2 states. Do you get this?
Yeah.
They say Nigeria is one country, but really it is 2 states. And this story that I'm about to bring you now will show you. Is yet another. Is one of the countless examples that tells us that we may claim to be one country, but we're certainly 2 states. We are more than 2 states. So, but in the broader strokes of it, we are 2 states. Nigerian lawyer recounts how he was arrested in Abuja after a married female friend visited him in his hotel room. So you'll say that he was playing Papa Jasco, and the woman's husband sent the police after him. But that's not what happened there. Listen to this. It says a Nigerian lawyer, Ayo Shogunro, has recounted how he was arrested in Abuja for having a married female friend visit him in his hotel. In a Twitter thread, Ayo stated that he was visiting Abuja for a human rights meeting with several NGOs when he contacted friends residing in the Federal Capital Territory so that they could all hang out. He said his female married friend paid him a visit in his hotel room, after which, to his surprise, the police came to arrest him. He said the police told him that they were in northern Nigeria, which is under the penal code. It is highly suspicious for a married woman to be visiting a man, and that the police officers were right to invade his hotel without a warrant. He added that he was made to sleep in a police cell and was released the next day. So let's now see what he has to say. It says, so about last weekend's event, I came to Abuja to facilitate a human rights meeting with several NGOs, and my accommodation was also booked at the hotel where the meeting will be taking place. Soon as I landed, I sent messages to my friend in Abuja confirming that I was around. As always, whenever I am in Nigeria, my friends will come to welcome me at my accommodation and share a drink or two and generally gist. This time was no different for now. So he ends it with that for now. One of them promised to stop by on our way home from work, also in the area. Of the people that I texted, she was the first to get to my place. I had checked into the hotel around 6:20 p.m. and she got there around 6:40 p.m. Barely 15 minutes later, 3 police officers came to my door. When the police arrived at my door, they asked to be let in. I denied them entry and told them they had no authority to enter a private space without a warrant or a clear, just cause. Instead, they just pushed me aside and made their way in. On seeing my friend, they asked her to come with them. We both asked why. The police replied that because my friend was a married woman, she should not be in the hotel with me. I said this was ridiculous. She was a citizen of Nigeria and has a right to meet with anyone. The officers insisted that she must come with them, and so must I, for questioning. So I said no way. On what grounds? If they wanted to arrest me, I would comply, but I would not voluntarily follow them to answer questions on unclear and unstated allegations. This argument went back and forth for a while. One officer even started recording it on his phone. Some other police officers were called in for backup, making them about 6 in total. A few of my other friends also arrived. The hotel management came in. It became quite a scene. Eventually, the officers got fed up with my refusal to voluntarily accompany them, and then said they were going to put me under arrest. Still no clear allegation or reason. My friend and I followed them out of the hotel where a van was waiting, and they took us to the station. Up to this point, I still had my phone on me. I hadn't I wasn't touched or cuffed or assaulted by the officers. Our interaction throughout was verbal only. I was able to use my phone to make calls and alert people about what was unfolding. But because I was still confused by what was going on, and the officers were not telling me who had sent them and how they discovered my room or why I was being targeted, and also to forestall the worst, I sent out a series of tweets to alert the wider public. But the police officers did not appreciate me putting the tweets out. At the station, they asked me to turn off my phone and hand it over. I did. They asked me to write a statement still with no context as to the charges, and I declined to do so without my lawyer present. After a while behind the counter, they called me for an interview with the DPO. I was still quite upset at this disruption of my day, and all this started barely an hour after I landed in Nigeria and entered Abuja. I told the DPO everything they did wrong, the process of arrest before investigation, using police to settle what was seeming to be a marital issue not involving me, barging into an hotel room without a warrant, and taking me into custody without a clear charge. The DPO countered that as we were in northern Nigeria under the penal code, it was highly suspicious for a married woman to be visiting me, and the police were within their rights to intervene and enter my room without all that process. Then I then asked her that, well, if that is the case, where is the evidence that any offense had been committed? She said they were not obliged to give me any evidence, and I should simply state my case and explain myself to her. So this is the system we're running. She suggested that I was enticing my friend against the penal code. I laughed out loud. My friend and I went back 15 years from law school. It was normal in my world that people, regardless of sex, gender, or marital status, visited me where I reside in Nigeria, and all these were always in a hotel. I then went into a long rant with the DPO about the need for proper police procedure, the need to respect constitutional rights, and the need to safeguard women's rights and autonomy. Eventually, she got fed up with my sermon and asked them to book me and take me to the cells. The issue then appeared to seem that because I was continuing to be rowdy and kept trying to demonstrate a clear understanding of law and police procedure, all the police officers had been offended. Taking me into custody for the night was presumably to teach me a lesson. The rest of the story is about the practical aspect of the lesson in respecting police officers. By the next day, I realized that cooling down was the way forward if I was still interested in leaving their station and conducting the events that brought me to Abuja. So it goes on and on. So this was the experience then of a guy who flies into Nigeria, has the misfortune of landing in the north, where the penal code is completely different. What do you make of this guy's experience, Des?
I mean, it's quite unfortunate for him. I mean, to be experiencing such a thing. Nigeria, there's a lot of things wrong here. I don't know about the penal. I've never heard about the North has a different penal code. I don't know about that one. I mean, if anybody that's a police officer or a lawyer should, clarify and see what's going on there. But with my knowledge, first, I don't see. I actually think this is a case of probably a blackmail, or the husband initially probably has been monitoring his wife's movement, because with the time frame of 2:10 or whatever a.m. to or whatever 2:30 a.m. to 3 something, is roughly 40 minutes, and the police barges in. It's clear that someone has been monitoring the girl or the woman in order to know what is going on. And for the woman's in the woman's own perspective, I think she actually did something wrong. If you're a married woman, I don't see any reason for you to be going to a man's hotel, even if you guys are friends. I think it's
Des, unusually, I'll say I agree with you on that, and I'm also surprised that that is how you say it. Yes, I would agree that as a married woman, irrespective of what your relationship is, and irrespective of how far back you go as friends, you should not be visiting a man in his hotel room. I mean, as a married woman, that's just
yeah, it's not a very good behavior. I mean, you guys can say in the bar talk, you guys can see so many places in the conference room talk, wherever you want to see. So if you're trying to meet him in a hotel, I mean, we all know what hotel means for Nigeria. You know, we all know what it is.
Now
So
you know more than us. I think that's more your territory, isn't it? Look at that.
I have an idea when someone I'm in a hotel, let the lady come. We have an idea what is about to go down, and even if it's not the intention, with that, just that act alone makes it wrong. And for the police own view, if I want to judge the policemen, it's very wrong for them to barge in and start. It's not in their right. I don't think it's in their right to arrest a man in that just because a woman is in his hotel room. This is clearly a person, a family issue that the husband should handle, inside the house, not.
Des, one man. I totally disagree with you. If you mistakenly were in Nigeria now and you log to an hotel with your family member and you have a friend that wants to visit you, what is wrong about that?
If it's with family,
no, that's different now. It's a maybe not a single man, but it's certainly there by himself.
By himself.
Yeah.
But what is wrong about that? Is now, we have a bad man. Like why can't she go and visit his friend in an hotel? That is where the friend is residing.
No, it's a lack of regard for her matrimonial home. What she should do is to go to that hotel, sit in the restaurant, order a drink, and then tell them to phone him that she's downstairs. What conversation are they having in a hotel room that they cannot have at the bar?
True.
Yeah. Mama, your mind is dirty.
No, would you find it that I wouldn't? I trust my wife in totality, but I wouldn't feel comfort with that. Would you feel comfortable with that?
You are right. Similar thing happened to me when I was in Nigeria. I went out with some of my friends, my wife and the family. They are in the hotel. Our friend came, a male friend, and they were in the, as you rightly said, they were in the bar, in the reception. He entertained. She didn't take her to the room. So at least some respect. You are right, but to me, well, let's move on, one man. I don't see anything bad in that. If you guys don't have any dirty mind.
Look at that. You are the one with the dirty mind. Look at Thomas. Even Des that was expecting to be all guy about it. Even he's conservative.
What?
I mean, if it's marriage oriented, then I think it's wrong. If it's just friendship, I don't think there's nothing wrong in that. They say one man, no, they keep one woman. So except say you marry him. For the police, judgment, I don't think is in their right. Like I said, it's a family issue, and a man should always find a way to control, if not control. If you notice that your woman is not being faithful, try to let go. Marriage is not by force. If it's not working, you let go. That goes what I said about Nigeria being very dictatorial in nature. A person can use authority to do whatever he wants to do in Nigeria. That is how Nigeria's system works. If you have money and you have power, you can do anything with the police. I mean, they're just a bunch of another set of thugs that you can buy with money. I mean, I've seen Nigerian police. A Yahoo, how stupid it is. You see a Yahoo boy, that maybe how's it called? Another person ate his money. He goes and call police to come and judge a case of criminal. It's quite absurd. Like
you know that was the relationship between Hush Puppy And then that policeman Abakari, yes, he was using the man to torment his fellow 419s.
Yeah, it's just crazy how Nigerian is. If you have the money, they will just judge any case for you, whether you are the one at fault or they're the one at fault. They will just twist the whole thing as long as you pay them money. I mean, personally, I've actually, when my old days when I was just not using my brain, I've actually used them to do one or two. But it's wrong, and it's not the way.
I hope that use them to come out person for ground though.
No, not that at all. I mean, and I tell yourself why I rest now. I won't use less teller like that. So it's quite how Nigeria works, and if something doesn't change, if they don't reform Nigerian police, they're still going to be doing what they're doing, regardless of who is the president. They need to have a serious reform, and hopefully need to increase their pay, and all their whole incentives, uniform allowance, and all this stuff that should make it worth entering, and have dignity in it. Basically, they should try and reform it, and I don't think if they do, all these things will be happening. They won't be using them like that. That's just what I have to say there. One man, there's not much to say about it, but yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Good to have you there. So let me go on from your desk. Let me go to Kumi, who I suspect may not be there because it's not like Kumi to be quiet. So Kumi, are you there? Yes. If Kumi was there, he would have let us know. Kumi. All right. So there it is. What about Ekene? Is Ekene there?
Yeah, man.
All right, brilliant. I can hear sleep in your voice. But before I come to you, Kenneth, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. So we've had super stickers from Ayo, and then Ayo again, and then Ayo still for the third time, and then we had the progressive known as Akim do a super chat to the conversation about the increased salary, and Ayo doing a super chat to the conversation about the increased salary. And just to say, it's quite a thing that anytime we go to the super chat, is only really a cycle of about 3 names. And that cannot be right. It's almost like Ayo is carrying the can for everybody. Every single time I go to the super chat, is always Ayo all the time. And as nice and pleasant as it is, I'm sure Ayo wouldn't object to other people doing that super chat as well. So other people should feel free to. It should not be just the 1-2 names or on the super chat space. We don't label it enough, but there is the expectation that you can't do that. But to you, Ekene, you continue to insist that you saw this guy now, the chairman of this organization, going on television to tell us that Tinubu and his co-travelers, they've done a double your money deal in terms of their salary. Federal government approves 114% salary increase for Tinubu Shetima. You are saying that this is true, Ekene?
Yeah, one man. I saw the news. I listened to the news. So maybe they're still playing with the minds of the people. I don't know. But as for me, I know that I watched the news and I saw the news. So the man came on Arise TV 9 o'clock news and answered those questions that I put to you that time. So, but maybe they want to play with the minds of the people. But for me, I watch it. So it's not Arise News. It's not. I think they have a YouTube platform and all those ones. So anybody that is interested can go there and watch it. So
don't worry. I will track it down, especially after everything that Bishop said earlier. But no, I hope, even if this is the case, I hope they come out and reject it, and then say that given the circumstances, because it cannot be, they cannot accept this increase, can they? They cannot, especially when they've doubled the expenses of everybody in the country. They cannot then give themselves double the money. That's not, even for Nigeria, it's not right.
Yeah, one man. That's the thing now. You know, I wish our government do the right thing, sha. I wish they do the right thing, because, but if they choose not to do the right thing, that's their own cup of tea. People will definitely react. So I believe Tinubu knows what is right. I believe the governors and the senators, they know what is right. So if they choose to do the right thing, it's for their own benefit. If they don't want to do the right thing, the Nigerian masses are looking at them. You know, just like Nigeria is, removing this fuel subsidy is not, it's not an easy tax on Nigerians. But Nigeria decided to bear it because the government have been able to come out to explain a lot of things, that a lot of money is going down there. So we need to remove it so that we can use the money to do a lot of things for the country. So we agreed that the sacrifice we're going to pay for our country to be better, no problem. But it should not be only on the masses. I'm expecting the government on their own also to make some sacrifice. Like I said, if not even cutting their salaries, but I can tell you that they're still driving, the number of cars they're driving, are still living large and all that. I don't object to that, but coming up to propose, I don't know whether they approve or not, but for them to even make that statement of proposing for 114% increase, that's one of the last news I'm expecting to hear in this country at this point in time. But I don't know. So they should also sacrifice. They should lead by an example. We should see it in their lifestyle. We should see the way they govern. They cannot be suffering the masses and at the same time telling us to sacrifice. We are ready to sacrifice. We have already accepted to sacrifice for the country to be better. So, but we expect them also to sacrifice. They should be the first to sacrifice, but we first of all accepted it. So even the labor, this thing,
but
have not been able.
Ekene,
Yeah.
sorry, my brother. The fuel that was high affect everybody in Nigeria, isn't it? Even the politician, everybody will buy the same fuel. There's no petrol station that we say you are a politician, you are Buhari family, you are Tinubu family, I will sell less to you.
Yeah.
But Thomas, the politicians are likely to invoice their petrol to the state. So the state will pay for their petrol. That's the thing.
Yeah, but their family members, their extended family members will not have that opportunity. All of us, we are eating the breakfast together. That's what I just want you to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Thomas, check your phone. Carry on, can I?
Yeah, everybody is eating the breakfast together, but as a leader, we're expecting much from them. You cannot deny the privilege they have as leaders over the masses. So that's what I'm trying to say. So, and the labor is on their neck now. And the last meeting they held, is it on the 19th? They have not been able to come up with any concrete agreement, and all these things. They're all there. So I don't know how they're going to resolve that one. And the demand of the labor is very much. They're looking at 200,000 minimum wage. The government, the gas, SNG gas transformation and all that. and the cutting of cost of governance, and all those things. Those are the requests the laborers are bringing up, which they've not been able to come up with a conclusion. So, and they're coming up when they've been able to resolve all these things. I would have said that Mr. Tinubu has arrived and has achieved at least one of his the result of his removal of fuel subsidy. For now, he just removed it, and we are looking at how he will handle it to make sure that the Nigerians will also benefit. And you know, we're expecting in few, maybe 2 or 3 years time, we'll be expecting the improvement in our hospitals and in our health sector, the education and all that. Because the reason I believe for the removal of this fuel subsidy is to improve those areas. They'll see the resources to do all those things. So it's now upon them. It's not just to remove it. They remove it to benefit the masses. So we're expecting those things. The expectation is too high. Like I said, the dollar, which is my major concern, I've not been able to stabilize. I don't know the reason. I don't know what is happening. I don't know. Is it the problem of the abokis, or I don't know, because those guys are still wasting strong. They still determine the price of the dollar in Nigeria now. I don't know why they have not been able to come to conclusion. Or I don't know, because the dollar is still it's about 770 or 780, so it's still going up. The black market. So he said that the bank, you know, I've never seen a bank selling dollar.
Because when I said that I bought 7, because I know Binance in black market is higher than Binance. If Binance is 750, then black market should be 770 or 760 above. That's when you said 720. I didn't want to argue because I'm not in Nigeria to confirm.
I said 770, 780. That's the price in Nigeria. That's the black market price. So that's the thing. So and it is beginning to affect some goods a little bit. So, but I don't know how they will intervene, because if they leave it like that, the way it's going, a lot of there were, in fact, the guy on show working Politics today was analyzing, and they're telling us to expect hard days. We should be expecting some difficult days ahead. We should be expecting the petrol to sell about 700 naira, and a high rate of $1. That is the guys and economists is giving those analyses what we should be expecting in the few months, or in fact, the guy was saying that at least for the first 1 year of this administration, we should expect a lot of hardship and all that, which I don't really believe, because I don't want Nigeria to suffer more than what they have suffered in the Buhari administration. Nigeria has suffered a lot. So the price of commodities in this country is on a very high side. Like I said yesterday, a lot of family are going through a lot. You know, the removal of subsidy does not come just removing it. You know, it affects business and all that. So business, it affects every area of our economy. So it's already biting hard. There is an increase in the price of food and all that. So we don't want to experience more than what we have experienced in the past 8 years. And I believe that the present administration, they know what to do. Tinubu knows what to do, and I know he can do it. So if he really means well for the country, let him react positively and cushion those bad economic prophecy we are hearing. So I don't want those things to come on board. Buy fuel 700 naira would be like a suicide in this country. And the many other things that are predicting the dollar to be 1,000 naira. No, I cannot live in this country buying dollar 1,000 naira 1 month. So they should know how to handle it. So that prophecy, I don't believe in all those prediction. I don't believe it. For an economist to begin to predict those things, but I know when government do the right thing, they will be able to cushion those things. So that's my take, one man. Everything lies on the government. That's the thing.
All right. Let me take you to this headline on the screen, Kene, and tell me if it's making the news in Nigeria. Chief of Naval Staff Zubeiru Gambo refuses to hand over to Ikechukwu Ogala, insists on paying billions to contractors before leaving. So, as you know, Tinubu changed all the service chiefs, and he said the ones that were there before, he's retiring them with immediate effect, and the new ones to take their position with immediate effect. But the Chief of Naval Staff, he's refused to leave because he still wants to sign some contracts and pay out some money. He said his new replacement should come back on Friday. Is this making the news, and what are you making of it?
Yeah, I saw the news. I saw it, but I don't really. I never put more interest in it, but as you bring it on the platform, I think all these things is one of the lack of integrity in our system, that people are our service chief and all those that. What's wrong with the man? Appointment has been made. The president has made a declaration. If you cannot obey the order of the president, then I don't know what gave him the guts, the audacity to be reacting in that manner. So I don't know. So maybe Tinubu is not in the country now. Maybe when he comes back, because I believe there are still maybe there will still be some approval in the Senate and all that for those appointments. So maybe during that period, there's no way we can continue now, especially when the president has said, "I've make an appointment for this position." And what are you doing there? You want to set the country on fire, or do you want to cause problem for the government? Let's see how he handles it. But I know he's just playing share. He cannot do that.
Can I quickly interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Bishop.
Yeah, I really was trying to hold back not to say this, but let me tell you again, this story is false. Unfortunately, you will still say, what language did you use that time? But the story is false. There is a procedure. The chief of army, the police chief was. I just wanted the real thing to play out tomorrow. For us to grip of it. There is a procedure for their handing over. The army chief has not handed over. The Air Force chief, there is a procedure for their handing over. Maybe most of them will be concluded by Friday. I'm not saying that authoritatively, but there is no place for the chief of naval staff to say, when you were even having the readout, they were saying that they were begging him. And I dare say it was only in, what was that paper you were reading? What's the name of that?
People's Gazette.
People's Gazette that carried that news. I will do some search on it tonight, but there is no child truth to that People's Gazette report. That's just what I wanted to add. We'll confirm tomorrow.
No. What's the basis of you saying that? What's the basis of you saying that?
Because I have the information.
Which information?
From a personnel, from another personnel. I won't say more than that. A senior one at that. I won't say more than that. Maybe when we and you talk on phone tomorrow.
All right. but it's been widely reported though. But let me come back to you then, Kene. So what is making the news to in Lagos today? What are people talking about? What's
Everywhere is still calm. You know what we are facing in our area. We have some challenges in especially in Alaba market. So the challenges are still there. So a lot of people are, I don't know, sure, but somebody approached me and said he wants to sell his house. I said, let him go and look for buyer now. People are want. Sure, many people are trying to play smart to put up most of their properties for sale, but many people are also reluctant to buy.
You mean in Alaba they want to sell their properties in the market?
Yeah. If anybody, in short, one of my friend Gogo, he has a lot of property. He has the house he's living. In fact, I was surprised that the guy said to me that his house has not acquired a house number. I said, what are you saying? He said, man, that although it's a newly built house, one decking. So I said, man, you have to do something about it. So he was just running about today to know how he will acquire some legit.
Who gives out the house numbers? Is it the local authority?
I think it's local government. I don't know. I think it's local government. But most of them, they feel reluctant. So, but when all these things happen now, you begin to see them run about. So he wants to sell some land, some shops, then maybe remain in his house. So that's what he's trying to do, and he has been running about today for that.
Do you get a sense, Kenneth, that the Southeasterners, especially, no, you can't speak for the whole Southeasterners, but do you get the sense that the Alaba market people, they're getting a bit fed up and they want to sell up and just maybe move their money somewhere else? Is that feeling there?
Well, I think the feeling is there, but it's not just selling off, but maybe holds to some. No, like somebody that has maybe 3 lands, 4 lands, you want to sell at least 2 or 3. Then have maybe still holding 1. Somebody that has 2 houses may definitely want to sell maybe 1, maybe having only 1. That is the feeling I'm getting. It's not just trying to abandon Lagos or that, but they're trying to.
What is the reason of selling these properties, please?
You know what is going on. Most of, like I said, especially the only confidence you have now in Lagos, if you have a C of O in your property. If you don't have it, you don't have any confidence having any property now in Lagos. And most of our people, the way they understand things, I don't know. So, like I said, that those places that were demolished is billions of naira. It's billion. It's not 1 naira. To see the energy of the investment that those guys have put up there. So waking up, whether legit or not legit, waking up to one day and losing those things, and those things are plazas, not just ordinary shops. They are plazas. So waking up to just lose those properties, it's not a child's play. Like I told you, one man, most of those shops are worth about 100 million, 100 million from above. It's a fact. You can come to Alaba and price a plaza in Alaba and know how much they will sell you.
Next time I'm in Nigeria, I'm definitely visiting you in Alaba. No question about that.
Yeah. So
I'll come and eat pepper soup with you. Do you have a nice pepper soup joint?
Why?
In Alaba.
Why? Yeah, it's everywhere.
Oh, all right. So next time I'm in Nigeria, I'll come and see you. Then we go and drink pepper soup.
No problem there. So I don't want the issue is that the panic in the country. I don't know, but maybe I still want Nigeria to be where it is, was to remain one, not living. Lagos is a place that I really want to stay for a very long time before maybe going back to the village. But even for myself, me personally, I'm redirecting my footsteps for some reasons because you need to play safe. You don't want to invest money and then one day you say you are losing it. You need to play safe. You need to put your money where you know it is safe, whether at least.
But Lagos is the only place you can make money in Nigeria, and I'm talking about money, not change. There are only two places that you can make, three places really: Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. Those are the places you can make money in Nigeria.
Not really so. No, man. Lagos is like I told you before.
You know all the money in the East. You know they are Lagos money. They are not East money. They are Easterners who come to make their fortunes in Lagos and then go to show off to their friends and family back home. And not just the East, or even the rest of Yoruba land, everywhere in Nigeria, everywhere in the South. It's really Lagos money that everybody takes back to their,
Lagos is a very good place. I don't deny that because when I was discussing with one of my friend, I was telling him, the type of business we do here is not a street type of business. It's not a street business. You sell goods in quantities, unlike other places. You understand this? It's only Lagos. So, but other places, although Onitsha is there, Aba is there, Nnewi is there, but you know what? Those places, they have their specific business. Nnewi is for pass and all that. Aba is for clothing and the shoes. Even in this Lagos, people go to Aba to go and buy clothes because I can tell you in Nigeria today, the only place you can get clothing and the shoes on a cheaper rate is in Aba, as far as Nigeria is concerned. So people from Lagos go to Aba to buy. Even those in Ireland, they still go to Aba to buy clothes and come back and sell it in Lagos up till today. You understand? So it depends on what you are selling. Depends on what you are selling and how you channel your business. So a lot of developed area now in the southeast that needs the business investment to boom those areas. The idea. So for me, even me personally, I'm thinking towards that direction. So somebody, I can tell you that one man woke up last year, beginning of last year, one man in the same line with us. The man told us that he's traveling back to village. He's from Imo State. We said, wow, this man is a rich man. He sold his house, sold the shop, sold all the goods he have in his warehouse. We think this man is playing. He said he's traveling back. He don't want the stress again. He wants to go back to village and relax. This one went to Owerri, bought a land, built about 12 shops, take 2 out of it, put up a building material business there, build a house in Owerri, build a house in a village, bought a nice car from Lagos, took his family back to the village. The man is enjoying today. In fact, everybody was, after all this incident, everybody in our life was
is that the life you dream about? I could hear, maybe not envy, But certainly, is that the life you dream about? You dream
Yeah,
about that?
yeah, yeah. I love it. I love the what the man did. I love it very much. The man is living a very nice and comfortable life now. The man is very happy. He can go to Umunna meeting as a rich man. Maybe even if you call him to come for village meeting, he doesn't need to waste time. He just travel, just go down to his village from Owele and go to Umunna meeting and come back to his business. And you know, the man, he travel with a lot of money. So setting up a business is an easy thing for him. So, and he rented, he built a. In fact, I love it. I love it. A lot of them. Another man, the other one is even richer than him. That one sold a lot of shops, sold his plaza and everything. Went to the village and built a hotel. He's not even doing anything in Alaba again. The only thing that remains now is the house he has in First Tag. So you just come visit and go back. So, and I like it. I like it. Yeah.
Can I please ask a question?
Yeah.
Another question, please. A few days ago, there was tension in Onitsha about whether they say 150 shops or 100 and something shops or 60 shops that were marked to be demolished.
Yeah.
Was it false or is it true?
Well, I have not seen it.
No, I saw it. I saw the news, but I didn't want to bring it because it would look like but yeah, but I saw it. Yes, it is true.
Yeah, maybe when they demolish it, we'll see it, and we know the reason why they demolish it. You know one thing about demolition. When you commit a crime, you know you commit a crime. Soludo has done some demolition, which I know, and everybody knows is justifiable. A place, like I told you one man last time, a place that we are made for an airport before Obiano came. That airport is even in my village, Gogo. That place is in my village, Gogo. That first place that they were supposed to build an airport.
Okay,
everybody knows this is government property.
Is that place still gonna develop? Because I get property there for Oba.
There are about 1,000 properties in Lagos. If you go and check their register, that are marked for demolition because they have been certified distressed. Over 1,000. I'm not exaggerating because I saw a glimpse of it. But the only one that seemed to be generating.
You saw the list, Bishop.
Yes, I saw the list.
Where did you see the list? Bishop, you're very funny. I mean, you speak like you actually know everybody, even DSS. I mean, I won't be surprised when DSS.
I mean, we can interject ourselves, but when you interject in a manner that
hold on, Bishop, man, Nisuru now. It's not everything you flare up at. We all knew he was teasing you now. Just relax. No, just relax a little bit. You spike too easily.
Okay, always up in arms. If immediately you hear my voice, I'm beginning to make sense. I'm beginning to have that. To what somebody said.
No, it's just slightly teasing you now. We all heard that. I mean, come on, man.
Now I'm answering. Am I fighting? Did I abuse you?
You sound like you're fighting. Now. You sound like you're upset.
No. I'm responding to you. You only said something, and I'm responding. You said
okay,
it.
Go on.
I answered you affirmatively, and I was going to say, if you want me to send, and you now went ahead and say, I sound as if. I know what that means. I know what that means. But if you don't want me to say, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
No, Bishop. I think you are talking to me now. So I would want you to finish your talk.
Does he hold any water anymore? Because I saw a list. If you want me to send you the list, yes, I will send it to you. But it's okay. Thank you very much.
Well, no, don't be angry. Well, I don't know. I've not seen it, but the only thing I know is that if you have come to Alaba, that place is just like doing a demolition in trade fair now. I know many of us here has been in trade fair. It's not a 1 naira investment. Those places are billions of naira investment. It's even more than Alaba. So it's just like going there to do a demolition, man. People will not. They might not fight back, but it's just like that is the best place you can attack the Igbo man. Threat fair, Alaba. If you have been in these two market and I think one other market like that, these are major market dominated by Igbo people. A lot of investment. You understand? So other places, I don't know how, but these two or three places I mentioned to you now, Alaba was not just it's an international market, and I know that Lagos state government approved it, even the federal government approved it. So so that's why a lot of Igbo men have confidence making a lot of investment there, building business there. They don't just come in there to develop. Before they came there to develop, they have gotten a lot of approval from, in fact, Alaba on its own has C of O from federal, approved by federal. So, when demolition happens there, people will say, hi.
Ekene, my brother, is it, they are not destroying the whole Alaba. Is it only the faulty building they are demolishing?
No.
Because you sound, wait. You sound as if they want to chase all Alaba markets away.
No, it's not when last time those videos I sent to you, it's not anything concerning about 40 buildings or other. It's just a section. They map it out maybe for some reasons which there was a video circulating. You saw the video that Alaba amalgamated chairman has made. He's the general chairman for the whole Alaba. He said a lot of things in that video, and it's almost the same thing that I told you that the man said. You understand? So that is not about I want to say it's not about any 40 building or anything. That section has been chosen for a particular purpose. So that's why they remove all the buildings there. But the ones that have C of O, they will still get their compensation or whatever, because those ones are still standing. That about 2 or 3 buildings that have C of O there is only building standing in that. If you come there, it's just a place, just like a section. Do you understand? So they've removed it. If we have been able to get that video, you see the amalgamated chairman of Alaba International Market. He was speaking to Songolo and said that he was telling him that he never expected what happened, because 2 of them are very good friends. So he expected him to pay to call him for this, but he never made any effort to call him, even though he wants to remove that place. And he understands the fact that the place was being given to the Chinese for development. So the man made mention of it. I brought it up in my video that day. So I was not the only. This is the. I'm talking what I'm saying. What the chairman amalgamated of Alaba International Market. The video he made himself, which is circulating online as of today.
Okay.
So
can I interject?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Simba. Why are you always in the middle of the night? Do you not sleep?
I'm still trying to adjust to my Nigerian.
Acclimatizing.
Yes, because by now in Saudi Arabia, this should be like almost 5 or 6 a.m. in Saudi Arabia. So I slept early yesterday. I slept around 8 in Nigeria. So.
All right.
So that was why I'm still trying to adjust. Okay. Ekene, I listened to.
How's the family? Is everybody good?
Everybody is good. We are fine. It's even it's raining now in Ilorin heavily. So
Sorry, apologies, Simba. Do you enjoy it? You know the one thing that I used to enjoy. You know those aluminum roofs that we used to have in Nigeria.
I don't. I thought are you not hearing it now? Though most time now, we use what is it called now? We don't use aluminium roof
Yeah,
again
you
most
use
times.
tiles now. So slates, yeah.
There's a name we call it. It comes in different color, very thick. Just
Yes.
like it's like that old Adex that we are using, but that one was made of asbestos. But this one is actually
Is it
that's from steel.
Is it called shingles?
Well,
No.
it should be shingles, but then that's another name. That's what we call it here, shingles. But I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
they have a name. They call it Nigeria. No,
So
Nigeria they get a different name now.
you don't hear the sound as much like the
So
normal
ní
relationship.
páànù mọ́ ní Ìlọrin, páànù tó dàbí
And,
àwọn ilé tó máa
and
those brown
it depends on your
house.
status. It depends on your status.
Yeah, you go fear now.
So
Simba, Saudi Arabian.
Àwọn èèyàn ṣe ń lò now. That's what I'm saying. That some people are still using that old. That usually, but I think they have improved of it, so it doesn't get rusted, brown like the one that we used to see in the olden days. But those old houses are still there in the indigenous areas. So the question I want.
All right, carry on. But just a final anecdote on that space. You know, there's nothing I used to enjoy more. You know those brown roofs of Ibadan. You know the Ibadan. You know it's all about the brown aluminum roofs. I used to really love when rain falls on that thing and it makes that rat-a-tat-tat. I used to love that. But carry on.
Okay. So because Ekene, you came. Was it yesterday that the woman shows your video, and you also adduced to the fact that these people that demolished their house have been given notice several years back. That you also adduced that they were built. Most of these buildings are in the legal area. Most of them are on the on the drainage or whatever.
Kana. He said Kana.
Kana. Yes. But what I can see from your voice now is like you are already changing what you say, because you are now saying that somebody is saying that because you are trying to put emotion into it now, as if what the government has done is not right, and you are putting costs on the if somebody build, even if you like build a 1 billion naira, $1 billion house on an illegal space. The fact that it costs $1 billion does not mean is to say that building should stay. So because I don't.
Yeah, no. If you listen to me very well, you see the area. I made my point. Like, if you must have an investment in Lagos now, you must have a CFO. In fact, my conclusion in everything is that any investment that you have in Lagos now, you don't have CFO. You are still you are living as a tenant to your own property. That's how I
exactly
concluded.
Because even that your friend that you said is about to sell some of his property, and he's telling you that it doesn't have papers, it doesn't have any document for those properties that he has, and he wanted to sell them. He wanted to sell them to another person that will be a victim at the end of the day.
Yeah, that is the point I'm making. I even shouted on him. You understand? You see, that's the this thing. I'm trying to tell you the motion and what it has cost, and what it has impacted in a lot of people living in that area. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's just like people are waking up now to
right
like this. My guy now he's running about now on how to secure, on how to manage, but before he was relaxed. You think nothing is happening. You understand? So, but when this thing happen now, people will wake up there'll be options. There are people who begin to make what am I going to do? What my investment and all that and all that. You understand? So that's the point I'm trying to make. There is nothing like being emotional there. Even me myself, I've already know myself that before I do any investment here in Lagos, if I'm not sure of C of O, I'm not gonna do it. Do you understand the point I'm making? So it's like understanding the situation on the ground, knowing fully well and acknowledging what will happen. It may be when you are saying, let me just go and buy a land, they give you a receipt, you start to build and all that and that without getting a normal. I also made a point here that the people that, the properties that are there that have C of O, their compensation will be duly paid. We had the news. I put it out there. You cannot destroy their own property because they have C of O and all that. But the point I also made a point that getting that C of O is a very difficult task here. It's a very difficult task. Not that a lot of people don't want to have it, but getting it is not a one-day job. You have to know somebody that knows somebody. Which somebody like me, I don't have that kind of time. That stress is not. It's not like I don't have that kind of stress. I cannot stress myself on those things.
One thing you have to realize is that getting CFO is not enough. If you bribe your way to get a CFO on an illegal property,
not even illegal, Simba. What I want to chip in is this: it depends on the reason why the house is being demolished, the property is being demolished. If you have a C of O and you built a house there, and somewhere along the line, the house failed integrity tests. It failed integrity tests, like the one they call distressed. Distressed in terms of strength and compliance with some structural or approval, whatever, irrespective, and despite the fact that you have a C of O, the house can be demolished. So it is not because you don't have a C of O. That's why they are demolishing house. The reason why they are used for these ones are distressed house buildings, and why they started that inspection, especially for multi-story building, anything that is not bungalow, 1 story and above, is because of the spate of collapsed buildings that we had in Lagos about some few years ago. If anybody remember, every time multi-story buildings were just collapsing. So if the demolition is as a result of defective structural whatever, or that the house is distressed, that is weak as a result of so many things, and it can collapse at any time. Whether you have a CFO or not, the house can be demolished. So let's separate.
But Bishop, the point I made here, I've debunked that rumor of distress. There is nothing like distress in this aspect. I've given the reason, which I don't know more than chairman of the amalgamated, because the same thing I said in my video, he also put it out in his own video, that the place was being given out to the Chinese for better development. Do you understand? But not minding the fact, the government can decide to do whatever they want to do with their property. Do you understand? I don't care for demolition or anything. Anybody, if you go there, you see a lot. Even there are the buildings that have not been even roofed, they are still under construction. I would have snapped it and show you. It was demolished. As far as you are around that, your building is around that in that center. You understand?
Ekene, sorry for coming. Ekene, sorry for coming here.
No, apologies, Thomas. Let me just use that window you opened to just clean myself out. So let me acknowledge the super chat for the final round. Prince Daddy, of course, who does it with some regularity. Ayo, who does it routinely, and he just rattles off at it. So that's Ayo, and then Ayo again. And then Akim, who does a super chat, and Ayo, who opened up the proceedings with with a super chat, only really to debunk that story that refuses to be debunked, the 114% increase in Tinubu salary. So thank you for the super chat. So by tomorrow, I want to be able to be reading out names other than Prince Daddy and Ayo. So that super chat space is open for everybody, and you should avail it. It cannot be Ayo just carrying the can in that space. So now let me hand over to the military administration of Thomas as I ease myself off. So
You did say it very well. Lieutenant, Brigadier, Marshal, Field Marshal.
Yes, I know your people have been waiting for me to get out of the way so that they can come in. So let me leave you guys to whatever you do.
Yeah. Good night. My regards to the family.
All right, cheers, Thomas. To you.
God bless. Yeah, God bless. Yeah, Ekene, what I want to say, then Bishop will come in, is that if they were demolished, the building were demolished on the grounds of default. In my opinion, Bishop, you can debunk me, you can correct me. I stand to be corrected. You still own the land, isn't it? But if you were demolished for maybe sometimes government take land from people for public use, they can pay you compensation. But if we were demolished at the grounds of defects, you still own the land. That's how it's supposed to be.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact, because I have seen some building in this Lagos that on the cost of building it, in the, maybe getting at the roofing top, those buildings collapse. There was one in my area. The government came in, took over, and within some time they were able to sort it out. Then they now released the land for the person back again. About 2 or 3 buildings that I know.
Thank you.
So I know it. But for this instance now is purely for development. Maybe they have another plan for it, for that area, which is not bad. It's not bad.
But Ekene, you also told us that this area are not part of the Alaba market. This area that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's an extension. Yes, I said that it's an extension.
Yeah, and I know that the so-called Alaba market was actually given for giving out by Jakande during Jakande regime. It was not as if it was government that designated that area for market. So if people have now gone beyond the demarcated area, and they are not, and probably that area is not actually designed for markets, and people are now using it for market. Did you see anything wrong in that for government to take it over?
No, I didn't see anything wrong in that. I said that, it's not, that area is already, people have taken it. In fact, the reason why I blame a lot of our people, like I said in that video, is, money, all this money of a thing. When you have money in your pocket, you are eager to do an investment. You're not eager to make some inquiries how that investment will be. You understand? So that area, there are a lot of areas like that, because I was able to understand that only place approved for Alaba is only electronics and electrical section, which means if it continues like that, a lot of building will go down. A lot. Do you understand what I mean? A lot of building.
I think the lesson here is that we should learn to do things properly. We should not always think we should not always think that we can bribe our way and get things done. Let me give you an example.
I don't really think that.
Let me give you an example, Ekene.
I think this is of the government just trying to be the government, because let's take DC for example. All these New York, DC, this place if you've been to DC, anybody has been to DC or anybody has been to New York, it's so congested. Like the buildings, the houses are so close to the road that it's not something that you might come and say, is this, you say this America, like the so-called America that, you can't even see a parking space. If the government were to, because the building has already been built and everybody has already taken over, so they had to just make use what they have and build road with what they have, according to what I learned. If they started demolishing houses because they wanted to make roads, I mean, they're gonna have a lot of suits against them, which is why they did it that way. So if someone has a C of O and you gave that person a C of O with the plan of the whole thing you wanted that place to look like, and give me a C of O according to it, and later you come and tell him that you're trying to demolish it, I mean, that is just stupid. I don't care what Bishop is
No,
saying.
you see, that's the point I'm trying to make. Even in that area that are not
You know,
approved for
but
Alaba,
there's
the people that have C of O there still have they still got their what they deserve. As in they still have their compensation from the government. Do you understand what I mean? That
that's
the
what I
point
want
I'm
to
trying to
tell
make, that
this.
the important the thing that what I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make there is that what I understand is that for you to acquire those properties in any way you want to acquire it in Lagos, you require those C of O. But another point there is, how can you get it? Because getting that C of O also is not an easy task. I tell you here that 90% of building in our area don't have C of O. It's a fact. And it's not that they don't want to have. It's that they don't know how to go about it, or they're going about it and they're not getting the answers they want to get, unless you know somebody or somebody that knows somebody. That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah.
Let me tell you this. When you buy a land, even before you buy a land, you need to go to Ministry of Land to go and make an inquiry about that land before you even purchase the land at all. That's the normal thing to do, to know the status of that land. Because you have.
Go ahead, finish.
Okay, so after that, before you start your building, you need a plan. You go to Ministry of Town Planning to go and you submit you go to your architect or whatever to design the whatever building you want to put. You take it to Ministry of Town Planning to see whether that building that you want to put on that land is actually can stand the integrity of that land first. Is also appropriate for that area.
Simba, sorry for cutting you. Anybody that know the requirements to have a C of O in Nigeria, they can tell us, please. Just educate us. Thank you.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm building up now. Then after that, even before that one, that land, you need to do the next thing after acquiring it is to do your bid of assignment. Then because that's stage one. Then after that, they will give you right of occupancy, R of O. Then from that R of O, you move to C of O, certificate of occupancy. So to me, if you have done the due diligence, what you're supposed to do from everything that I've said, you will be having all these documents with you. If you have done all this, even if you have not gotten your C of O and you have already applied for it, you already have your R of O. That means government has already given you some approval for that land. They will not just come and seize it and not compensate you. But what we find in most cases is that people don't even have anything. Some people can even give them fake document, forged documents.
It's only receipt they give them, receipt that they used to buy the land. And
exactly received from who? From who? From Bale or one tout in the community.
Simba, and
okay, Bishop.
Yeah, number one, let me just quickly say, I don't know if it was Des that spoke. You don't care what I say. You don't care because you did not care to listen to what I said, and you misrepresented completely what I said. But that's by the way. That's your choice. it's okay to buy land from traditional holders. The only thing is that when you buy it, after you do your survey, there is a land agreement. It is allowed. I mean, the only thing is that it's not only one person that will sign it. If you are buying from people, maybe the ballet, the community, the family, you know, they will sign it together. Even the ones that cannot sign, they will fingerprint, they will do their thumbprint. How do you call it? Now, when you do that, you go and you do your survey that will be registered. After you have done a verification, if the land is not a government acquired land, because some people buy land and they will come and say, oh, we bought the land 20 years ago and we built on it, because government was not ready to come. So if government is ready 30 years after you have bought your land and you did not bother to go and do the necessary verifications at the state land registry, anything can happen. So after you do your authentic original survey at the Ministry of Lands in the state, which is, they used to call it red copy for people that, you know, because there are different categories of survey plan. Somebody will just draw something for you like the one draft men do, and they will just put something and you believe you have a document. If you don't go to state to go and verify, they used to call it one name when you are doing the check. I forgot the name, just ran off my head now. What did I? And I remember it now. If I remember, I will say you go. What it means is just to go and verify it in the lands. So if you now verify and it's free of any encumbrances, maybe it's a right of way, maybe it's a future development, maybe it's a green area, maybe it's on a power line, future power line, whatever. Maybe it's a future drainage line, whatever it is. If it is free of them.
Sometimes, Bishop, setback for road, setback.
Exactly, setback, right of way. Setback is still right of way. So if it is not, they give you, even on your land, you can apply for C of O. And what people run away from is because they feel it is expensive. So immediately you did your deed of conveyance, or what do you call it? That deed of something. It's a good document, you know. But as time is evolving, and if the area begins to open up, you need more than a deed of conveyance. You need more than just an agreement from the people that sold the land to you. You need more than, so that's where you begin to now advance to apply for CFO. Now, ordinarily, in past days, because I've been involved in that, some CFOs take years for you, for the process to be finished. Sometimes it can take up to 5 years. I remember recently, Oyo State tried to do an expedited one that you can complete your CFO in 1 year. It was in the days of Ajimobi started it. They stopped it somewhere along the line, and this present governor also started it because he wanted to use it to raise some money. But it is always very important to get it. Even if you have not gotten it, like Simba said, if you have taking the process to an appreciable level, it adds value to your property. It's not necessarily that it is house. Now, there is a big difference between the land ownership and the structure. The people that assign the land to you, if it is area that they give you specification of what you are allowed to build there, whether it is a commercial area, whether it is a residential area, whether it is a religious area. In Nigeria, we just buy land. Oh, God has led us, so we are looking for land for church. We buy land, we begin to build. If they come and demolish it tomorrow, because that place is not assigned for religious building, they will say, oh, they are witch hunting. But the truth of the matter is that if you have done a due diligence, you will know. So, but apart from that, you have gotten the land, you get the CFO, you get every document, you can use the land, you know, to get loan, to get whatever, because you have the certificate of occupancy. What you are going to put on it. Now, let's assume you have complied with what that area is allocated for. Maybe it is religious, maybe it is private residential, maybe it is this. In some areas too, they even tell you that you cannot go more than 2 levels, 2 floors. I remember in those days, people that built near airports in Ibadan, they said you cannot do 3-story there. I mean, many years ago, before they removed that aerodrome from Ibadan, because I know people that were living there then. You cannot build, you know, a certain height of building. Now, if you now build the inspectorate division, that is supposed to follow, especially if you are building multi-story. Remember the multi-story building that collapsed in Lagos Island sometimes about a year or 2 years ago, that this young guy owned, that he died inside. I can't remember the guy. That they said they have actually given him a stop work order. It's not
Oshibajo cousin.
Oh, is it his cousin? You remember the guy I'm talking about? Okay. Actually giving him a stop work order. But yet he went there. Same thing. One happened like that in GRA Port Harcourt. They they put a seal in the place, but the guys went there. They went and bribed some people, and they started work. And the building collapsed and killed several persons. And the one that happened in Lagos also. So, irrespective of certificate of occupancy, the state still has a right to come and stop you if they come for inspection and see that you are not building one according to plan, or you are not building according to the standard. There are two different things. Let's assume that you asked to build 8 rooms. You are not building 12 rooms. They can stop you. Let's assume that they give you an approval that give you like 10 feet away from the fence. You are now saying, oh, because the room is small, you now extended the room. You have now reduced the space between the house, the building, and the fence to 8 feet instead of 10 feet. You have violated the approval they give you. They can stop it and they can demolish it. You understand what I'm saying? So it depends on various. So if you are not past that stage and you are not building, you have succeeded in building the building, whether you have completed it or you have not completed it, but they come to do integrity test. And they now say integrity test, there are some block, they will put it in some machine and they will see how the tensile strength, how it will break. Your concrete, they will subject it to some test. Your cement mix, they will subject it to some test. The rods that you use, they will look, where is your structural engineer? If you have done your cast and there's no structural engineer that sign off on it, as bad as that, where is the structural? You are doing multi-story building. Okay, so where is your structural engineer? There's no structural engineer. That is enough reason, because already you have already cast the decking, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but there's no structural engineer that signed off on your something. They have the right under the Lagos state law to bring it down, because they don't know what you put in there. If you tell them you put in 16 mm reinforcement and what you actually use is 12 mm or 14 mm. So there are various reasons that can make one to violate a building code, or what do you call it now, that can make this, that can empower the state to demolish a building. The important thing is this: in whose interest are they acting? Now, finally, if it is confirmed that you have not violated, but they are, because the state has the power to collect your land if it is in the best interest of the state. But if you are a legal owner of that land, the state will compensate you. The problem we have is that out of only maybe about 10 out of 100 in some instances are the ones that actually have the document, the legal document that empowers you to be able to challenge the state and will make the state to compensate you. But the state has the right to compensate you if they are collecting your land for any reason other than the ones that I've stated. Now, when the BOI, Board of Bank of Industry building, when the building got bought some years ago, I don't know who remember that building, that they needed to now bring down, that they needed to go and bring some experts. Who remember that building? Bank of Industry in Lagos Island. Hello, is anybody there?
I don't remember, but I remember the building, one building. Yes, yeah. Continue.
It was Bank of Industry. When they demolished it, Lagos state government was the one that now went. So there was a conflict over the land. Lagos state government claiming that, look, what they invested, because that land was a multi-story building, maybe about 9 or 10-story building, but it was difficult to demolish. They had to bring in some experts. So the land itself now became a contest, a subject of contention between federal government and state government. And state government said that, look, okay, if you want to take the land, come and take it, but this is the bill of what we used in demolishing it, because it was a controlled demolish.
So the person still had the right to the land. It's just the building they took down.
Yeah, but now depends on what did it cost the state to demolish it. If it's something that like that BOI, Lagos State actually won against federal government, because they're saying that, look, what it cost them to demolish that building safely without affecting other buildings is much more than land itself. So federal government has no claim on the land. And you can just Google it. A bank of industry that got burnt. I think it's about 5, 6 or I think it's more than 6. It's almost about 10 years now, if I'm not mistaken. It's almost about 10 years. It was Fashola that was the governor there. So these are various reasons that can lead to. But if the people have genuine paper, I can assure you, if they sue, they will get compensated.
Thank you, Bishop. Ekene, add your final one. I want to go to Aizon. It's been long we hear
No,
from
because
Aizon.
before you can please, Thomas.
Yeah.
Let me say this. I just want to correct this. Even if you have a CFO, all lands belongs to the state government. Having CFO does not confer.
Simba, Oluwa lo nile now. Oluwa lo nile.
By the Land Use Act of 1978 enacted by the federal government, all lands belong to the state.
I know.
For the fact that so if you have a CFO and there's a need for government to use that land, they can still take that land from you. The only thing they need to do for you is to compensate you. So it doesn't confer a permanent ownership to you. And that's why even CFO is just like a lease of 99 years. That is one. Two, you know, there are some things that we do in Nigeria. It has happened to me, even here in Ilorin, whereby a government has a land that they've acquired from people, and they've already actually compensated those people because those lands are very close to the dam. And after several years, those same families that owns that land that have been compensated, their children now started selling those lands to people, and most people doesn't even know that government has already acquired that land.
Oh my!
You understand?
God.
So my home that I bought, I called my brother who is a surveyor. He did the survey for me. It was when he sent the survey plan to the ministry for confirmation, and they said no, they cannot approve this survey because this land belongs to government. And that was how I got to know. So if I have not done any due diligence on that land and I put structure on it, and then government now come and say they want to demolish, and I will start crying. Maybe it's a Christian that is a governor. I would say maybe because I'm a Muslim.
Religious attack. If it
or
is
maybe because
Igbo,
it's not
you will
from
say they are coming after Yoruba.
Exactly, and that is what we do in most of the time. Then another thing that I want us to understand is that, let me tell you, even if some people want to migrate to maybe leave Lagos and say they want to go to Southeast to go and continue their business. Business is thriving in Nigeria because of our population. We still sell across the country, and we need all of us, whether Hausa, Igbo, Sekiri, everybody, we need ourselves, and we benefit a lot from ourselves. If you are selling your goods in Aba and people don't come from either Makurdi or Ibadan to come to Aba to come and buy the goods, the people that are going to buy, there will be no market for your goods in Aba. And then another thing is that we are all fixated on what is happening in Lagos. It's not only in Lagos that the Igbo lives. They live everywhere in Nigeria. Come and see what Igbos are doing in Ilorin as I'm talking to you. They are doing fantastically well, and everybody is carrying out their businesses without any interference, without any intimidation from anybody. But what actually baffles me is that if any little thing happens, then we give it religious coloration, we give it ethnic coloration, and people that are doing wrong thing, they're actually the one using all these things to get like an emotional blackmail, to get sympathy from the public. Because if you have a land that you know that is an illegal land, you don't have any document on the land, and government comes and takes the land, and you are saying that because you are Igbo or you are Yoruba, that's why they are doing this to you. I don't think we are being fair to the people of Nigeria. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Simba. Let me show you what I'm doing here. Did you guys want to know what I'm doing? If you don't mind.
Okay. Show us now. Show us.
Woman.
Look at this. What did you see?
Is that not rice? Rice?
Woman,
Egusi.
Okay.
I'm the cook. I'm the cook for the
woman,
house today. Yeah, yeah. Aizon. Yeah, one man is not here.
woman.
This is Thomas. One man is not here. This is Thomas.
Must be a very good cook.
I'm a good cook. Oh, you see my spoon? A big soup of egusi. Yeah.
Thomas na Lokina, na local guy now. Where trained, where brought up.
Aizon, are you there? You speak now. You muted yourself again.
Aizon.
Yeah.
Aizon.
I don't know one man. I don't know. Maybe they have rendition.
No,
I
think he was driving or something. You could hear that he wasn't in a settled place. Aizon.
We'll come back to him maybe later.
Sapele water, isn't it? Is that Sapele water?
Sapele water. Noah, let's hear from Noah again. Noah, you give Noah. Oko Noah. Noah. Let's go to Kumi. Kumi, how are you? I think you are there.
Kumi has been sleeping since now.
I've been sleeping before. I just woke up.
We are still here with our Bula Balu.
Hey,
how are you doing? What do you think about what brought you today? Yeah, we have some talking points.
Okay.
I think yes, let me just go through it. What do you think about the Shetima? We have Shetima topic. What I've been talking about. Hey, let's explore this place. UK. What do you guys think about UK telling you cannot bring your family member if you are coming for student visa in UK anymore? So what do you guys think about that? Let's start from Kumi.
Yeah. So far, I think they make a right decision so far, because if we can check, UK, they don't have enough land, a large way to they can put a large population, and according to the skills that they need to come down and study the infrastructure, so that they don't. I believe they are making a right decision, because even many Nigerians that doesn't need this thing, they are trying to take advantage of it, and and one things is like that, even the real person and the fake person will be taking advantage of it. I believe they make a good decision on protecting their own country. That's the right step for them.
Does that not sound like a race move?
No, nothing racist. Because if you can check the details about the excuse, I see a valid point on it.
But because I know the why.
Because
what I know
UK is not really. They don't really have enough space like America here, Because if you see the way the way Nigeria is popping into UK, I can't lie to you. They need to regulate it. They really need to do.
I don't think there is one family in Nigeria that doesn't have somebody in the UK.
I'm telling you, even my immediate brother was there, and my last one of my cousins too, she's there now.
But I think they have really gave us the opportunity. Before now, I don't think people should read any meaning to this their move.
Even
I don't think.
For you to know, even the way people are rushing to UK, even the one in UK now, before they find job now, is hard, because everywhere is full of people looking for job everywhere. I believe they make a right decision on it. There is nothing racist in the right decision.
But what is the next move? Let's just say you want to relocate to UK. Which visa can you now go? You have to be a work visa.
Work, yeah, is that work,
Yeah.
work,
Work
visit,
permit. Work permit. Yeah.
yeah, work permit. That's it now. But now, even people in UK now looking for job. You understand me? It's get as it be now because everywhere is full of, you know. I believe they have already have enough people they need.
But I mean, UK is not even big. It's not big. To
It's
me.
not big. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. According to my sister, that my cousin, she said even where she's living, everybody there is Nigerian. All the apartment is full of Nigerian. For you to know.
Nigeria. Don't you see our airport? People will filled when leaving Nigeria. If you go to the embassy, filled up. If you go to passport to collect passport, oh my God!
And the worst part is all those agents, travel agency. You know, even they are just even everybody. They are just collecting money, sending money to UK, sending people to UK. Even the right people, the right people and the wrong people, they are just sending it there. I believe they do the right thing. As my own opinion, they do the right thing.
Thomas.
Yeah.
I think I think there are two things that are happening here. One, we have this belief that once you travel out of Nigeria, anywhere you go is better than being in Nigeria. I think I mentioned it in this platform before that the last time I came to Nigeria, I saw some people actually going to Iraq from Nigeria.
I'm telling even Sudan.
No, just wait. I'm telling you, Thomas, Iraq. Because there was a lady, Iraq. There was a lady sitting beside me, and she was so excited. She was taking pictures in the airport and then sending it, calling people. We're about to board. We're about to this. So after a while, I had the conversation with her, and I asked her, "Where are you going to?" She did not even understand. So I now collected the boarding pass, and I saw Baghdad. I said, "What?" I said, "Did you know where you are going?"
Simba, wait. Iraq is better than Nigeria. They have 24 hours light in Iraq. There is no war in Iraq.
But they don't live a better life. Even they don't live a better life because
I don't think you can say that.
No. Just hold on. This same lady, and I asked her, I said, "How did you get this visa? Who introduced you? What are you going to do in this country?" She told me that she spent close to, as at that time, that was last year, September, that she spent close to 1 million naira in getting that visa.
To go to Iraq.
And I asked her, if you can raise this almost 1 million naira to go to Iraq, and in Nigeria, I don't think Nigeria is so bad that if you start a business with 1 million naira as a lady.
1 million naira is not even too much to start the business.
So now, and I asked her that how much did they say that you'll be earning per month? She said after conversion, it will be like a 150K. I said, is that why you are going to Iraq? And not to buttress to even now, when I was not coming on that was on Friday, I met a lady in a Burundi change in Lagos airport. She was screaming. And so I waited to even listen to what actually the problem was. So she actually gave money to the Burundi change person to exchange to Naira for her. So the person now said, okay, they will send the money to our account. So I think maybe they're having difficulty in sending the money. And so this lady started screaming that, no, this is a whole year money. I did not even see light for 1 year. I was indoor. I was this. Ask me how much was everything that she raised in that for that 1 year.
How much?
900,000 naira.
Yeah, of course.
900,000 naira.
Yeah.
900,000 naira.
Is it the money he raised in abroad?
Yeah, the money he raised in abroad for 1 year.
That is my 3-day salary.
So and it's a very fine lady. She was going to Akure. You understand? So sometimes I don't know, and so that is one thing. So people believe that anywhere you go, and that's why Nigeria can go to anywhere, believing that once you leave.
Simba, why are you going around? Why are you going around accosting all these women? Is the I was going and then I met this woman, and then I was going and then I met this woman.
He never encountered men before.
No, is that I was going and then I was waiting for the next one, and then I was going and I met.
Oh man. So I think if I want to go by what Kumin is saying, that UK does not have enough land, and I think it is high time for them to also change their policy towards a third world, and also allow us to at least to improve our well-being, because they are also contributing to what is actually making Africa not to develop. I'm very sorry to say. They encourage corruption among our leaders. They take our money to develop their own country. They will come and steal our natural resources and everything. And if they think that,
you see how they're rushing us now.
So if they think that they can do all this and still escape by not allowing people to migrate when they make their own abode to be very unbearable or uncomfortable for them, then I think they are making mistake. I think it's high time for them to change their policy and make Africa more comfortable for Africans to stay in Africa. Or else, just 2 or 3 days ago, about 125 Nigerians were deported from where? Libya. Can you imagine that? Libya, where when they are having war. And then one man started accusing me that I was the only lady that I see. No, in fact, all the 125 people deported from Libya, they are women, Nigerian women. There is no single man among them.
They are doing nanny job there. That's what they are doing.
You understand? You see, more women actually travel out of Nigerians more than the men. Where you see people, maybe more men going to, maybe is in developed country. But when you look at all these Arab country, Middle Eastern country, they are the women are the one that will go and be doing.
How many ladies from Nigeria going to Omar?
Exactly.
All of
so if you are traveling along that route, you meet more of them than in fact, which work will a guy say you want to go and do in all those countries? So that's why I'm a woman. That's why I see a lot of them. So don't blame me that I have.
You still defend. See how
I used to defend myself.
Jesus Christ.
Simba, I listened to one testimony of one lady, how they bastardize her in Umar. They said he's going there to work. They finally use him for S work. I don't want to make you understand what I mean. The guy will bring the man to the house. They will bastardize her. Finally, no. If you hear that story, you will nearly cry for this lady. Lady that is doing well.
I think poverty has made us to lose.
Simba, let me say this. The lady is doing averagely okay in Nigeria before he left. Averagely okay. If I said averagely okay, you know that it's not somebody that is wretched. Somebody that can say, I want to eat rice today, you can afford to buy it. I want to eat chicken today, you can afford to buy it. But lo and behold, he went to Omar. Oh my, the girl said like 10 guys, 4 guys, 7 guys in a day. Hey, so continue, Simba.
So I think poverty has made us to lose our. I think we have poverty of everything now. Poverty of mind, poverty of well, and the issue is that when I see them, I see a lot of them where I work, but not necessarily Nigerians, but people from the Middle East. You see them, and you see that these people have been, they have lost of their self-esteem. You understand? But maybe because of the poverty, they don't want to go back to their country, and they will still continue to endure all these things. They cannot talk. When you talk to them, they will not be able to talk. Even if you look at their fashi, you know that this is like people that have been molested, that have been,
they are traumatized. They are traumatized.
Exactly, yes. And you still be wondering that why do you still need to remain in this kind of situation? But they will still continue for years.
But do you know what we are trying to avoid the main problem right here? The main problem is the government. I believe if our government can give us a nice environment, the environment is people are not benefiting from Nigerian government. Let us be honest. No good road, no water, no electricity. Then what? Even when I was in Nigeria, I never have any interest in politics until when I travel out of Nigeria. You understand me? If all these things, even you have a good road, you have a light, you have water.
The question, what I want to see it as like a Pan-African problem, not only Nigeria, because I see more of even people from other African countries where I work than Nigerians.
Yeah,
I think there is a problem. There is a problem generally in
Liberia,
Africa.
even Liberia, Sierra Leone.
It's not even like that. People from the East Africans, poverty. There's poverty everywhere in Africa. Let me tell you, for me, Kenyans, Tanzanians, Uganda. It's so alarming.
If you see a lot of our Nigerian women, they're full Egypt.
Bishop, can I interject?
Okay.
Let's hear from who is that? Yeah, Aizon. We've been calling you Aizon now. Did you went to the fridge? Aizon.
Yeah, they disappeared again.
It disappeared again. Maybe it's the network. I know. Aizon. Wow. Simba, continue, please.
So I think we need an holistic approach to the way we Africans behave, especially African sub-Sahara. Because I don't understand what is actually happening. We and that's why I think that was the time I raised an issue that we black, especially the black African, are we curated differently?
Can I interject?
You've been trying to come in. We called you several times. I said maybe you went to
Thomas,
the fridge.
can I interject?
Yes, go on. Yes, go on. Can you hear me?
Again.
It's like this person came here to
What is going on, Aizon? We can hear you. Can you hear us? I'm very sorry. Simba, continue.
So, I think what we need to do as Africans, we need to work together.
No. Aizon, maybe you are hearing us later. Go out and come back. We can't hear you. You are not audible. I will kick you out, then go out and come back. There's a space for you. I'll leave the station. We said you should interject. We can't hear you. Can you speak, please?
Hold on now, Thomas. Aizon, can you hear me? Aizon.
There is a delay in his system, one man.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
think
delay.
it's. I think I don't think he can hear us, but we can hear him.
Maybe I'll kick him out, then he can come back if he can hear us.
It might not come back, but it's been a long time since we heard from Aizon.
But then we can't help it, one man. There's nothing we can do.
All right,
If we can't hear him, yeah.
just leave him there. Let him keep trying. Then maybe he'll come through one more. Yeah.
No worries, no worries. Yeah. Simba.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that even we Africans, we don't even see ourselves as one. We are not working in unison to develop our continent. Why should I need a visa to go to a country like Uganda or go to a country like Kenya as an African? And we're also making things very difficult for us. I remember there was a time Dangote himself was talking, and he said that he wanted to go to Angola. And when he got to the airport, they're asking him about visa to enter Angola. Somebody that wanted to come and invest in and then
country.
He said there is a Nigerian with him who has a British passport, and that one was allowed without a visa to enter Angola. But that has the money was not allowed because he doesn't have a British passport. You can see the discrimination, the way we are dealing with ourselves, and we'll be blaming them.
Simba.
Yeah, Bishop. Yeah, come in, Bishop.
I just want to correct you on that Dangote story. You missed the cocoa. What's the English word of cocoa?
The main.
The inside of the story itself. And what Dangote was trying to narrate was that there was this AU passport that has been approved. It's an AU passport, African Union, which ordinarily should be visa free to all African countries. So he said he went there, he was wondering whether the guy would know. Unfortunately, they were asking for a visa on an AU passport. Because of that AU passport is to give selected few people so that they can move around in Africa. So he was speaking to the ridiculousness of that for an African man that has an AU passport. You are not asking him for visa, and you are not asking visa from a British that is holding a British passport, a Briton. So is holding British passport. So speaking to the ridiculousness of that, it was not actually the Nigerian passport that Dangote was using on that day.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, Simba.
So I think we have a lot of things to do. If not, we will continue in this same cycle, and for generations to come, the African will remain poor, and will continue migrating to even on some uncomfortable and some unbearable
places. If you can be in Europe and you can travel around Europe without visa, why can't I, as an African, travel around Africa without visa?
No, that's what I'm saying. You just got that's what I'm just trying to say.
As I'm speaking to you now, as Australian, I can travel to America, UK. I don't need visa just to buy my ticket. I'm gone. Australia has one of the most effective visa that you can use to enter any country. I forgot the number. Almost one maybe 100 or 120 countries with Australian passports you can enter with. So why do we need visa to go to Africa? I don't get it.
Easy, because we are just being inhuman to ourselves, and so there's a lot of things that we are doing to ourselves that's not actually more for us to grow as Africans, and then that is what is also contributing to our suffering.
Yeah, whatever happened to the African Free Trade Agreement that they were supposed to enact? I think last year.
Yes, hello? We can hear you. Go on.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I said what happened to the African Free Trade Agreement? That was supposed to solve this issue of traveling between African countries and trading between African countries.
Maybe they abandoned it. Maybe they
Nigeria held
abandoned
out. Well, one of the last countries to be a signatory to the plan, but for some reason, the information on that space has died out. No one knows what has happened. No one knows if it's fully passed. You know, they were also talking about creating one unified African passport. We don't know what happened with that as well. So you know, it's a valid point that Thomas you're bringing up in the sense that it shouldn't make it more difficult for us to travel to other African countries or trade with other African countries, and we trade, and it's easier to
But
travel
then
to
all those
London.
Ghanaians will pile into Nigeria now. We don't want that to make it look smelly. You know.
One man, you are a suspect.
Remember
What do
how
you
we
mean?
used to put them in the back of trucks and throw them over the border back in the day?
Yeah,
No,
no,
no.
it's
One man.
but
The life
it's
has changed more than that, one man. Now.
no, but it's interesting about this demolition. So Bishop was bringing up a number of different points. One was obviously eminent domain, which is what is called in the US when the government has the right to take over your land if they see it fit for use for the government, but they compensate you. With this issue that happened in Alaba, do they know how many of these traders had C of O and how many did not? Did they give them notice before the demolition? If the structures were typically,
the one that has CFO were not demolished. So maybe they
demolished.
are waiting for their compensation before they demolish it.
Sorry, Izon, just give me 1 microsecond. I just observed something. Let me highlight something. Sorry, Izon, I really apologize. Let me highlight something for Thomas. Thomas, who does Kumi look like? See if you can. Who does Kumi look like?
I don't know.
It look like Patrick.
No. It looks like a Folly B.
Folly B, yes, Folly
Yeah.
B, the Shore guy,
Shore
isn't he?
guy.
The Shore guy, yeah, he looks like Shore guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, he looks like Shore guy.
but Izon, what's your stance with this demolition thing going on in Ojo, in Alaba?
Yeah,
Very difficult to pin it as an ethnic thing. It looks like just some administrative process people building illegally.
Well, one man, the thing is this: with issues of ethnicity, race, or creed as a justification for actions, it's always difficult to prove. You know, even over here in the US, if for instance you experience racial profiling, you know, the burden of proof is on the victim to show that, you know, the reason why this happened is because of one's ethnicity or one's race. It's always difficult to prove, but the timing of it is maybe why some of these traders are claiming that they are victims because of ethnic profiling, because of course you had that new Lagos politician that said, you know, all this stuff about the legislature being translated to Yoruba, and then obviously what happened in the recent elections. So the timing of it is what's been in question. Alaba market has been there for decades and, you know, years and years and years. You know, the question that anyone will ask, looking at this without having the additional details, is why after all this time, right? After all these decades, why did they decide to take this action right now? Is the first question. Now, the government can come back and say, well, we decided to take it now because those structures, we've been looking at them for years and we've been, you know, another question is, did they give these people enough notice? Did they tell them over and over again, hey, your structures are illegal, your structures are not supposed to be built this way? Because, you know, one man, typically in this kind of climate we
yes
live
is
in.
the answer to that, by the way. Yes is the answer. Those properties were earmarked since 2016, and they put a red seal on it to say that this building are marked for demolition. But then what the rogue landlords of those buildings were doing was they were covering up the government markings and then selling those buildings on to the gullibles. So it's the last entrant into those properties in terms of ownership that are now bearing the burden now. But yes, they did give them notice since 2016.
So the current owners may not know that the notice had existed prior to their occupation, right? And Ekene can help us out with this because he understands that space better than anyone else. You know,
I don't know what you want to prove with that. If you want to buy a property and you don't do your due diligence on the properties, and if this kind of thing happens, who do you want to blame?
So the question to that, the answer to that is, or not even an answer. The follow-up question to that is, the people who rented the property, they didn't buy it, right? Are these people who rented property, or are these people who purchased the property?
You didn't understand what woman just said now. They gave them notice. They now, excuse me now, and they fraudulently now they now sold it to another set of people.
Hold on, Izon and Simba. Let me play this 1 minute clip that will tell you everything.
Yeah, what is happening here today is that our shop is being demolished by state government, which we have noticed that it has been giving us notice since 2016 to evacuate before we start buying shops from the owner, because we never knew. But what we are pleading is His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we are begging for compensation. We are begging to help your sons and daughters because we don't want to.
So that was what happened. So those were the last, and those were the.
Oh my God!
That's what happened.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because this is a function of the Nigerian space. If these people, and Thomas is right, you should do your due diligence before you purchase your property.
Simba, don't let me take the glory. Simba.
Okay, yes. Okay, Simba was right too. You should do your due diligence before you buy a property. Get a lawyer. Let the lawyer investigate the property, the true ownership of the property. Get the documents. Make sure the documents are legitimate, and then you. But you know, some of these guys just possibly erred in trusting the people that sold them the property, and now their livelihoods have been destroyed. I think it's one of those situations where, if indeed they didn't do their due diligence.
Let me just put this: all those complexes you see, it's not that somebody owns it. A building can be erected, and individual they will buy a shop individually. Do you understand what I mean? It's not that one Ekene owns the whole building. It will be like a complex. Then everybody will buy the shop, maybe two shop, three shop, join together. So it will be many people that owns. You know what I mean? It could be 40 people, 50 people that owns the whole building. So that's what's going on.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, Thomas, is that, you know, in these sort of situations, the factor of human compassion comes in. So if you look at it as a decision maker, as a leader, you look at the situation and say, okay, these guys, obviously, they're violating the law. Their structures do not meet code. We had given them notice at some point, but they weren't the current owners. There are nuances to it that you look at and you say, okay, this is these people's livelihood. This is how they feed. Now that this thing has been destroyed, you have a number of residents of Lagos who run legitimate businesses and made a mistake somewhere. Now they are put out. They don't have any livelihood. You know, they don't. I mean, what are these people going to do? So, I mean, there's the function of human compassion that the Lagos state government should have taken into consideration and said, hey, okay, since you people are claiming you don't know, we're going to give you a time period to try to get things in order. If you don't do it after this point, we have no choice because this violates our law. You know, because you have all those. I mean,
is there any consequences to every action?
of course there is. I mean, you know, but even in situations, I've seen situations where people were totally wrong and were violating the law, but there were explanations to why the law was being violated. You understand what I mean? Now, not everyone. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of these people might have known that everything they were doing was wrong, but that are still bought the shop and tried to do it illegally. There are those people. But I'm saying that in some cases, you may have innocent people that maybe just didn't do their homework.
So how do you determine that, Aisha?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You approach it not from
The issue, government, you know, you are talking as if government is an individual. How do you compensate people? How do you compensate people
I'm not talking about the compensation. Well, the compensation now, that's a different point now. Now, these owners have to come and prove that, one, they didn't know, which again, even if you prove you didn't know, ignorance is not an excuse for violation of the law. It never has been. So it's up to the government. This discretion is on the Lagos State government, because you've just put a lot of traders.
So what do you want the Lagos State government to do?
If I were governor, right, and the person within my administration that runs this, I would ask him to hear them out and treat it on a case by case basis, depending on which case. If I was these traders, if I believe that I had a legitimate case and maybe someone sold me fraudulent document or fraudulent property, there are recourses you can take with the law. Although this is Lagos, it's going to take a long time, and in the interim, how are you going to be eating? That's what I'm saying. That, you know, it's a very funny situation that the Lagos State government has to use its discretion to handle. Because now, okay, what's the Lagos State government going to do with this property now, with all these people it has put out? You see the point I'm trying to make. And
no, I didn't see it though. I didn't see the point that
the point I'm trying to make is, okay, now you've demolished the property. All these business people, these traders, are out of their livelihood, right? They're out of their livelihood. They don't have anywhere else to eat. You've just taken away their livelihood. What is the Lagos State government going to do? And then the other question is this: in Lagos, we all know this, there are a lot of illegal structures all over that state, everywhere, not just Alaba and Ojo, a lot of different places. Does this mean that they're going to destroy all those other properties as well? And if they don't destroy all those other properties, that's when the accusation of ethnic profiling comes into play. Because I know for a fact that there are so many places in Lagos where people are squatting, own businesses in places they don't need to be. You know, and that's where you have to look at this thing and ask the question, you know, but it's hard to prove. You can't really say Sanwo-Olu is doing this or whomever is doing this because of ethnic profiling.
But let me give you an example. You know the old Oshodi, right? So
yes, I remember.
Have you been there recently?
Yeah. I was in Nigeria in November.
So why can't we? And then because we didn't, when they demolished all the shops and everything that people built in that place that time, we didn't give it any ethnic coloration, because they are not, the people there, they are not predominantly Igbos, and that's why we didn't say. No, let me finish. So because you are trying to say if they do this, what about the one that I've done in the past? And then nobody raised an ethnic things to it. So why are you not saying that, okay, if they now do this one, they don't go to other area? It's batch by batch. So it cannot be. It cannot be. No, let me finish. Because Oshodi, predominantly, I'm very sure that people from the western part of Nigeria that are the one that have shops and have buildings in those places. But nobody gave it and nobody shouted. And we're all proud of what Oshodi is now. You can drive smoothly across Oshodi without having any problem.
Simba,
yes,
correct.
But let me explain something to you, Simba.
Oshodi.
Yes, Oshodi is a much better place than what it was. You're right. But remember, I said the timing of it is the reason why people
let me tell you, don't talk about no better time. There's no better time. There's no better time.
No, it's not. You just can't say there is no better time. The timing of it.
No better time for good thing.
The timing
no
of it.
better time for good
okay,
thing.
so let me ask you this. Oshodi was a major road that led, you take that road and you keep going straight down, you're going to end up in that Festac area. Major road, and it goes all the way to you can take that road and go towards the airport.
So
That was a major,
and all
yes.
those things.
Yeah, major road that was being impeded, right? That was the case there. And I think it happened during Tinubu's administration, or was it Fashola, one of the two. But it was a major road that they had to fix, right? Before that time that Oshodi was demolished, there was no rhetoric or issue of profiling of a gubernatorial candidate that was half Igbo being called names. There was none of this stuff going on, of a high-ranked politician coming out to make noise about, Lagos being for Yorubas. There was none of that stuff. Okay, none of that existed. So you cannot say 100%. You can say, okay, yes, listen, the government had to do something. This thing had been a problem. They had given them notice in 2016. Valid argument. But what you can say is that, okay, this is happening in total isolation. I'm not saying it is. I don't know. But what I do know is that the question is going to be asked. And when you were saying that, wait a second. Wait, when you're saying that, I'm trying to come up with this conclusion that, they are doing this. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that question is going to be asked. If, for instance, there's another area of Lagos where trading is happening, where it's not predominantly Igbo, where we know it's an illegal structure, and that structure is not demolished, the question will be asked. And the government of Lagos has to be able to answer that question. Why destroy Ojo, Alaba Market, and not destroy the other property? That's what I'm saying. Now, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, if you're violating the law, you're violating the law, and the government is within its rights to take action. So that is that. Yes.
2016, with due respect, 2016, when they marked this building, nobody knows about Rose Vivo. Yes. Nobody knew that somebody will come out as a Rose Vivo that wants to contest for Lagos State governor. All this buaha that happens throughout the election electioneering period, nobody knew that. So we can never profile this as ethnic profiling. No. No.
Thomas, again, Thomas, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying, if you listen to what I said carefully,
you are sounding like
no. If you listen to what I'm saying carefully, I'm saying the question mark there exists because of what has happened and the timing of it. 2016 was what, 7 years ago, Abi? So if you look at it, you're saying, okay, 7 years ago, they gave them notice. It took them 7 years to decide that they wanted to destroy it, right? Typically, it doesn't take that long. But the question you ask is, okay, fine. The government, if they were violating the law, they were violating the law, Thomas. You can't, there's no defending it. If they got illegal documents, if the structures were illegal, fine. The government is within its right to do what it has to do. But you have to understand that a lot of things, just because it is that way, doesn't mean it's not going to be viewed another way. The perception sometimes becomes reality. And that's what I'm saying to you, that look, they destroyed it. These people were violating the law, fine. But then if someone identifies another place in Lagos where they're violating the law, but it's not destroyed, and they were given a notice as well, then people start to ask the question.
No, Aison, what you are trying to do, you cannot put the government in a tight corner. You cannot decide what government will do and what next to do based on your whatever. That's what you are doing. That's what you are doing. That's what you are doing. For the fact that they do this, you cannot say they must go to another place. That's what you are trying to do.
I'm saying
there's no justification.
Hold on. Let's see back.
There's no justification. What you are doing is blackmailing, and it's not good. And then you cannot say because it happens to these people now. When it happened to those people in Oshodi that time, nobody said that you should go to another place. It comes to this one now. Then when government is ready for other places, they will go there. It's not, okay, you don't have any right. Hey, excuse me, let me finish. You cannot say because this one happened more to the people from your clan, then they must now go to everywhere in Lagos and demolish everything.
Which clan would that be?
I don't know.
Zimbabwe deletion.
Okay, Thomas, can I respond now? No,
Abia State Governor.
Let's have a comment.
Abia State Governor mark like more than 70 shops to demolish. But nobody is shouting now. Nobody can tell us how Lagos State will control. We build this state now. Nobody can. We can't
Yeah,
control
but
the government.
Kumbi, what if Abia State governor, what if
State,
Abia State governor had said before he demolished it that the legislature has to be translated to
Please,
Igbo,
let me
and by
finish.
the way, wait, and
Let me
by the
finish.
but the market was revealed
way,
now.
all the
Let
people,
me finish.
all the people that
Let
are
me
here.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay,
Let me
okay.
finish. You mentioned something. You said something that if they go to another place, if they didn't demolish their place, tell me if Lagos State government want to demolish all the bad buildings in Lagos State, it's going to affect every corner. Is going to affect Igbo. So you understand? All these things we are just trying to play blackmail the government or whatever. Do you understand?
Kume, I
Nobody
think
is
what is
blackmailing the
happening
government.
is like they want to come and take control, because that's what I can conclude now.
That's the thing.
Then
That's the
everything,
point.
yes, they
That's
want
the
to come and take
Who wants to
control.
take
If the
control?
government
That's the
say do
point.
this, you will say because they don't, we have to do this.
Simba,
That's what you are doing. You cannot
stop,
just come and say you want to
stop,
take the control
Eh,
and you determine how the government is run in Lagos.
Simba,
in
stop.
Lagos.
Because that's what you are saying. That okay, now that they have done that, they must go to other places and justify it.
You want to tell me
Let
Lagos State government?
Let me say something.
Let's hear
It's
from
not like it's
yeah.
not nobody is taking control of anything. Like I said, the lesson has been learned. You understand?
No,
And I've told you the lesson.
Ekene, you are a different breed of person.
No
No.
lesson.
We are
No
not talking
lesson.
to you. We are talking to ISO. You are not talking to you. We respect you here. Believe me, Ekene. We know the person. In fact, if you want to become Lagos State governor, I will vote for you. But because you don't talk like you don't talk like the way other talks. It's ISO that we are dealing with now this morning. Go, you better take your rest.
Okay, let's so Thomas, can I talk now?
Yes. You've been talking, so people will interject. So,
no, yeah. It's okay. They
Hey,
can
Thomas,
interject.
can I ask a question too?
We're having a conversation. Simba, I'm not fighting you. Trust me.
Hold on. Prince Daddy, hold on. Let Aizon land it. There you come. Yeah.
Yeah. So Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy. For some reason, I don't know why you are saying that you're attacking me. First of all, there's not one thing I said that I said anybody is taking over anything in Lagos. See, this is part of the problem. The fact that you can come up with that conclusion is part of the issue here.
No, it's not Prince Daddy. It's Simba. It's Simba.
Thomas,
it's not Prince Daddy. It's Simba.
Simba. Sorry, not Prince Daddy.
Simba said you sound. He said you sound.
Okay. So you're not coming to a conclusion that because what I said was what I said. Let me rephrase again in case you weren't listening to me, Simba. What I said was that if they violated the law, the government is within its rights to do what it has to do, especially if it gave them notice in 2016. Okay. What I said also is that the timing of it is questionable because of everything that has recently happened. And then what I also said is if there are other structures of the state are also violating the law in a similar manner and the government does not take action, people will question their actions, which is justified in any climate. So for you to start saying that, I'm trying to say that they want to take over Lagos, that's just irrational. It doesn't make any sense at all. So you have to understand.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Hold on. Everybody hold on, please.
Can you question Wike or
please hold on?
You can question anybody. These people are public servants. What are you talking about? They work for you. They work for you.
Did you question Wike?
They work for you. They are public servants. You can question them. What are you talking about? Yes, I have criticized Wike. I have questioned him.
No,
I can question anybody in that country.
What were you
expecting? They are public servants.
For a government
you can question public servants. What are you talking about? No, you treat these people like they're your kings and queens. You can question them. If they take action that is not uniform across the board, you have a right to question their action.
Hold on. Who criticized?
What are you talking about?
Bishop. Let's leave emotions apart. You did not vote in this government. You were anti this government. You are looking for sympathy in this government, and your people.
Nobody is looking for sympathy. Nobody is looking for sympathy.
They are looking for
No
sympathy.
one is looking for sympathy. Nobody is looking for sympathy. They're asking the government. They're asking the government to show some.
But I think
What is
voting,
loss? What are you talking about?
voting
These
or
are
no
people's
voting,
livelihoods.
voting a government or voting no government doesn't mean anything. Now. You can decide to vote whomever you want, but I
there
don't
was
want
going
to.
to
I
be
don't want to. I don't want us
there
to
was
bring
going
it
to be
that in that area.
consequences right from the beginning. Let's be honest with ourselves. There was going to be consequences right from the beginning. When these things was going on, and it was not deflated and it was inflated, there was going to be consequences. And everybody was
don't give it, Let us
I don't want to
discuss
go
it.
towards that direction. If we
Wait,
discuss that, we will not conclude. We will not conclude.
Let's discuss it based on his. Let's discuss it
Everybody
based on his
hold on.
merits.
Everybody, please hold on. Please, everybody, please hold on. Kumi, please don't let that go in that direction. Don't let us pull it. Yeah, it's nothing to do with election.
It has
AY,
nothing to do with
please.
election.
No, please. Don't let us go ethnic profiling. No, hold on, please. Hold on, please. You know me, if I said hold on, please, I'm saying hold on, please. Don't let us go into that Yoruba, Igbo fighting again today. No, please. Let's tackle the main thing.
Check
Yeah.
out
the guy is
they
addressing
should
it
not
now.
give it an ethnic coloration again.
The guy is
Demolition should not be given an ethnic coloration.
Let us talk as a Nigeria. Let's talk as a Nigeria.
Kumi and Hayward, you can see I was pushing back at Aizon, isn't it? Because I don't want him to go in that direction as well.
But he's
I didn't see
coloring
any.
in that direction.
I
It's
know.
It's painful.
Now, because that's why I asked him the question. If you were listening to me very well, I said 2016 when they marked this building, nobody knew about Rose Vivo. I don't even know that he exists. Nobody knew about him when Lagos State but maybe Lagos State were giving them benefits of doubt that they will move. But there is no time for doing the right thing. If right thing should be done, it should be done immediately.
Thomas, this is not even the first demolition. The first demolition happened in Banana Island. Of this recent one, happened in Banana Island. Tony Elumelu's building is marked. His people has moved out. So if Tony Elumelu has been marked and that building is set for demolition, now they have moved to Alaba to start demolition. We are giving it coloration. It should not be. The first demolition in this period started from Banana Island, where those buildings were marked for demolition and they were demolished. We can look back at it.
That's why I said. That's why I said we should not give it that side of election. The only thing I understand is like when I go there and I ask a question, why was these buildings we are standing here? They told me that these ones are having CFO. They have to settle with the government before they will be able to demolish it, and that's giving me the answer that I need. That before you get a property in Lagos, you need to go through the correct process to be able to acquire your property. So that even if the government should come back, and say, I want to use that property, then they should be able to pay you some certain amount before they will be able to compensate you, before they will be able to take back that property. And it's a lesson. It's for you to know if you can adapt to it or you cannot. You understand? And so another thing is that for government to be sincere on their own side, that they should make those things available. Everything, that whenever you want to get those properties, you will not be facing it, because this is to get them. You face a lot of difficulties to get it.
You cannot get it. It will be difficult. It will not get CFO for a land that is not properly acquired. It's not every land that you get CFO for. So most people that are saying it's very difficult, they are actually hiding on the ignorance of people.
I agree.
Do you understand? Most of the things that we say is difficult to do, I apply, is not give me, is a lie. Is a lie.
Simba, how many people hold on. As you rightly state down the procedure, how many people even deem it fit to even approach the state something to check the land before they acquire land?
Most people
don't. How many people?
Like that Ojo area, most of those areas, I doubt if I said maybe if many people buying property there, I believe that government will not come into that place.
Exactly.
You understand? If you know how that place is.
Exactly, you're right. And another thing,
Many
let's not
people.
forget.
So
I
when
want to
they
say
have now
something.
shown, because this is like the first time they are showing their face in that area. So people need now to take caution. So government can really come into this place. So now they have come.
Even
So
Ogun
before you
State,
take any action again, you
Ekene,
have to take
Ekene,
caution now.
even
Yeah.
people buying land in Ogun State, they are not consulting the government. If Ogun State now wake up tomorrow and decides to come against people, people will start saying, "Oh, this and that, this and that." Let's not forget this Sanwo-Olu, when they wanted to demolish for Red Line, that Red Line project, when they demolished some houses, they paid compensation to the people that had the right documents, including the tenants, and nobody,
Yeah.
there was no noise. So why are we having noise now? If
And
you
the
have a place,
another thing is this:
should be
if
an approach.
if this demolition now has come into the main Alaba market, maybe now they've demolished those areas. They say they are now coming inside Alaba to demolish Alaba, maybe electronic section and the electrical section. Then I will now know that they have another agenda. But
But
hence,
but
like Alaba, I was able to understand that Alaba has a place given to them by government, approved by God. All these places are extension. I've been able to explain it here for people to understand. So let it not
can
be
I
that
want to say something.
that
I want to say something too.
yeah.
I want to say something too, and this is what I will say. Even when it comes to market, Lagos has a plan to become a mega city, right? One thing about businesses, no.
That is,
One thing I want to talk about
AY,
Alaba market.
that is a big word you are talking of.
No, yes,
That
I'm
is a
saying
big
that
word.
everybody Lagos has a plan to become a mega city, and the
Yeah.
truth is, one thing I observe about markets, especially sorry to say, markets like Alaba, Igbo dominated market, is you don't evolve with the times and modern demands. And if there is most times, if there is an investor that wants to compete on a very high level and he approaches Lagos state government, don't think the government will be sympathetic to really sympathetic to causes where because look at the electronics market. I expect that there should be brands, local brands that should start, manufacturing and all of that, because we
Thank
cannot
you.
keep depending on importation. So if the markets in places like Calabar will not evolve with the times, a time will come, the government might have to make a decision, a painful decision. Maybe an investor comes in, like now, when you said the guy was coming to, they want to give it to the Chinese. Trust me, once they give it to the Chinese obligates their brand, they start manufacturing. Before you think of it, it might extend to Alaba. I'm
Oh
telling you
my
the truth, and
goodness.
it will not be given any ethnic coloration, because if you cannot compete with the times, you will fall off.
I
And that's what
understand that.
Tinubu is.
Everybody now in the market understand that, and that is why many people are making their move now, because people now are beginning to understand what is happening. You understand? Even in that Alaba, the main Alaba market now. So I can tell you, that a shop of 20 million as of last month is selling now for 10 million naira.
Sorry.
Because
Making
of
a
all
move,
this.
not not is not the solution. You understand? Because even when you move to Anambra State, the same
But
thing will
but
come
the
up.
issue is this. But the issue is this. The issue is this. I don't think that the government will decide to punish its own people like that, because even if you want to develop your state, you start from your citizens now.
Can I please? I want to ask one question.
You cannot start by importing
Please,
Chinese.
can I ask you one question? This last
Yeah.
election, the people in Alaba, they don't. Do you think? I just want to ask you, like you guys in Alaba, you guys don't even have any organized or request from government what you want, or you have your dialogue with the government. I just want to.
A lot of dialogue now. If you know Showolu, that means Sonwolu, all the whole. I wish I bring you the interview of the Lagos.
If there is dialogue, your Alaba reaction to Lagos state government is very negative about this last election. To me, my own opinion, I don't know about any other.
Yeah, the only thing I know is that, when Sonwolu campaigned for the first time, he came to Alaba now. Medicals and all those things. Sonwolu is a very good friend to our chairman. Even if any other person in Alaba wouldn't vote for Sonwolo, those chairman, they will vote for him. Which also, the man also said it in that interview, that is, even if other people will not vote for Sonwolo, that he knows that him and most of his friends in this market will vote for him. You understand? So he expect him to reach out to him before this demolition. Or maybe because of their busy schedules all this period, I don't know. That is, he didn't reach out to him. But for being a friend to, someone is a friend to the market, I saw him the last time he came for campaign.
Ekene, don't you think, I want to ask you a question. Don't you think it's an insult for the chairman of the market to be expecting the governor to call him before something? Don't you think it's an insult?
They said they are friends. He said they are friends.
Even if you are friends, I'm coming. Even if you are friends, I think to an extent the governor of Lagos, compared to other governors in other states, is being ridiculed in terms of respect, maybe because of his friendliness. Because I think that since the notice was given, the market chairman should have taken it upon himself to follow it up, follow up the updates.
No, they have been going there. If you watch the interview very well, if you watch the interview very well, you will know that they have been reaching out. You understand? They have been reaching. Even the only thing I know is that they are doing things illegally. They are paying compensation. You understand? They are paying. Like they said, they paid 6 million naira on Thursday last week before the demolition came on on Sunday.
Because one of the things I know about that plan, that Alaba axis, Lagos Mega City project, is like a part of that side is marked for technology innovations like robotics and artificial intelligence. They earmarked only projects like that. If an investor is coming today into Lagos, and they earmark that site for activities like robotics, electronics, and manufacturing.
I don't know the type of structure they want to put out there, but when they start their building, I will know. The only thing I know is that I know that some investors are taking over that place, and so when they start, when they start their structure, we will now know. We will now know what exactly they want to put.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question real quick, Thomas, please.
Yeah.
Just quick question. What do you think? What do you think should happen to the people that got all their businesses demolished now?
It's just for them to begin now to look for shops now. I know many people. You know, one thing about business is it's all about identity. If people identify that this is where you are staying and you now relocate, it's very difficult for your customers to now begin to locate you and all that. There are places they can rent out, they can rent shop inside the market. There are new plazas are being built.
Market, right?
Yes, inside the main market, and new plazas are being built. A lot of new plazas are being built. So,
but those plazas, are they built? Are they built to standard? The ones in the main market.
Wow, yes. Now all of them are built to standard. One of the plaza they are building now. There are major plazas, major plazas. Even this one that demolished is very
why everybody. Are you seeing Alaba market still like this in the next 20 years without any upgrade as Lagos is moving now?
Well,
Alaba will do Alaba. One thing about Alaba is it, you know when you are talking about I don't want to say because I will say it here. Most of the
one voice, yeah.
Okay, if they want to improve that market, they should start on improving the infrastructure of those areas, because most of those roads are dilapidated, which the government need to work on.
Have they not started Lagos Badagry Expressway? They are doing that, right?
Nothing concerned that Alaba area with Lagos Badagry. It's just from Vos down to Imude and all those areas. So those areas are dilapidated now, very, very dilapidated. So I don't know how they will do. Maybe they are waiting for the Chinese before they will start the reconstruction. The first person that did that road was Fashola up till now. So, so now they need to touch it. Even all these things talking about renovation and invention and all that. It cannot be done when those infrastructures are not put in order.
But you know, Lagos, when Lagos wants to move on a project, massively on a project, they will start fixing everything, just like the way they did this Ekwe side, Ekwe Dangote side, and all of that. So look at the way they've done Oshodi side. I just feel that there's a positive side to it. Nobody should target something personal. If you have your documents, you get compensated by Lagos and you move on. And I'm just I think what Lagos is also trying to do is to regulate the market, regulate the kind of materials that are being sold in the market, to regulate the service delivery, market service delivery, and that's fine. And taxes, and collect taxes. So nobody should.
They have been collecting taxes now. Lagos, those areas generating a lot of funds for Lagos State now. A lot of funds. So each shop is paying 6,500 naira for a year, and shop. If you check all the shop that are there, it's not 1 naira. You understand? So it's a very big money for them. So I don't think the government will want to lose its revenue. I don't think in that direction. Rather, what they want is just to upgrade it.
But Joe Igboho is the leader of your clan. What's he saying? Didn't he
Joy
pass the
Igboho is not our leader. He's not the leader of our. I told you we have a chairman amalgamated. So we have a chairman amalgamated that is in charge of the whole Alaba. Alaba is divided into many sections. Alaba have fancy and furniture. They have electronics. They have electrical. They have all these things. They have their own government separate. We have about 5 or 6 governments in Alaba. Then that 6 government now have amalgamated leader that is in charge of those governments are reporting to that amalgamated leader. Do you understand how it works? So Alaba have a very tight organization. They contest election every 4 years, and it's a very big election whenever they want to do it. Do you understand? So Alaba have a very good government. They have a very good security. That's why the market is very nice to do business in that area. So they have a very good government. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the understanding.
Thank you, Ekene. But I still, for me, I think I make a comment now, but people don't just make. We are not really paying attention to it. He said Lagos State is moving to a mega city. I don't think, in my opinion, if Lagos is really moving to a mega city, if Alaba market will not be upgraded, I don't think it will be upgraded some way, somehow. It can't just be like that. Maybe to a modern.
Mr. Thomas, in terms of upgrading, Alaba is upgrading though. Most of the old buildings in Alaba now are being upgraded. Most of the shops are being upgraded. So if you come to Alaba now,
upgrading by shops. It's not.
I know. I think in terms of electronics, Alaba is doing well. Unless if you have not been to the market, there is no anywhere in the African country you get what you have in Alaba. Alaba is doing well in terms of electronics and electric and all that. They are one of the best electronic markets in Africa, and they're still maintaining that standard up to today. Anything in electronics or electrical and all that thing that you cannot see in Alaba market. I don't know where you sit in Africa. You understand? So the market is upgrading. The market is doing very well. There is nothing you cannot find in that market. Anything you want, any type of television, the ones you see in your everything you see there.
I want to ask you something. Have they started things like activities like assembling in Alaba, where they bring in different electronics parts and they will assemble it within that local market?
Electronics is not in terms of electronics, no, but other aspects like musical, they are assembling musical in Alaba. Most of them have company in towards that Ogun State where they are building speakers.
Okay.
All these big speakers, they are building it. If you know the man called Sam Prince, he's our former chairman from Orifte. He's a very big man. The man have company there, also have company in Orifte, a very big company. That man, he has a lot of plazas. He have bought almost all the whole Yanoba, all the shop there. He bought those plazas and rebuilt it. You understand? So the man has a lot of those companies. Then in terms of electrical wire and the cable, all those cable wires, they have companies in Ogun State, and those men are Alaba. The Alaba guys. They couple their wire there. They bring in inside the market. They have their companies there. You understand? So a lot of assemblies are going on. But you know, Alaba is too small to accommodate those companies. So they now move towards Ogun State, those Ogun State area to build their companies. So after they assemble there, they now bring it inside the market. So that's how it was. There is nowhere you can build a factory around Alaba. Alaba is just what you build there is just shop to showcase your goods and all that.
I think if Lagos state really want to upgrade Alaba, I think we should now be thinking of a mall style, not all this lockup style. But then end of day, no matter how we see this thing, I still feel for those people that will be losing their property there, because when I heard that they are giving that into the Chinese, I hope they are compensating those affected people, because to me, I don't know. I don't have the full information, but if you ask me, I don't think I'm comfortable with Chinese thing is something, because where it is possible, I think local investors can easily take over Alaba and rebuild Alaba if you really want to build it. Because I don't, like I said, I don't have the full information, to be honest. And I'm an apostle.
Well said, Ola. Well said.
So even though I'm an apostle of Lagos urban renewal, but then when you want to do those things, people will have to be adequately compensated. You don't just go and, because there are some people that if you mismanage the means of livelihood now, they may not get back on their feet easily again. And to me, we just have to all wear human face, because we've seen some situation whereby some people at their old age, they just lost what they worked for from the beginning of their life. And it's not as if these people were not really hardworking. So to me, I think I think Lagos state government have to do better here, to be honest. To be honest.
But I understand that really. But also it's a challenge to everybody that the truth is anybody that wants to do anything in Lagos now, it's better you do it legally. We should stop this attitude of paying people for illegality.
Koya.
But anyway, you know that all these Obas that are involved in selling those land very much.
Yeah. I cannot. But the truth is, I learned that thing. I got burnt in that thing. I got burnt in that thing. Really. And I told myself,
What you are saying is easier said than done. Let me tell you something. I've been in that Lagos where some people that probably had their papers around Oba. You know, when you know where Dele Abiodun is, I'm trying to remember the exact name of that street. Some people built their property as far back as 1960, and they had their papers. Even when you go to Oregon, some places they have their paper. And all of a sudden, someone arrived at maybe it was around 2002 or 2003, and started claiming that his great grandpa was this thing. This is the actual the person that is heir to this property, and they took that case to court. You see, there's a lot of irregularity just because the government hasn't lived up to expectation.
I understand what you are saying.
Let me land. You don't understand. Let me land before you.
You don't know my experience. You don't know my experience. I'm telling you that it's painful, but it is much profitable.
Let him land. Ola just came in. Let's hear from him. Yeah.
You see, we need to get to a situation. You see how things are run here. You see, you have some big businesses that are into estate. They build that estate, they sell to individual, they get every paper set, and government work with them, and they put the right infrastructure in place. And so anybody cannot just wake up tomorrow and come and tell you that, this land belongs to us. And all those kind of primordial thing that is happening in Nigeria. It has to stop. If you don't want individuals to be building houses, if you want some standard agency to be doing that, let it be, and don't let people be suffering. See, let me tell you one thing, the danger of what we are defending today. Some of us today that we think we have property, the way we are running things now, one government can just wake up tomorrow. Yeah, government gave you CFO, but oh, it was not properly that time.
Ola Ibadan ni mo kọ́lé mi sí mi kọ́lé seko, so me no problem.
Thomas, I'm telling you that
it's not like that though. Okay, but let's do some.
Okay, let me tell you something that is happening at the back of MFN, for example. Now, some people they bought their land genuinely and they got the paper. All of a sudden, they will be telling you that, oh, this land is supposed to be so distant from gas pipeline. You understand? Some people had that. Some people had their property. They have their things there before they even you lay pipeline. All of a sudden, when the pipeline got to that place, you start blaming those people. It's a government acquisition. Some people rationalize. Who were the government surveyor that went to that place?
Okay, let me say something. When I said that it's painful, but it's very, very profitable. I've been a victim of by virtue, especially when it comes to landed property. I've been a victim. I mean,
customer dadani.
So since then, you have a lawyer. Make sure you have the first thing you need to have a legal person that you know, your standard lawyer that is very vast in landed, any area that you want, whether it's big land or real estate. Just have a lawyer that is very sound and up to date. Number two is because there are so many seals that we are just talking about CFO, all other things that are related to his surveying and all of that, knowing what the land was meant to be and what, all those things are because it's painful. Because if most times what happens is, let's say you buy the land for 5 million or 6 million, or let's say 10 million. To complete all these papers, you will need to spend another close to half of that money. So making it 15 million. That's why most Nigerians will like, oh no, I don't want to. Just give me, I'll wait, I'll go not to it like that. But the way it is going in Lagos now, it's so
expensive. My father-in-law bought a land in Lagos. Omonile came, he paid another 5 million to retain that land in Yanopaja. What they call it? Ayobo, precisely.
And that one is on Molile. No, be the main government agency. And that one is just on Molile.
And that's what I say Omonile now. That's what I said now.
Someone that bought land in 1940, they will be telling you to come and repay for the land in 2010. I mean, where does such rubbish happen? See, AY, this thing you are saying. See, I'm telling you, all of us, we have experience in landed property too. I'm just telling you that, see, nothing is guaranteed, even if you get the paper. The only thing that is giving assurance, that maybe because the Lagos State is trying to digitalize, but then Lagos is not properly planned. Tomorrow, one drunk
that's one of the things that discourage me from Lagos anymore. Like, I know if I get something in my village, let's say if you get something in your village, no matter what, they fling it, they skin it. You are a citizen.
My brother, Lagos was a village before too. Now, before it got to this place, village can become a city tomorrow. The thing is that we should start thinking of how to do the right thing. Okay, there was a time I was in Cape Town. I visited Cape Town. The government was just doing urban renewal. You understand? When they would demolish some shanties and they would put structures there, they were demolishing people. Because let me tell you one thing, the Lagos we are seeing today, in the next 200 years, is going to be another plan. Because if that Lagos that we see today, if that is what Nigeria want to use in 200 years to this point, I'm telling you, I doubt if there will be any living thing that will be able, that will want to live in Lagos by that time. A lot of renewal need to do. So what I'm saying that we need to start.
Even the roads that they are rebuilding, some of them, they are even making some adjustments instead of them to, like, it's still painful.
If I find myself in power today, what will I do? All those Ikeja, all those areas you see that everybody build bungalow. If I have the money to borrow, I will just settle people and I will buy all those things off and I will start building story buildings, high rising, so that we conserve land. You don't expect, because it's going to get a state that Lagos State will not have land. The next thing they want to do is that they will be finding excuses of those people that didn't do their property very well, and they'll be just acquiring land from
And they
people.
start building high-rise buildings.
Yes, I'm telling you.
That's
So
very good.
your your CFO will not guarantee anything. We just have to, people just should start telling the government now to start doing how people do this thing in developed nations. The idea of allowing individuals to build houses and you come and demolish later on flimsy excuses, it has to stop.
And I think if we should just, as citizens, I think the thing we should ought to be buying houses, not really buildings. You trying to build this.
Exactly. You allow people to build and you start telling them, you are not far from this thing. And you know how people truly, whenever they buy land, just because they are environment, I want to use my land fully, they won't leave enough space for channel. And then who is responsible for that? Government is supposed to be monitoring the building from the beginning to the end. So the way I see government in Lagos State is that they have
we've not even gone to the aspect of water, sunken boreholes, anyhow.
They are people. No. You see that long bridge and all those water around Lagos now. They are just God forbid. But if you really want to analyze these things scientifically, they are just recipe for disaster in the future. Because as we are expanding, to me, all those the Atlantic City, what did they call them? To me, where I can't do anything. But personally, if I found myself as the governor,
I
will never sanfeed any land. I will just go to people on the mainland, negotiate with them, be thinking of how to rebuild Lagos like Dubai or whatever. If possible, I find a way to decongest Lagos. How do I decongest Lagos? It's not as if I will chase people away because it's not as if I'm wicked. No, so expansion in Lagos, you expand to
I think the truth is we need to have people need to start having that conversation. There are other cities. People should come move to Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom is good. They should just give them their seaport, move to Port Harcourt, move to all these places.
Enugu, Akure, Ibadan, Ogbomoso. See, we should find a way to link ourselves around and spread our economy. Lagos as it is today. Honestly, in the next 200 years, if something is going to be the part, I don't know how to describe it because that's where the economy is, right? But we should
find not where the economy is. That's where we decided to put the economy to. Do you understand? That's where we decided to put the economy. It's not that's where the truth is. I've watched it. Why will all the bank headquarters be in Lagos? Why no Abuja? And they have regional headquarters all around the country. Why?
No, there was a time they asked all those banks to move, to move to Abuja. But look at it this way: if the CEO and all those big guns, they want to sit closer to where money is. You don't want to go and sit in Abuja and where your money is in Lagos. Otherwise, all those your managers that you see they don't know, they will take over.
Another thing is what is. Because I've been looking at it, what really is the thing that brings in the money to Lagos? People say it's the port, but I look at it, it's not necessarily the port. It's because the intentionality of the financial big guys, to stay in Lagos, and not Abuja.
The geographical location of Lagos is favorable. That's just one thing. The geographic location is favorable and they have resources, natural resources to back it up.
Lagos has a borders to all these some African countries, like all these it's very attractive. It's very attractive. So
look at the airport too. You understand? If not because of corruption, probably the volume of flight will be having in Nigeria today will have gone beyond this because I can't remember clearly. No, when I say I can't remember clearly the name of the group and those things, there was a time some group of people wanted to redevelop Murtala Mohammed Airport. Because why? Because they discovered that Murtala Mohammed Airport is like is a short route to some international places, so that they will make it like just like when you are talking of Heathrow. You understand? So
you drop connecting flights.
Exactly. So they make it like some kind of hub to fly, so that maybe as we are speaking today, maybe the traffic in Lagos airport will have reached like times 20 of what we currently have today. Can you just imagine? My city with just about 1.5 million people, we have more traffic than Lagos that boasts of over 20 million people. And that's the major airport in Nigeria. And my city with just 1.5 million people, we have more air traffic in a year than Lagos. And the airport we are even talking about is the city that built it, not even the federal government. It's everything in Nigeria is either federal government or state government. Cities are the one building the airport here. They are the one building universities. Those are the kind of structure we are talking. It's because we don't have these structures. Where we were still running all those local council or town council, all those things, we're better than what we have now. When we are running local council, they will not be talking of demolishing Alaba today, because local council, town council will make sure that they do the right thing from the beginning.
And they build the right infrastructure. Yes.
Exactly. It is. You say what?
I said they will make sure they build the right infrastructure.
Exactly. It is only when all this federalization of everything that the federal government want to concentrate everything to himself. That is how they scatter everything.
I think we should move to the local government, back to the local government.
I'm telling you that is exactly what I'm saying.
Because little
federal
things like
primary health, federal government should answer for education, answer for agriculture.
Tinubu mentioned it the last time he spoke to those governors. He told them, hey, we should start from all this local government. I believe that's the only solution for our development goals in Nigeria.
But Ola, you said they should answer. Federal government should answer. They didn't stop anybody from having their university. They didn't stop it. If private people can have, what stop local government? If my local government is buoyant, they can have their own university also.
But the
nobody stop. There is no law that say a local government cannot have a university.
But the governor is sabotaging the.
No, there is wait. No, Kume. I'm going somewhere with Ola. So Ola, let's continue.
Okay.
So Simba, they say Yoruba will say any to the lowo. He owns that he owns the money, commands the trade. Now look at this now. What's the intention of the federal government where they started grabbing the resources that belong to the region and they started creating state and start centralizing everything? You know quite well that when regions were managing the affairs, things were better than this. And you can even see the infrastructure they built that time is far better than whatever fraud they are building today. So those days you can tell Awolowo that, okay, we'll stop Awolowo from building Cocoa House. We'll stop Awolowo from building the Western House. We'll stop Awolowo from doing Fashola Farm, Ikudeli Farm, and all those stuff. We'll stop Awolowo government from leading Nigeria to build Alagbaka Estate in Akure and all those stuff. We'll stop Awolowo from building WNTV that they are got to the government here today. We'll stop Awolowo from building the Western House in London. So the thing is this. The resources that these guys had those days, they were doing the right thing. And all of the federal government hijacked. When they hijack now, they now introduce some kind of fraud into the distribution of those resources. And now people now concentrate effort more on how they are being cheated than even what they are supposed to do. So things like that are cash cool rather than those people with brain. That was what I was trying to point to the other time when you were correcting me. But you didn't get the overall thing that I was saying. Kano State was a single state.
So what you are saying, where you are going is not actually having the university. You are talking about control of resources. That's what you are talking about.
If you don't control, okay, let me tell you one thing. Assuming Ottawa
resource control, because if you are talking about, because that is the only way they can have funds to do those things locally.
Let's give everybody resource control. For instance, Simba.
Just give me a 1 minute. Let me round up so that you continue. See, what I'm saying in essence is that if Ottawa decide to take the resources of my city today, they won't be able to build university. There's no university in Nigeria that can match the university in my state. No airport in Nigeria can match my local airport. No rail system. If no rail system in Nigeria today can match the rail network in my city. And this is a city of just 1.5 million people. That is what I'm saying. So the thing is, you corner the resources, and is it not the reason that Buhari causing all those people that are eating money are able to eat money? Because the thing is this, when they hit the money at the center now, to catch those people is so difficult. If we be dealing at a local government, even thief will still be thief, but it will be very difficult because the local government must have matured to the point that it will be difficult for someone to be eating like all those Buhari cabal the way they eat. So that's what I'm saying. So AY, you can continue.
All I want to ask something.
Okay.
I want to ask you. Do you see this present government restructuring restructuring this country?
No,
Because this
they are
country
doing
needs
it already.
they need some restructuring for this
No,
country to move on the way it is.
they are doing it already, but it may not be like what we are actually expecting, like as it used to be in the 60s. That's the problem. NEPA, for example, is a form of restructuring. But how do we stop government from getting access to VATs? VAT should no longer go to the federal government again. Some people don't want to bring beer in the can. Why should you share from the VAT? Go and share money from your Sharia and leave the South to be drinking their beer and use the money to develop themselves. But you want to share the money from alcohol, and you are saying you don't want alcohol. What a narrow nonsense.
So then that is not restructuring now. So after that, they still want the money to come to the federal.
Exactly.
What is it?
Ekene, what I feel is, I think the 60s systems regional systems in the 60s was very good. But I don't think if we apply it to the contemporary times, it will effectively work and efficiently work. We need to upgrade that kind of system. So I think one of the things they will do is let there be a very proper local government systems working across the country. And let there be I'm expecting that the revenue sharing formula would change. Federal government will get the least, local government and state government will get more. And it will be sacrosanct. Then I expect that there will be constitutional review of some things. They should decentralize some things to the states. Education.
AY, I don't know, maybe you guys know this. Our local government is dead as dead donkey.
Exactly. So
it's dead as dead donkey.
Then governors should be mandated by constitution to always conduct, or INEC should be conducting local government elections. I don't know if they will be doing it with general elections, so that as we are swearing in state governors, we'll be swearing in local government people too. So I think that one will also help all this siphoning of installing caretaker chairman. Because if you notice, one of the way they used to siphon the money is they will not conduct local government elections. They will just, put caretaker chairmans. And when those people, when even they conduct it, the governor should not have power to be able to sack a local government chairman. No, it shouldn't be. They should be left by themselves, and because the people voted them into it, and they should complete their terms of office. If you notice, they don't complete their term of office. If another governor comes in, they sack them. Like the Plateau governor now, they were elected local government chairman. As soon as he resumed, he sacked them, all of them, from office. But they were all elected. So those are the some of the things that is affecting the stability of our polity. And I keep saying it. Another thing I expect in restructuring is states in the north should be 18, states in the south should be 18. No cheating anymore. Nobody is having 19 and 17. That's nonsense. Because if you keep having it like that, some people are 19 and some people are 17. When it comes to decisions on things like VAT, like Ola said, it will be very difficult to pass at the law, at the constitutional amendment. Because, for instance, if 5 states are unable to, the Sharia states now they don't want VAT to be decentralized. So, using their influence because they are 19, those kind of things will not go through. So there will be an unequal. Yes. So, and people don't see that. I see through it, and I'm seeing that no, it shouldn't be. Why will this Kano state government have the audacity to be, if he knows that his revenue will not be getting revenue from VAT, it will not be demolishing all the nonsense he's doing? Because to get revenue, you will know. Because look at the Kano state governor demolition. No matter how, he was demolishing businesses. He's demolishing businesses, and it's not as if he's ready to build something to it. It's not as if he has.
No, do you know what is really happening in Kano State? Hello.
What is really happening in Kano State? There is no justification to break down a hotel. Why is the justification?
No, let me. Where is that hotel built?
Is demolition okay? What will you build on it?
No, sometimes we don't have information and we just make comment about certain things. Let me tell you what is happening in Kano State. Ganduje acquire most of the government land, reserve area. You know what they call Eid Pray Grant, where the Muslim, they have already marked for Muslim to use for their Eid prayer. He went and acquired it because he was the governor. He said he bought it. He bought those things. You understand? A whole secondary school was brought down. Secondary school land was brought down and they converted it to a mall.
Simba.
No. Let me tell you, some people do some things with impunity. Simba. And it's not okay. What are you trying to say now?
Why I don't really trust this thing is, look at the roundabout they destroyed in front of the government house. And they said because he had Christian cross.
Yeah.
That's why they destroyed it.
That is the faction that you hear, Abi. No. Just wait. There are things that, let me tell you what happened with that roundabout. Is some people that are making it to look, they want to just give it. You know, when things happen in India, like what we discussed about Lagos, that people are trying to give ethnic coloration. Some people want to give it religion coloration also to get the sympathy of the public. That roundabout is directly in front of the gate of the government house. Do you understand what I'm saying? And one, they said is blocking the gate of government, and it's for security reasons they have to bring it down. That is one. Two, they said even the construction, that the material that they use for that roundabout was of substandard quality.
So the
no. So even for that,
Simba, I want to ask you questions now. Let me ask you. Ganduje, from all his projects, how many of his projects has he been substandard? I'm asking. He has built many projects. He built 3 stages flyover. He built bridges.
He's not the one that built the flyover. It was Kwankwaso.
The 3-stage flyover that he completed.
The stage.
3 levels bridge.
He bought it.
3 levels bridge.
No, you cannot be using that one now. Don't mix issue. You are telling me no. Wait. Because if you are just wait, Kumi. If you are discussing an issue, I don't want us to be shifting. We are talking about the illegal acquiring. No, wait, don't shift. Because you are talking about hotel demolition and they said it was demolition businesses. Just wait now. That's where you started from. Don't move.
Okay.
And I'm trying to tell you that the shopping complex that he actually demolished was on an Eid praying ground. It's a community land that he used his power to acquire for his own cronies and sold and distributed it to them.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just like somebody just going to like a place like a national stadium in Lagos, maybe because you are the president or governor of Lagos State, and you said no, you want to sell because they are not using the stadium, and then you want to sell it and then convert it to a mall.
But that was that a business justification for it?
Business? What do you mean? There's no justification. They have other lands they can use. You are talking about maybe because you look at the strategic location of that place. This is where people use for prayer.
Simba. I look.
How can you say? Oh God, I don't know your argument this morning, Ayo.
No, I'm asking you. Look at the track record and you compare it with the reports. Like now, why I started doubting the report was. They said, look at the roundabout report. They said he built it with some.
Forget about roundabout. I'm talking about. Forget about roundabout.
It's part of it.
You can just say. Let me finish.
No, it's part of
it. You said somebody. They said somebody built something with substandard products, right? And that's one of the because of security reasons. I went to look at all his other projects. I've not seen any one of them that has failed. And those projects.
How did you fail? How do you determine failure? From picture or how?
No, so far, we can hear the report
far,
from Kano.
His structures.
No. Wait now. This is somebody who's just living. Come me. Wait. Forget about news. This is somebody that just living office. You cannot tell me that if a bridge is built. Wait now. If you are telling me that somebody built a bridge maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and you are telling me that it has not failed, and that justifies that it's a good bridge.
I'm not
what are you telling me?
So why did you say that?
Simba, the only thing I want you to realize.
Because Ayo, how did you now know that all these projects they are not substandard? How did you determine that?
How did I determine that? His first bridge is still standing, no adjustment up to date. It's about 6 years.
What do you say?
His first flyover bridge is standing.
So does that give?
Hold on, let me finish. The project he has attempted and he has done it. Nobody has ever tried it in this country, in this Nigeria. Nobody has tried it, and those projects are still standing. Nobody has.
You cannot tell me what Ganduje did. He did not do half of what Kwankwaso did when he was the governor. All those flyover, the new flyover, everything that you first seen in Kano State was built by Kwankwaso, not Ganduje.
The 3 lane, it's not built by Kwankwaso.
I'm not saying he's not built his own. What I'm saying is that it's too early for you to say they are still standing. It's too early. You cannot build a bridge and give it a lifespan of 6 years or 8 years.
Why would they say
what is going on in Kano State is a political bitterness. That's what is going on in Kano State. That's what
can I interject? AY, just a minute. No, Simba, on bridge, maybe some other infrastructure, but on bridge, from my experience, I think it is always very hard to do substandard bridge, except if the company that want to build that bridge want to lose forever. It depends on the company. See, they may inflate. If a bridge is supposed to cost $1 million, maybe they may say it's $10 million. But I strongly doubt that one engineering construction company, because those people that build bridges in Nigeria, they are not just one common bricklayer or one common local people like that, right?
Thank you, Allah.
So I strongly doubt it that anybody will go and build bridge that will collapse. Maybe
in Ola, AY is just trying to. Did he demolish any bridge? We are talking about things that he demolished. He was not looking for justification for things that he did not demolish. We are talking about the shopping complex. We are talking about the roundabout. He was talking about the bridge.
Ola. So so thank God you are in construction. So
I'm not in construction, no.
No. You are engineering. Engineering.
It's a construction, not the construction.
So engineering. So we believe that we both agree that they can inflate the cost, but the engineering systems will still come out very good, right? So
because of those people that build those bridges.
So now that means without this background knowledge, I can fault the report on the roundabout that was published on the roundabout because the fault. I can fault it. Because engineering design will.
So let me tell you one thing. This information that I'm giving you, AY, I'm telling you from a Kano person, a friend of mine. No, just wait.
Simba, let me finish. So you are coming from the aspect of religion. Fine. Because of praying ground. Okay, so if it is now revenue is dwindling, you are a governor, revenue is dwindling, right? You are looking for ways to get revenue. There is somebody that made a mistake, or the project will still give you revenue. What revenue will the praying ground give you? Right?
What are you telling? What are you talking? How can you be rationalizing this like this? Let me tell you. How can you be rationalizing like this?
What I'm saying is, no matter how you
playing or praying ground, which one? Playing or praying?
Praying ground, not playing ground though. Prayer ground. Prayer ground.
Prayer ground.
So you should convert it to a shopping mall. I mean, that's what you are telling us, Abi. You should cancel your provide to a shopping mall.
Simba, they can do that. If that's the only way they can get revenue, they will do it, man.
Let me tell you, it's not about revenue. It's not about revenue. That's what people don't understand. It's not about revenue. If I become a governor now and I see public property and I will acquire it from my own people, and you are telling me that it's about revenue.
So what stopped the government from acquiring it back from the person, completing the shopping mall, giving it to people?
You cannot take somebody's properties like that now. Don't you know? You cannot say because if you have a house on government land and government will say, okay, I will just take over your land.
So the demolition is okay.
No, it's like you don't get what Simba is saying, because Simba, I think, is saying some very critical thing, and that precedent, if that thing is not well and it's dangerous, because it can happen and a drunkard can come tomorrow, even where you think it's secured. Someone can acquire it and say it's in the name of public interest.
But the government has the right to demolish any property they want to take over now.
No.
It's not even no. Ekene. It's not even the need. Is this land belongs to government and somebody acquire it illegally?
I know now. The man converted everything to his own family now.
And then Ayo now came here, started rationalizing, telling us that the business.
Yeah. When EFCC, we've seen people that have used government's money to buy properties, right? We've seen cases of like that. When government gets properties back, those properties have value.
It's different. What your example that you are giving is different. You use government money to acquire a property. It's different from you using your money to build a property on government land. There are two different cases.
So my question is, okay, we have
the issue is this. The man made that as a campaign promise that once he wins, and the people buy it now. He promised them that once he wins, he will recover those, he will demolish those buildings and give back those land.
By next election, we're going to see.
And the people buy the idea now. So when he wins, he's delivering on the promise he made to Kano people, Kano indigenous. Those things he's demolishing is part of his campaign promise now, which he's delivering upon.
That is. Let me tell you. I don't know why you are not in Nigeria. There are certain areas that government will mark for certain things, and they can even leave it as green area. But we have this set of reckless leaders in Nigeria that everything that they see, by the time they are in power, they want to just take everything and to become their own property.
Simba, let me tell you another thing that's coming up in the Kano State, so that you will know that what is going on in Kano State is a political bitterness. Do you know that the airman, they will soon remove that airman now? We're gonna bring we'll bring the topic. So I believe before next week.
Excuse me. What is? I don't. Let us everything that. Let us be discussing each issue based on their merit. We are talking. We just finished with Lagos. Now we are talking about all this. We concluded that all these land are illegally acquired, and that's why government is taking it over. Now this one also. This is the same situation. And then we not want to give it. Just hold on. You just want to give it as a witch hunting, and
No, Simba, I'm not doing that. I'm saying that if you look at Lagos case.
Okay, did you agree with me that the Eid Praying Ground is a government land that has already been demarcated for a purpose?
I agree. It's not that
you agree. So why should somebody now come and change it?
Hold on.
We haven't heard from Ganduje camp.
No. Even their central mosque, even converted a central mosque that they've been using for many years. Kano State have been using for many years to watch it.
Let us hear from Ganduje too now. Let us hear from Ganduje too.
Kumi. Simba, I agree with you, right? I agree what Ganduje did. No. I agree what Ganduje did to an extent based on the report so far is not normal. It's not proper. Yeah. So the new government has come in. Yes, I agree with the decision to revoke that decision. However, what I am disputing with you is the outright decision to go for demolition without a plan.
Okay, let me tell you. Do you remember what happened in Kano when there was a bomb that killed several hundreds of people?
Which year was that?
There was a Boko Haram this thing that happened. I can't remember. Maybe it was during Jonathan regime. It was a very devastating incident. It was on Friday.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? What they are saying is that you cannot have a shopping complex because of the security of that area. You understand? Anybody can just put anything in that shop.
No, Simba, we are going against ourselves. So he converted the Eid ground, the praying ground itself, to a shopping mall. So the praying ground is no longer a praying ground; it's a shopping mall. That's what I'm saying. That's what we are come to.
Why should you convert it? Does that praying ground? No, the question I want to ask you, that is a government land.
Yes.
You understand? Who owns that shopping mall?
He said it was a PP. From what reports
you can see the way you are stammering now. He said it's a PPP. It's a lie. It's a lie, and that's what he has sold to you people, and you just swallowed it.
Okay, I'm listening.
You take government property. If that mall belongs to Kano State government, the Kano State government cannot come and demolish it. It's a private property. He converted a government property to a private property.
So when the government
and we're here defending what it is not what is indefensible.
When government acquires the private property back, should they go?
They cannot. Let me tell you, that's one thing you don't understand. Let me tell you one thing. There is a difference between you taking government money to go and acquire property. Government can see that property because the money belongs to the government. But if I take your land now, you understand? You can, and I build a house on your land. You cannot take that house. The only thing you can do is to demolish that house and take your land. You cannot take my house. I can sue you. So that's the difference.
Sue me.
Thomas. So that's the difference. So government cannot come and take private property. What belongs to the government is the land.
So now, I think I need to go back. Let's go back to Wike's period, because I'm looking at it. Wike took some land and remodeled them right into some other things, not necessarily demolishing all the buildings. Hope you know there are some buildings that along I think this new civil quarters or something. He necessarily did not demolish all those lands. What he did is he acquired those lands back and remodeled them, right? So what I'm asking now is, I don't feel that, what I'm trying to say is, I don't feel that outright demolition is looking at the economic period that we have.
You know what you are saying. You know what you are saying. You are not even being sensitive to the people. And the way you are talking, even some people, let me tell you, you are saying, excuse me. You think that a shopping mall has more value to the people than a prayer grant. That's what you are saying. That the prayer grant is useless. It's useless. They don't need it. They should rather convert it to a shopping mall. It's more economically better.
Simba, the governor is only appealing to a set of religious sect of the people.
Thomas.
Is just appealing to a set.
Kick these Jangije people away, Joe.
Of the people.
It's fine. Let's go. How do we get here?
Biden 2024.
Let's go on.
The person that is putting Trump 2024, we are going to ban him from the studio.
Hold on. I'll take one bottle of Aero beer and sit down.
Hold on. I didn't say anything earlier. Ola, you are the man that supported Bakari. I don't think you're in the position to be talking about
you can't be.
Babati. That if you want to kill Ola, don't take Ola to religion. Don't take Ola to religion, please. Then he worship Bakari very well. Cannot say anything negative against Bakari. Don't go to that place.
President of the country. You think you can blackmail me, right?
It's not black. It's not black. It's evidence-based practice now.
Babati, you can't blackmail me and use that one. We are talking of Trump. Leave Bakari out of this, right? If someone said God sent me, right? You need to argue.
And God denied him. God refused to send him again. And send another person.
Simba, you heard me clearly. If you come to me tomorrow and you say God sent you, I won't argue with you now.
You will not escape for this thing. You will not escape.
Thomas, I'm not denying Bakari. I still listen to him. I still believe he's a man of God. No story. You can't use that one to deny it.
Ola is Nigeria's problem.
A man of God or God of man.
You see, Simba, people like Ola are Nigeria's problem. They're the one that put us in the same position. This court life, excuse me. This court life.
But Ola has the right to have a spiritual father now.
What kind of father?
I wonder.
Thomas, I have a spiritual father also now.
Who?
Baba Kumi is my spiritual father.
Kumuyi.
Yeah, Kumi.
Okay, you are a deeper life person.
Yeah.
Simba, you see the problem.
Okay.
This is the problem right now.
I have a spiritual father.
Really? You too?
The spiritual father.
Yeah. Guru Maharajini.
I like that. Oh my God!
You can see the problem right here. This cult-like atmosphere that you guys have created in that country, where everybody blindly follows this so-called God of men or whatever they refer to themselves as, and Ola is still talking about Bakari at this point. I don't know.
Honestly, I will still talk about him tomorrow.
Why? Bro, why?
Now me know why now.
No. Tell us. No. Don't say now you know. Tell us why you know.
Really?
He was the one that prophesied for Ola to go to Canada, and Ola is doing well in Canada. So,
Babati, I will tell you. See, let me tell you something. As a Christian, I don't look to a man. You see, look up to the finish.
The man is a liar. That's. Let's just break it down. He's a liar.
Babati. Let me tell you something. If you as you are here tomorrow, if you come to me and say God sent you something, Babati, I won't argue with you. Do you think I will argue with you? I won't argue with you. The question is this: can you ask me to do something and I will follow you without questioning you through my own spiritual knowledge or through the scriptural knowledge?
Let me ask you a question. Let's just be factual. Did he lie about that prophecy? Yes or no?
Babati.
No. Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
I say I don't know. Use your own judgment.
What do you mean? Did he lie? Yes or no? That's the question.
See,
Ola, please don't fall to this.
I was born into Christianity now, so I understand the domain very well. So
He lied.
Babati, to you.
Oh, okay. Okay, Ola, let us ask you. Okay, what did he do if he didn't lie? Because the prophecy didn't come to pass. So can you explain to us? What happened? What happened? Can you explain that? How do you explain what happened?
Wait, Simba. Let me tell you something. If you today come to me,
I'm telling you, how do you explain what happened? Don't give me an analogy.
It seems like we've been talking these days. It's like you don't know me.
Wait.
Okay, ask your question and answer yourself. Now, if you don't let me answer now, ask your question and answer yourself.
That's the question.
Are you ready to listen to me?
Okay, go on.
I tell you something that spiritual thing is personal. Do you think you can't tell? Okay, for example, now if you tell me to do something that Babati comes to me, you say God directs you to tell me something to do something. It doesn't mean I will follow Babati for what Babati is saying because I have access to God too. You understand? If you
why what he said is right now. He has access to God now. He's a child of God. What are you
yes, you are right.
So,
you are right.
So do you think because you are a prophet, you tell me something, I will believe you? I don't know how you are dealing with God. It's a personal thing.
So why did the prophet didn't come to pass?
Are you asking me?
I'm just. It's not really a question, but I would really
but I'm not a prophet. Are you asking me?
I mean, I expect the prophecy will come.
You are the follower. You are the follower.
What of the prophecy that come to pass prophecy that came to pass after 400, 200 years? Does that mean that prophecy will still not come to pass?
You know, it was specific. It was a specific prophecy. It said it will be the 16th president.
Simba, what you don't know.
I said it will come after Buhari. I don't know whether another Buhari is coming in 200 years.
Let the men of God continue to collect their Jari.
The question is this. The question is this. My faith. I know how it operates. If you don't know, I know that there's nothing I can tell you from now to tomorrow.
How does it operate? How does your faith operate, please? Can you tell us?
Let me help you. Let me help you. The secret things belongs to God. There are things you cannot question God, whether prophecy comes to pass or doesn't come to pass. There are secret things that belongs to God. You understand? So, when God prophesied to Abraham that he will be the father of many nations, it took almost more than 400 years before that dream was actualized. But people that are close to him will say, this dream didn't come to pass.
Bakari will be alive in 200 years' time,
I don't
fulfill
know.
that prophecy.
I don't know. You cannot tell how God wants to. You cannot tell how God wants to fulfill it. But all I know is that secret things belongs to God. There are things about God that all the Bible we read, we don't even know it.
I beg we are talking about somebody who said he will become a president after Buhari. You are giving me prophecy of Abraham that is talking about generations.
You don't know how God plans it now. You don't know how God plans it. When Abraham was telling you that he will be the father of many nations, after some years, many years, that generation died. His generation died before that generation. People that were alive in that generation, we say that this prophecy did not come to pass.
That prophet didn't have timeline.
How is that
timeline on your prophecy?
Babati, let me tell you something. When this man said SCPs will fail,
Bakari is a liar.
Okay, if you want to be talking, then I won't respond to you. I wanted to respond. I didn't even say anything. You've already talked. So look at it. Look at it, Omoba. Look at it, Omoba. When he prophesied that NRC and SDP will both fail, you understand? When they fail, nothing. When he prophesied about the death of Abacha, that he said it that time publicly that it happened, nobody talked, right? So he was not a fake prophet that time. So the thing is this: what you don't know, and don't bother yourself. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because if I've not seen this man prophesy,
what happened this time around?
Thomas, they listen to someone. Now let me learn now. Then you can ask me. I don't know what happened. I've told you. I'm not ready to. I'm not a prophet. I'm not there with. I'm not there with him. So that's what is between him and his God.
Ola just said that God speaks to you now.
Really? I say I have access to God.
Why God will speak? As a child of God, if the Spirit of God doesn't direct you, then you are not sure of your Christianity now. God has to speak to you as a child of God.
Exactly. What I told you is I have access to God. You see, Simba, if you are a pastor, even if you preach to me, good, I will listen to you and I will respect you. But I can still go back and go and look at my Bible. If you want to told me, if it's not resonating with me, I will still do what I think God asked me to do. For example, now you can't say as a prophet now, you can't say I should go to Trinity Junction and go and shout there and I will listen to you. As a prophet now, you can't say, oh, Simba, because you're a prophet, you ask me now to go and carry egg and put at Trinity Junction in Canada and I will listen to you. I won't, because I know if I do that, for example, police can catch me. So the thing is this, as I'm doing my no, wait now. Look. The way individual understand this religion is personal. Get that thing right. And Christianity is a way of life. You understand? So the fact that a prophet made a prophecy that the prophecy
question, please. One question. Did Bakari lied?
Go and ask him. I don't know.
There is no Ola, there's no everybody is fallible. That's the point. I think that's the one point where Babati is trying to go to.
No,
Ola, let me finish.
You need to know where Babati and people are coming from.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let me finish. Is the problem of Nigeria. That's the point they're coming from.
Bakari as a human being is still as a pastor is still a human being now.
Exactly. A man of God is a man at his best. A man of God is a man.
So and I think all of them are covering their heads in shame, especially with Tinubu's performance in the last 20 days.
No.
There's no way they could.
See. There are sometimes that the prophet says something. Look at it this way. Even in the spiritual world, right? Even if you're a true prophet, if you prophesy something, if that something is not palatable to something, there are some people in the same spiritual world that they will counter you because they have access to the same throne you have access to. So, because when I say the way spiritual thing works sometimes, that's where some prophet they will see they won't talk. Because some higher authority within the same Christianhood, they can cancel your prophecy. What are you talking about? So the thing is, if you don't know how things work, that's what I'm saying. Okay,
so there is Ajakas in the prophecy now.
Thomas, I don't know. You are on your own. you are on your own. So the thing is this: you are asking me the question that I'm not competent to answer, and I'm telling you, you are not asking me whether I still believe that Pastor Tudebaka is a man of God, and I'm telling you, yes, I will still listen to his preaching tomorrow. If he's preaching next week, I will see. If he's coming to Canada today, I will see go to that place. I see reverend him as a pastor, as a man of God. See, anything, whether what he said came to pass or not, it doesn't move me. As long as I know that this is a good teacher.
Ola, how do you know a man of God? How do you know a man of God? What are the characteristics of a man of God?
By their fruit you shall know them.
By their fruit you shall know them.
By their fruit, it's not.
So what is the fruit of Bakari? Lies. Deception.
No, you Thomas. You say you are a Christian. You say you are a Christian.
I'm a good Christian. Born again Christian.
The Bible say by their prophecies you shall know them.
But what is the fruit?
No,
what is
okay.
The fruit?
Peter.
How many prophets you've seen in the Bible that their prophecy doesn't come to pass? Tell me one.
Thomas. Peter denied Jesus Christ.
That's not a prophecy.
Wait, no, you said because
we are talking of one Ola, you are running away. That's not a prophecy.
I'm not running away. I'm only telling you that what you are asking me is so funny. Because what you don't know, you don't know. So don't ask me what you don't know. And I can't validate what I don't know to you. You ask me, okay, you are asking me what I say I don't know. So why are you forcing me to tell you what I don't know?
That's all right.
Ola, can I interject, please?
Yeah, Remy, how are you? Let's come in, my brother.
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And I've just been listening to what you guys have been saying. To me, I think the Pastor Bakari that was so sure that he's going to become the 16th president that God revealed to him. He made that statement publicly for the public space. If he
emphatic statement. Emphatic.
He had made that statement in his church and just for his people or wherever, just not for the media to carry it or something like that. For that prophecy not coming to reality, whether the word of in the word of religion, there is a lot of unexplained possibility and impossibility, and there's a lot of things we cannot see. And I think that is where Allah is going, that something he cannot really see or can say. For me, I think our faith lies in our heart. And everybody can believe in whatever they like or they will consider as semi-God. But when you go to the public space and you are so sure you are going to become the 16th president of Nigeria, and it does not come to reality, even from the primaries, you score 0, it's either stop laughing.
I'm sorry. Let me mute myself. I can't stop laughing.
So it's either we can say the delegates, you did not preach well to them, or we can say there is something wrong with that prophecy. As a God of man, as Ola said, we shouldn't also expect all prophecy he has prophesied.
Ola said man of God, though. He didn't say God of man. He says a man of God.
Okay. Yeah, it can be a man of God to Ola, but to some other people, it might not be a man of God. So that is subjective. It's Ola's opinion. So for this particular situation you are discussing right now, I think that is the bane of one of our problems in Africa. Because we can see that this so-called our spiritual leader, whether they are far imam or pastor, we held them in high esteem that we go to the extent that we do not believe in authority anymore. It is what our semi-god or spiritual leader say that we always follow. We don't normally follow the laid down constitution. And that is where our problem lies. How can you, for example, look at a country like Nigeria? If the president says something, they'll say he's lying. But let it come from their religious leader. I'm talking about both faiths now, not only about Christianity. Just come from their leader, then they will, even if the leader is lying to them, bare face, they will just take it hook and sink. So for me, generally speaking, I think these pastors, one thing that doesn't really sit comfortable with me is that when you have a congregation of thousands of people, and out of these thousands of people, they go to your church every day, and I'm down to you that more than 50% of these people, they don't have a gainful employment. And even if they do have, their money is so meager, you collect money from them week out, week in, yearly, for several years. And you are not really contributing to the development of these people. It's not that you are creating jobs for them. It's not that you are elevating their life. You also segregate in your churches and your mosques, putting those ones you think are the super rich in front or treating them more better than the others. And the majority of these people are not doing fine. And you continue to bamboozle them. And these people are so gullible to the extent that whatever you tell them, they will just accept who can sing. Ola, I understand that this is your godfather or your superior, whatever you name it, but please, let's face the reality. You can accept that this particular prophecy is not right and it failed, and you just accept it. What about that prophecy he has prophesied that has come to reality? What about that? He's just a man like you. So we cannot expect everything he says every time we come to reality. But in this one, he goofed heavily because it's a presidential election, and you make people believe that, oh wow, you are the president, and it doesn't come to reality.
And people even contributed for his form. You understand?
Yeah.
So can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of all this our spiritual father. First, I want to make a point. I want to push back on the point you made that they collect money, they don't build infrastructures and all that. We should know that offering is for the furtherance of the gospel. The reason for offering and how it was stated in the scripture is to make sure that the gospel is being propagated, and the furtherance of the gospel.
And for them to be buying private jets and building a beautiful house all over the world.
If they have the needs for them to, if there is the need for it, I don't see anything bad in that. But as far as it's for the, giving to God,
answer this question, please, Ekene. When we said as in furtherance of the preaching the word gospel, they can buy private, they can live in it, they can send their children to good school. What is the gain of those people, their followers, following them several years and nothing to show? What is
like I said, I have gained a lot.
What is the essence of going there without no gain?
Like I said,
not changing for several years, and they see their pastor, their life is changing every time.
Like I said, since I started following my own spiritual father, I've never lose anything. I've gained a lot from him.
How many of you? You can't.
We are many. We are mainly.
Can you give me a number, please? Can you give me a number? And I want
At least
to know.
we know, you can Google and know the number of followers that Deeper Life have.
No, Ola, Abi, Remy, sorry, Ekene. What have you gained?
I've gained a lot.
Like what? Both
spiritually and physically. I am what I am today.
Let's know.
I am what I am today because of the teaching of the man of God.
And you know that what you think you have gained is subjective.
So you are not. Are you working? Are you working?
So Ekene does not believe in his hard work.
Are you working? So
I'm working very well.
So you
are you working very well? So is it your pastor that told you to work?
You see, everything about Christianity depends on how you want to take it.
No, it's not about Christianity. It's about faith. It's about faith. It's not about Christianity. It's about faith.
It's about faith. But let me tell you this. Okay, let me tell you one thing. That helped me a lot. You know, there must be nobody will say that he doesn't have. If you don't have a spiritual father, you must have a mentor. But for me, I have a spiritual father, and he's also a mentor to me, and he has led my path very well. Do you understand the point I'm making? He has led my path very well, and I've been able to apply most of the things he has been saying, and I've not regretted any of it. So why will I complain? I'm not. So if it is not beneficial to me, I would say it's not beneficial to me.
Ekene, I want to ask you so. I want to clarify something. I will ask you some few questions. And if you claim you are a true Christian, because I know Deeper Life very well, and I know the majority of the followers in Deeper Life, maybe because they believe in the doctrine of that particular set of Christianity, I do not see their life improving, because I know that Deeper Life does not worship material things. And I know that you, Ekene, maybe you have four or five, it's no longer true. You have 3 or 4 houses, you wear designer shoes and designer suit, and you do your hair custom out. They don't believe in all this material.
It's not true. It's not true any longer.
I want to understand Remy very well. I'm not understanding him. I want to understand him.
Let me answer on that. See,
they don't change everything.
Remy, they've changed. Deeper Life is no longer. Those guys, they are quiet, but they are really, really.
Before they don't watch television. Now they are watching television.
No, they are fast advanced. The guys in the air, and they are doing very
Mr. Remy.
You know, Thomas, you know the scripture has changed now. So the scripture has changed. That's why they are changing.
The scripture, no. The scriptures are not changed.
Material thing.
Because if somebody can change and say this is what you should do, and he's changing it, maybe the scripture has changed.
Let me just say this. Hold on. Let me just say this. I think people just add their doctrine to the scriptures. The scripture doesn't tell you not to watch television, but they just add their own doctrine. So it's their own doctrine.
But the man of God made it clear that they should know what is a misunderstanding. See, it's not about watching television. It's about what you watch. Do you understand? It's not about watching television. It's all about what you watch in the television. So now what Deeper Life was able to achieve is to make sure that all their messages are being transmitted, so that you will not say that you have a television in your house and you are not seeing the pastor's message to watch.
If you have to be objective, you cannot compare Deeper Life of 15 or 20 years ago with Deeper Life of nowadays.
The only thing I know is that there is one thing that the man of God stands for, and that thing is still standing for. That is holiness and righteousness.
I don't think you should call anybody man of God, because you are not God. So let us stop using this.
I think I have to say something now. See, look, what you are missing is this. I'm a Christian, right? If anybody likes, say I'm brainwashed, your own opinion. I don't care. A way of life simply means a lot. I know what Christianity has done in my life, and I know how I am typically if I'm not a Christian. And I know how Christianity has
done. I never.
Please let me laugh. Please let me laugh.
That part of your life, I never questioned. No.
Wait now, wait, Babati. No, wait, Babati. I'm even addressing
Just
the
to
like of
clarify,
Dupsy.
just to clarify.
Wait
Just to
now,
clarify.
I know I'm even addressing the like of Dupsy that is so rude to me by saying I'm brainwashed. That statement is just derogating and rude because I have to say it. See, look at it this way. When you say is a Christianity is a way of life, that is how I want to live my life. I want to love my neighbor as myself. I want to have spirit of forgiveness. I don't want anything about having bitterness against anybody to disturb my thought process so that I can concentrate on how to move forward. I don't want to find myself in crime world to the point that every police that is moving around, I will be thinking that they are looking for me. Those are the things that Christianity can do for you. Once you obey, you stay away from crime. You stay even when it's not a crime, you stay away from a life that can backfire on you. That you start running. Hey, please let me land.
Ola, you don't need religion to teach you all these things that you're talking about.
Okay,
you don't need religion to teach you. They are just basic. They are just basic way of living life.
I say, okay, I got you. I don't need it, but that's what worked for me. What worked for me might not work for you. You have to respect what worked for me. So just let it have it. Now, some people today, they have their children that, okay, they say they're artists that they can't even control their children. Now, it's totally different from a child that right from the younger age, you put the fear of God, you fear God and respect the parents and do this thing and do something right. And you don't even have to start running around to take your children into one body house in Nigeria just because you can no longer control your children again. So look at what religion can do for you, what you can benefit, because religion, I told you, is like something, is a tool of control. When you control someone's mind rightly, not wrongly, then the person will stay away from so many troubles, because you have to understand that. Now, look at this type of life we have in the Western region.
Control your mind to enrich your own pocket.
Waiting. Don't always. That's what I'm saying. Stop looking at the extreme side of this thing.
We have to look at it because some of this your semi-god you are talking about, they are destroying that continent.
Remy, if you want to look at the extreme, Remy, wait now. Listen to someone now. Listen to someone.
I'm not talking about Christian alone. I'm talking about
Remy, always be Remy. Try and be as if you want to be speaking alone, I will keep quiet for you and I will get out of the studio. Then you will be talking to yourself. Because I get it to my nerve now. The thing is this: get this thing right. Now, if you want to be looking at the extremists, the extreme end of Christianity, then where you are today, whether you're an American or this thing, they can be looking at the extreme of those people that are 419, that are criminals in Nigeria, and they say, okay, we don't want to accept Nigeria in our country. But we always separate the good from the bad. But when you want to carry all these, the bad aspect of this thing looms larger than the good, that's the problem we have in Nigeria. You guys concentrate so much on some pastors that are doing evil, and then you forget about those people that are doing good. You forget
so can you give us names of pastors?
Remy, please let me land. Otherwise, I will quit the stage for you.
Calm down.
No, I will at least do active listening. Listen to person before you interrupt sometimes. You understand? Now, look at it this way. The same Christianity you are talking about is the same Christianity that brought education, healthcare, and so many things to Nigeria. It's the same Christianity that they used to stop killing of twins in Calabar and Co. When Mary says, okay, come to that place. You're not looking at those. So even in Yoruba, when Christianity came to Nigeria, even when they go differ, if that's true, they say, okay, these people that are coming, this religion they are bringing to this place, it's going to bring civilization. Why people prefer to leave the good aspect of things and you now concentrate on maybe the 5% bad aspect, and you forget about the 95%. The problem our problem in Nigeria is this: anywhere money follows, whatever we see there, just because this thing is not coming to me, or this thing is having one kind of impact on me, all of a sudden everything around that place is bad. Okay, some Nigerians are from one, so all Nigerians are from one.
The point was let me ask you: is Bakari amongst the good ones?
The good ones.
That was the nobody's question bad or good. You said
to me, yes.
To me, yes. Hold on. You said the majority are good, but there are little ones that are bad that we put focus on. Is Bakari amongst the good ones?
Absolutely yes, and I will tell you why.
And that is
absolutely yes.
That is what the problem is. That is where the problem is.
Beauty, how come you are not looking at releasing the facility during the COVID to be using this facility of Flattering Assembly as isolation center? How come you are not seeing that? How come people are not seeing those people that churches are giving scholarship to go and study? How come people are not seeing those people how come people are not seeing Redeemed Christian Church of God that have been donating kidney equipment to government hospital? Are they supposed to be government? How come we focus on the negative and we don't look at the good aspects? That's the problem I have with my country.
Can we also talk, because you have been
we only talk of tight.
You know when I say here that I don't know without Christianity what I would have been now, and I will always say that, and I don't know without what Kumi would have impacted in my life. I don't know where I would have been now.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God. I believe in God.
Do you believe that God is the supernatural, is the Omega and the Alpha?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know that only God, which everybody cannot see, but we can feel, that He is the only one that can decide anybody's fate in life? Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Do you believe that all our imam, our pastors, our afa are men like me and you? Do you believe that?
Yeah, they are men. Yeah, sure.
Do you believe you sit down by yourself and pray to God by yourself? Do you believe God?
Very sure of that. Very sure.
Thank you. Babati, go ahead.
So, but what I want to say is this: somebody opened my eyes to the scripture. Somebody make me understand that. Somebody made me understand that all these things you are saying. Somebody led me. Somebody guided me through his teachings and all that.
Before somebody guides you, you know that is God, right?
Yeah, if there is nothing like preaching of the gospel,
before anybody introduce any scripture to you, for example, I will tell you that when you are growing up, your parents, they can either be Christian, Muslim, or non-believer. If they are Christian, you will follow them to the church they are going. If they are Muslim, you will follow them to the mosque they are going. And that means from childhood, you already know there is God, right?
Yeah.
So as you are growing up, then people can shape your opinion, maybe through one leader or another leader. But everybody knows there is God. And you also know that those people you are calling that they are the one that shape your mind. Who are they praying to?
They are praying to God, and he has given me
Ekene, you yourself, you can pray to God, and you can also be a pastor tomorrow, right?
I know, but I cannot acquire that faith to pray to God if I have not been able to. Somebody have not preached me and tell me, and they led me and make me to understand how to know those things.
That most of these pastors or afar, they always say something that it is God that called them. They never said that it's a man that called them. Everybody say, God called me. It's God that called me.
Can you please permit me to ask Remy a critical question? Remy, what's your profession today? It's not Sunday person. I just want to know. I'm going somewhere.
Okay, I am working in the customer service.
Okay, no, okay. Do you know that profession exists?
What does that mean? When I was growing up, when I was little.
Yeah, whatever profession you are, do you know those professions? Do you know
When I was little, I don't know, but when I was growing up, by the age of 10, because I have a big brother that's older than me, was a banker, and I really want to be a banker. So I've known a lot of things as a bank or customer service since that time, even before before I get to high school.
No. The question that do you know they exist? That's the question.
Do you mean various? Do you
know those professions that you were eyeing? Do you know they exist?
I mean, you mean various professions? You can
tell the profession you want, your profession you were targeting.
I have answered your question. If you talk about before 0 to 2 or before 0 to 5, I don't know. But as I'm around 8 or 9, I know a lot of things also.
Okay. Did you receive training before you start practicing the profession?
Of course, I have to go through the walls of the university, and I have to do on-the-job training. So many things I have to do in my life.
So you need someone to take you through before you can get into that profession, right?
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
That's what Christianity is. If you don't know,
no, I don't agree with you.
You don't agree with it. Where
that's what it is now because it's already there in the Bible. It's already Mr. Remy, it's already there in the Bible. It's already there in the Bible. that you should study. You should study to show yourself approved.
Just one minute.
Adewale, if you don't force your way through, no, they won't give you chance.
I know they. Hey, I let me just. I just want to say thank you, guys. I need to go to bed.
Adewale, please hold on. Dupsy is trying to come in. Dupsy, your system is not connect. You have to go out and come back, please. I will kick you out. The link is on there. Thank you, Adewale. Go on.
I just want to, appreciate you guys for always making this platform very welcoming, very interesting. Even though we get on each other's throats sometime, but all is in the name, just in the name of the love that we have for our country. I just want to appreciate everyone. It's time for me to bow out, and I'll join you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I want to say something now. I asked a series of questions, and I was able to deduce that the kind of faith you practice can be brought to you by your parents or by the community where you live in. But in terms of formal education, you have to go to school. A lot of people in Nigeria that did not went to any formal education, they still can understand the book or they still know how to practice their religion very well. So religion is totally different from formal education because religion connects. When we talk about spiritualism, if you are the type that you want to see something from what other people cannot see, you can push yourself to that extent to become whatever you want to be. Because I ask a lot of questions, and I know that most of our pastors and Afa will tell you that it is God that called them. Nobody ever told you that it is Thomas or Remy or Simba or Ola or Ekene that called them to become a pastor or a imam. And what I'm trying to say is that if they can pray to God, and I also can pray to God, we are praying to the same God, and God being fair to everybody, I don't think God will do partiality. If you pray to your God by yourself, God will answer you. So you're not equating God, this kind of religion, equating it with formal education. So of course, you also as Ola, I know you put in a lot of hard work. If you don't believe in hard work, why don't you just say, okay, my pastor, my spiritual father, Bakari will pray for me. I don't need to put in a lot of hard work in whatever I do.
I don't need to work. I don't need to work anymore.
When you put in a lot of hard work with a lot of prayer by yourself, God will answer your prayer.
Okay, but what did God say about blessing? Is it not blessing the work of your hand that the Bible promised? That the word of God promised?
Remy, let me tell you something. There is a spiritual need and there is normal material need. Let me tell you something. What you don't know, how religion save people from trouble. See, I once made some kind of statement that if people were to be put in jail today, if you look at average Nigerians, and if there are ways, you'll find out that over 90% of people in Nigeria today might be in jail. And I can tell you one of those reasons. Now, one of those reasons, for example, is this: why people are growing up, some people were dating underage, unknown to them that what they were doing was criminal. Now, some people, for example, because they are Christian, Christianity will tell you do not fornicate. The first thing you want to run away is fornication. So now tell me, when I tell you that religion is beneficial in that angle, from that point, you will be arguing with me that it's no, because I know this thing. But wait, let me land. Just let me land. And if I now tell you that that's one of the benefits, that Christianity will take you away from trouble. There was a time on Facebook that people, especially when all these agencies that are accessing money from foreign DC, they start looking at, oh, he forced me, he do all those things. They accuse the bank, they accuse of so many people. And someone that even dated unknowingly, that just a normal innocent thing, Lagos guy you are doing, that dated, okay, maybe you are 18, you mistakenly dating someone like 15. All of a sudden, statutory what? Don't let me make it. You understand? But if you're a Christian, if you're so religious, you won't descend also to that, and nobody will come accuse you. So see, there are a lot of things. That's why I'm saying that when you want to make argument, you have to balance your argument. Don't focus on prophecy alone. Just because someone prophesied and that prophecy didn't come, all of a sudden, everything the person has been doing since this day, rubbish. You don't do like that.
Okay. Can I
talk? A man of God is still a man. Okay. You see, Abraham, the father of faith, even lied when he got to a stage where, because he had to lie that his wife was his sister. Peter lied when they asked whether he was with Jesus Christ. That didn't make that guy not to be an apostle. Look at what King David, look at what he did in the Bible. Will you say that the wife that the Bathsheba gave back to will be the lineage to Jesus Christ? So there are a lot of things that you have just to be very careful when you talk of religion. The only thing is, if you don't want to believe in religion, good. But for those that believe in religion, don't crucify anybody that have belief in religion.
I agree with you, because majority of the people they mention in the Bible are actually a sinner. Cain is a sinner. Abraham was a sinner. Even Jacob was a sinner. All of them, because so maybe we'll use the sin to justify man of God.
Okay. Let me.
Man of God is a man. The word there, man. That man there is telling you that a man will always be man. No matter what, a man will always be man. Whether it's man of God, whether it's man of the devil, a man will always be man.
For me, Ola, I said, your faith lies in your heart. Whatever everybody say here, it is only one person, only God that can know the extent of your faith.
Look at me very well. When it comes to Christianity, I don't pass judgment. When it's come, I only analyze. When it comes to issues, I only analyze. I don't pass judgment.
Before you mention religion, make people to behave very well. I tend to disagree with you.
Mr. Remy, faith comment by hearing and hearing the word of God. Faith comment by hearing.
Let me finish my thoughts, please. When I was growing up,
Dipsy, welcome.
Thank you, Simba.
Let me finish.
Thank you.
Sorry, Dipsy. When I was growing up, my parents taught me how to behave. They taught me how to eat. They taught me don't disrespect the name of the family. That is my informal education from my parents. Anything I do, if I do something bad, my parents sometimes they will cane me. My parents also give me freedom to choose religion. Of course, they are in particular faith, and I also follow them. I went to a Catholic primary school, which I get Holy Communion every Friday. And I go to this church almost once in a week. I know more to what you don't even know. So nobody should come here and be telling people that, okay, Christianity or Islam. What I'm just trying to say is that the community and the parents you live in, especially for people that come from the Southwest, you know the power of your parents. They will tell you how to behave in the society. The community also teach you how to behave in the society.
Hello, Remy, please let me interject you.
That only religion is the one that if you are telling about religion is the one that keep a lot of people from crime. What do you think about so many young Nigerian people that are into
Remy, please let me interject you, please. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Simba. So I heard Ola saying that it's so disrespectful to Dupsy to say that. Yeah, it can be disrespectful to you, but I have to tell you, Ola, you are such a brilliant child. So when you talk sometimes...
Dupsy, you can't tell me that I'm brainwashed. That thing is actually disrespectful to me.
It is not. It is not.
No. So you don't control how I feel, right? If I feel
it is not an abuse. Go and check out the meaning.
I said you don't control how I feel, and that's how I feel.
Where's the control?
No.
Where's the control?
Wait now. You can't control how I feel. You can't tell me that I'm brainwashed. Who told you that I'm brainwashed?
What is control? When somebody says something.
Dupsy, I was born in a Christian family. I was in a choir.
There is no control here, Ola. That's my subjected view. There is no control.
No.
Why are you using the wrong word?
Average person that went to school can be said to be brainwashed because it's what they taught you in the school that you are following. So
let me talk. Let me talk.
So you can't tell me that I'm brainwashed.
So you're going to gag me because I say you're brainwashed. You said no.
I said I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to accept it. To be honest, you know that I respect you so much.
That's my subjective view. Is either you take it or you leave it.
Even see, my sister, even if it's your subjective view, You know
Yeah.
I hold you in high esteem and I respect
I
you.
do too. That's why I
So
wrote
you
it
can't
there.
say I'm
I
brainwashed.
do
It's
too,
just what I
Ola. I said
believe.
you are such a brilliant guy. I
You
respect you
don't
a
have to
lot.
patronize me. You don't have to
I'm
patronize
not
me and
patronizing you.
now
I don't
insult
even
me the
have.
next time.
I
So
don't even have time to patronize people. You know me.
so
I'm too
so
down to earth to patronize anybody.
so
Me,
the thing is this.
me, they share your cocoa now. You know
It's
that.
my
So
choice.
if I'm telling you I
No,
respect you, you
it's
take
my
it.
choice. It's my
Yeah.
choice.
Ha.
But saying
That's
I'm
fine then.
brainwashed, no, it's disrespectful. It's my
That's fine
choice.
then. Okay, let me
It's my
talk.
choice.
Let me talk then. So you're defending Today Bakari, and the people are pointing out to you that Today said he's going to be the 16th president of Nigeria. He prophesied, right? And in the holy book that you've been reading since when you're small, it's written that when a prophet comes to prophesy and it did not come to pass, what is the judgment? What is the verdict for that false prophet in the Bible? That the prophet has to be stoned to death. Because this is the holy Bible that you've been reading since when you're young, but yet you don't understand what is written there. So Today Bakari is a false prophet according to the holy Bible. According to the holy Bible.
Please let her finish.
Let me talk, please.
Then you
Let me
can
talk.
respond. Yeah.
You are talking about control. It's you that want to control my voice now. You're talking about control. You want to control my voice right now. So let me talk. So people are asking you, said, no, it can say that you don't mind. You should mind. If you say you are a Christian, then you represent the Holy Book well. Because the Holy Book has said, how do you know the false prophet? The Holy Book said is when that person comes and says something's going to happen, and that thing did not come to pass. The Bible says you stone such a person to death because it is recognized that that person is a false prophet. So I'm teaching you what's written in your holy book.
That is Old Testament. So we are using New
Yes,
Testament.
please. You're very correct, my brother. That is Old Testament. Yes. That's how it's written in the Old Testament.
But
so somebody can.
Testament.
Yeah, no, say, are they separated the old and the new? I thought they're using both together. I don't know. I've not been to
No.
Because you are not
There's
a
no
Christian.
Dupsy.
Why
There's
religion
old.
with me?
So they don't use the Old
old
Testament
and
anymore?
new.
So you
You
guys
can't.
don't use the Old Testament anymore? I
We
didn't realize
use
that.
Dupsy.
I'm
We,
just joking.
hold on, Remy.
Okay.
Hold on, please. The new and the old is still the word of God. So anything in the new and the old, you have to respect it. Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. So we go according to what
old is old.
We go according to the Old Testament, right? Okay. So I want people to be logical in their thinking. If you say you're a Christian or you're Muslim, you have to still go according to the holy book of that particular religion.
Go and read Isaiah 38.
Let me talk,
read about
please.
King
I read Isaiah 38, my brother, but I'm not a Christian. I'm just
so why are you saying what you don't know? Go and read.
I know more than you do.
Are you not telling me that Isaiah was a fake prophet?
I know more than you do.
Go and read what Isaiah said to Hezekiah now.
Okay.
And you just tell me what. That's why I said what you don't know about.
I know. Allah Isaiah 38 verse what? I have Bible here.
Are you a Christian?
I see what Isaiah said to Hezekiah and what happened eventually.
Isaiah. No, tell me the verse.
Read from verse 1 to 5.
I don't know you.
Actually, you know now. Then see, because when I tell you that some of you have not even read the Bible, you don't really understand the thing. See, this is what we are saying. See, you are asking me to judge Pastor Bakari. I'm going to tell you that I'm not going to judge Pastor Bakari. That's what I just said. You are saying I'm defending. You want me to judge him, and I said no. You won't push me to judging anybody.
But Ola, Pastor Bakari is a liar. You're supposed to stone him to death.
According to Thomas. According to
Bible.
According to Thomas.
No,
I'm telling you that I don't pass judgment on anybody when it comes to my family.
Then if it's like that, many pastors would have died now.
Are we still reading the
So many
Bible?
pastors in the country.
Are we still reading the Bible?
We are waiting for Simba to read the Bible to us.
We don't need to read that. He doesn't need to read that.
No. No, because we are proving
no. We have Muslim followers. We have other Indian followers.
No, it's not as if I don't know how to expose some of you now, but then when I tell you that, just hold on where you are. Stay within your knowledge. Don't just go beyond your boundary. But
do you want to read the Bible or we should just keep on? I should keep on talking.
Simba said he want to read it now because
we don't need to read it. No.
Okay. Why? No, because it doesn't.
We are not in the church. We are not in the church. No, we are not in the church.
It doesn't favor you now. You don't want to read, right? But you can say.
Why are you saying that? I'm a Christian. Why do you say that?
Let Simba read if Simba wants to read. Because
Simba must have seen it now. Simba must have seen it. That's why he's running away.
Bible knowledge cannot match me. One on one, it cannot match me. So let Simba read.
Okay.
You cannot match me when it comes to Bible knowledge.
I agree with. Of course,
I know more than you do. Because you guys don't know anything about the Bible that you're carrying.
I know you are omniscient. No problem. You can continue. I don't know what you know.
Personally, to me,
I can compare with you when it comes to knowledge. So I will accept that.
Personally, to me, I think Pastor Bakari and all these pastors have been prophesied, but because they are man like me, not all their prophecy came into reality. Let us just agree that this particular one does not come to reality. There is no big deal about it. So why?
No, Remy. Did you know why I even present? I said, look. If I want to use my analytical mind, I will analyze Sinobu. But if I want to use my spiritual mind, this is where I will go because I believe in spirituality. Right. I was here every time I was analyzing Sinobu.
Bro, can you hear yourself? What's the meaning of that? That's so disappointing. Are you going to
tell me how to present myself?
Can you listen to yourself, brother? It's not nice.
So when did it become an obligation that I cannot think the way I want to think and I can't reason?
My brother, critical thinking is what's going to save us from this life. Critical mind. When you think critically, that's how we are going to be saved. Not when you suspend your brain.
You are telling me about
Thomas, do we have another topic? Do we have another topic? This is
I'm about to show that.
That's why I'm here. I'm not here for another topic. Let me just talk and go. So
yes, hear from my sister. Yeah.
When you guys are ready to do Bible quiz or to argue about the Bible, I'm in. You can just give me you can just call me to come up because these guys, all of them, they can't match me in Bible knowledge. I know the Bible, and I know it's all fallacy. There's nothing in there. So I know everything that is written there. So they can't match me one-on-one. So the other guy, the other guy, I can't remember his name, from Nigeria. He was talking about.
Okay, what's in Isaiah 38? You say you know Bible. What is Isaiah 38?
I don't know what when you read it, I'll be able to match you on that your point that you want to bring.
You say you know the Bible now.
Just read it and let's start the argument. But since people want to move on,
I told you what can trigger you to. I said, do you know who Ezekiel was in the Bible?
Since people wants to move on,
I told you.
Let me just say
even by saying Ezekiel and Isaiah, that should tell you something.
That is Ezekiel and Isaiah. Really know. That's how they brainwash you guys. What's Ezekiel and Isaiah? Who are they? Are they not human that came to this world? What's Ezekiel and Isaiah?
What exactly was your point now? That's what I'm saying.
Allah has to speak. I want Allah has to speak now, so that
I want to talk about you. You are talking about your pastor, that you believe in your pastor. What's his name? The other guy, Kumuyi. You said you believe in him, right? You said he is what did you say? He has integrity or whatever. I can't remember. This is a guy that his wife died and he got married to another woman after a month. Barely a month.
Then
maybe they have been
integrity.
They have been dating. They have been dating before.
Integrity? Is that the guy you're following? That you said he has.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? You're saying that. What's wrong with that? A woman that you've been married to for years. They were married for at least.
His wife died and he married another wife. What's wrong with that?
Barely a month.
Did the Bible condemn that? Did the Bible condemn that?
To mourn your wife? Nearly a month? You're a joker, brother. You must be a joker. Okay?
No, I don't see anything wrong with that. That somebody's wife died and you married another one.
For following such a guy, you must
Not
be
like he married
yourself.
not like he married a baby Oko. He still married an old woman. It's just to take care of her. So what's wrong with that?
Young lady.
Oh, young lady, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, because what you buy here, most of them 60-something are still virgins. He has to marry to an older woman, of course, because they have destroyed their life.
Dupsy.
Yes.
Sorry. So I'm in Isaiah 38. Ola, give me the verse.
Simba, about how many years? Oh my God.
I have to go and bring my iPad.
Read from verse 1 to verse 5.
Okay, in those days was Hezekiah sick unto death, and Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came unto him, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, set thine house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. Then Hezekiah turned his face towards the wall and prayed unto the Lord, and said, Remember now, O Lord, I beseech thee, how I have walked before thee in truth and with a perfect heart, and I have done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore. Then came the word of the Lord to Isaiah, saying, Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David, thy father, I have heard thy prayer, and I have seen thy tears. Behold, I will add unto thy days 15 years. I'm already on verse 6. So.
No, it's okay, Simba. We've heard. Ola, what you're saying
I don't know.
Ola, is the prophet that said you will die? Is the prophet that came again and said you will not die? Show us where Pastor Bakari when came again and said you will not be the 16th president. That's the perfect
illustration. Imagine. Ola, I'm so disappointed.
AY, you think you are smart, right? The question is this: whether prophecy can change. I told you something about prophecy. Look at it this way.
If prophecy will change, the person that said the prophecy will be the one to give us an update.
Did you listen to me? Did you listen to me that the spiritual power you have, there are some people that are higher than you in that realm of the spiritual power, right? Look at it.
Ola, are they ajakas in spiritual realm now?
This was Jacka. This is the second time you'll be saying it. I heard it the other time. That's not what I'm saying. I just get the principle. So I'm not joking with what I'm saying.
What does that mean? I'm a Christian too now. What are you talking about?
I think you can continue. As this I've established, if you want to, because if I still talk from now tomorrow, you have your mindset. I don't need to talk. Okay.
No, what have you established, Ola? You have not established shishi. Establishing kaka.
Nothing.
Establish it. You know, Ola, I love to listen to you, Goni, but when it comes to
don't love to listen to me.
When it comes to religious matter, brother, you get on my nerves.
You don't have to listen to me. You know, I don't care who listens to me. Like I said, I don't expect persons to roll red carpet for me. So it's not a matter. I will just say my own. It's for you to listen or not, or you choose not to listen.
AY, you are very good in the Bible. In fact, your interpretation to this thing that I read, because me too, I cannot even understand it, but your interpretation is right.
Let me give Ola, let me just give you an explanation.
AY, before I give you, wait.
You'll be struggling to explain before. Let me just explain. Let me explain. See.
Hello, brother. Is this Ayo the same Khashoggi on Woman's Platform? Is that the Ayo?
No.
Ayo the chairman of Woman's Platform?
No.
Okay, I thought it's the Khashoggi over time. Okay.
All right. So this is the thing about prophecy, right? If you are giving prophecy, you need to hear about. If you look at this scenario that you are explaining does not apply. So look at it. There was a prophecy to somebody. Who is the recipient of the prophecy? A king, right? Who is the recipient of the prophecy that Bakare sent? He was the recipient of the prophecy. He received the prophecy by himself, right? Now, when the prophecy was going to change,
the person that was meant to receive the prophecy got a new update of the prophecy, which means when the recipient of the prophecy prayed that he doesn't want this kind of thing, the channel through which that message came initially, it came again and said, oh, sorry, there is a new update saying you will not die. And the king said, okay, fine. But in this case, he was the recipient he himself that prophesied is the recipient of the message. And when the message was changing, in the realm of the spirits, whatever you call it, he was meant to get an update again and say, oh, listen, I'm going somewhere. I'll give you
I've
that
heard
proof.
what you are saying. Don't
No,
even go
let
fast.
me finish
You
now.
know, there's nothing you are going to finish because you are saying the person that brought the message was the same person. So you don't need to go far. See, let me tell you something.
I'm saying, so
The
when
Bible,
he gives us an evidence of where he came back, said he was not going to be the 16th president any longer.
How does that question stand to you? How does that question you ask stand to you? You don't let me respond to you.
Let me say something. I want to go. I want to go. My battery
let me
remains
just
small.
respond to him before I lose my thought.
Yeah.
Let me just say to him, look at this. When Bible says the letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life. Let me tell you something. When you think you are too smart, when you are interpreting Bible sometimes, we have millions of people we have interpret Bible different ways. That's what I want you to know. Now you are saying it. I said something here the other time that when you prophesy to someone openly, you don't know someone that is even higher than that person in spiritual realm. Okay, now Tinubu was contesting for the same thing. You don't even know how far Tinubu can even go to pray, to even fulfill his ambition. Because okay, it is very easy for us to say, okay, now see, let me tell you one thing. What I'm saying is I'm not defending Pastor Debaka. Hear me very well, because that's the mindset that people have. So once you tell, oh, he's defending. No, this one is not a matter of defense. It's just because of the way I believe my own faith. That's just my own faith. You don't know who Tinubu knows that pray for him. Don't forget that his wife too is a pastor. Don't forget that. Now, that is not a defense. Get me right. So now, there are many instances in the Bible, there are some promises that God made, even to the Israelites, even to we that were Christian. But
are you guys not shocked at Ola's defense?
No. Lucy, let me give you something.
Ola, let me say something. I want to go. Ola, let me say something. Lola, let me say something. Let me say something. Yeah. Christ is the author and the finisher of our faith. So that direction that they're going, bringing the Old Testament to comprehend the New Testament. We are like the Levites in this present day Christianity. You understand? So Christ has finished everything for us on the cross of Calvary.
Okay.
Leaving us an example to follow. So in those days, a lot of ignorance in doing things were being applied in the scripture, which if you apply it today, many pastors will not be alive. And that is why Christ came on the cross of Calvary to die for all
because
those
they're
things.
all false. They're all false.
No, it's not false. It's not false. It's not false. Christ has stand as the...
You are making me to laugh here. You are making me to laugh.
No, you can be laughing. You can be laughing.
It's comedy that you are doing now.
The man I know today is all about is Christ, who died on the cross of Calvary.
Exactly.
For my
so
sin.
they are fallible. They are fallible. They
You
can
understand?
make mistakes, right?
So even in the scripture, in the New Testament, you see most of the sins that many Old Testament prophets committed can lead them to death. People like David and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you know that. So why did God permit them? Why did Christ die for our sins?
My question
is to balance those equations, and that is why you have New Testament. Because today we are no longer. Let me finish. Today we are no longer sacrificing human. We are no longer sacrificing animals in the church and all that for sacrifice, because we in our own denomination and our own we believe that everything Christ has done it in the cross of Calvary. All you need now is just to go to God. He has given us access to God by his death on the cross of Calvary. So I don't need to go now to the market and buy a chicken or fowl or perform any other sacrifice. He has done the final sacrifice for me.
Okay.
Do you understand? So
okay.
I now have access to God. I can now pray to God on my own, and my prayer will be answered. Do you understand me? So the equation you are bringing about stoning a prophet, even when Christ called when the in the New Testament dispensation, when they caught a woman on the act of fornication, what was their law? Any woman that is being caught on that act will be stoned to death. But Christ came, being our intercessor. He came. He was at that spot. He told them, "What are you people trying to do?" They said this woman was caught on an act of fornication, and in our own law, in the law of this land, she must be stoned to death. Then Christ told them, "Okay, if any of you have not committed this sin, let the person be the first person to cast the stone." Before Christ would have raised his head up, all of them has disappeared. Do you understand? So it is now, Christianity is all about Christ-like. It's all about Christ-like. How the example he left for us is what we are following. Do you understand? So stoning a prophet or doing this or that or that. See, it's not just, Christ did not come to abolish that law. You know, in those days they were living in the law.
I want to add something to you so that you talk about it. Now, hope you read on Arise News or watched the interview 5 days ago, where they want to introduce a bill to regulate all this nonsense shenanigans formed by Christianity. Hope you read it. Which is a stain because of this act of immaturity among our so-called leaders, Christian leaders, because sometimes even they don't know how to disseminate. It's a thing to receive a message, which is what I wanted to tell Ola. It's a thing to receive a message or a conviction. It's not a bad thing to receive that, okay, I want to vie for this position. I feel I have the backing of God, right? But it's another thing to know how to send those messages to the public.
Disseminate it.
Yes, disseminate it to the public.
That is the discerning spirit. How to discern.
So if what Ola was trying to defend was the personal. Hold on, Ola, let me finish. The personal information.
Wait.
Let me finish now.
Ola, let him finish. Let him finish so that I will help. I'll help him to
finish my
balance
thought.
it.
Personal prophecies are personal. They were not meant for public consumption. You got a prophecy to yourself that you'll be the 16th president.
They don't even know that part.
No. It was not even for public consumption. It was not for public consumption. Same things apply to all these excesses of, when I went to India, I met a man. I said this, I said that, I said this to this person's life, and the person's life changed. But in the recess of it, when they give testimonies, and the man of God said this, and my life changed immediately. Whereas we know that there are so many factors that culminate into you getting a job. If you say when a church member comes and say, when Daddy prayed for me, I went for the interview, I got a job. We know in our common sense that it's not only the prayer that makes you to get the job. You had sense. You said something good at the interview that the person that was interviewed liked, and the person offered you the job. So
that means in that aspect now, where is the grace of God and the favor of God?
So listen, the grace of God does not alienate the fact that you need to work hard.
The grace of brother, let me finish to you.
It doesn't negate the fact that you have to work. Do you know that there are people that work harder? Do you know that people?
Wait.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. Do you know there are people?
99%.
Do you know that there are people that work harder? In this country, that work very hard in this country today, but they earn as peanuts. As in, they work hard. They wake up every morning. They earn peanuts. Do you know that there are people that do business? Do you know that there are people that started business? Let me finish. Then you can continue. You know that people that started business many years back, maybe 20 years, 30 years back, they've not been able to meet up maybe with a plot of land or that. But
Because
somebody can
the
start
system
off. No,
is
let me
not
finish
working,
now.
brother. The system
Let
is
me
not
finish
working.
now.
That is why. The system is not working. It has nothing to do with the grace of God.
Okay,
Nothing.
one voice, please,
Nothing.
one voice, please.
Let me
One
tell
voice,
you.
please.
Let me tell you this. If you want to believe it, you believe it. You don't want to believe it, you believe it.
Let
See,
me say
grace of
something.
God, grace
Let me
of
say
God,
something.
match grace of God,
Let me say
grace
something to
of
that. Let me say something to
grace
that.
of God match with a
We don't talk about
without
the grace
war
of God where
can
we
take
live
you
in. How
to a
come?
higher
We don't
level.
talk about the grace of God here, brother. It's because the system has failed you.
Please permit me to talk to answer Dupsy and AY.
Don't answer me or leave me alone because you said we are not
Wait,
friends anymore. So
wait,
don't
wait,
answer
wait,
me.
wait. You can't use that. You can't blackmail me with that one, Dupsy. You are still my sister no matter what. Ekene, look at this. These people, they
And
don't know.
Ola, I've cancelled our dates. We are no more meeting this summer. I've cancelled it. We are no more friends.
You
I've
can't use that
cancelled
one
our
to
dates.
blackmail me. You can't use we call you lazy. Ekene, look, what people I live in the village, I live in the city. When people like AY and some people talks because they don't believe in spirituality. Let me tell you
Don't
something.
assume that I don't believe in spirituality.
I
do.
Wait. Okay, I deduce it from your statement. That's what I'm saying.
No. My statement does
Wait,
not.
wait, AY, wait now. I will tell you something that
Alright.
happened.
Okay.
It happened to this guy. Right? So the guy had been looking for a job for a very long time. So he didn't know what he was going to do. So one guy, this one is not even a pastor, it's a Onishegun. Maybe Labalawa, I don't even know how to categorize the guy. So the guy now said, okay, he will do some ritual for him. And he said, if this thing past 21 days, that's no way, this thing will not pass 21 days. And that thing, he will see the impact of that thing. This is the guy that has looked for a job that was not getting job. So I think he did that ritual for this guy. You know, on the 21st day, he received a call.
Maybe I have to tell my end testimony so that they will know that I'm not following the man.
If you tell them that of the church now,
I think they will not believe. That was why I don't want to say anything.
I'm even
So
telling
maybe
them of that
I can tell them my end
traditional.
testimony.
I'm even telling one of the traditionalists. You understand?
Wait,
let me land. Let me land now.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Is it for us to just talk or we learn from one another?
Yeah, let's see.
Finish. The thing is this, right? When after that 21 days, this thing that I'm telling you, it happened sometimes in February 2005. So this is the guy that has been looking for a job for like how many years? I couldn't get. So one guy just called him that, okay, that Lagbaja said I should give you my number. Okay, he just called that guy. And the guy said you should come and see him on Sunday. The MD I'm talking about was somewhere around the Admiralty way, Lekki that way, that time. The guy just went to that place. Oh, how are you? Do you know about this? Yes, I know about this. You know about this? You know about, okay. You know what? I'm traveling now. When I come back, come and take your employment letter. Just like that. Just like that. So when people say they do jazz and they think work for them, the people say they do Oshole. When people tell you that they do some kind of aworo and those things work. So if the one of the alternative power can work, all of a sudden you don't believe that the other one that belongs to God can work. I can get it.
Ola, that's not the point. That's not the point I'm saying.
Okay, let me tell you. Let
me direct my point. There is spirituality, but the overemphasis on spirituality to make things work, that's where the problem is. Now, people need to believe that you need to work first. You need to do your part. It has two parts. Success in life has two parts.
Please emphasize that it's the defeat that
Success has two parts.
We don't want them to be deceiving people.
Okay. The things that are within your control and the things that are outside your control. Things that are outside your control are things like grace, where you need to source from the Creator, from God. There are things that are outside your control. However, there are things that are within your control. Those things within your control, the marriage of things within your control
and things outside your control is what brings things to pass. So in this case of prophecy, if you receive prophecy, maybe you receive help. Let's say it's prophecies like help from things that someone that is outside your control, God in this case, and you don't work towards to it, there will not be achievement. And that's where that's where pastor's prophecy.
Let me tell you my own testimony. Then maybe any other people might believe or they might not. But I want to say it out now because it's becoming obvious. So that let us not begin to doubt most of our leaders, even though there are bad eggs among them. I will not deny that. If it's even in the scripture, you understand. So, but we still have to appreciate any man of God that have been able to transform a life. Allah has been transformed, and you cannot deny that. And the man is testifying about it, and it is somebody that did it, and he knows the person that did it, and he is testifying that this is the man that did it, and that's why I was transformed. If he has never been transformed, you might be seeing him.
Ekene, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Hold on. You see, this man of God you are even using is a wrong word. There is no man of God in the Bible. They are all servants of God. Servants.
Okay. Let me use servant of God.
Anybody that call himself man of God,
they are still okay. They are still okay. Servant of God is still okay. I'm not denying that fact.
If anybody tell you I'm a man of God, run. What did I say?
Servant of God is still okay.
But Thomas, it's also in the Bible that you can call yourself a child of God. So we are child of God.
So let me now come to this thing. You see, when I came to this Lagos, I didn't know anybody. So a lot of things happened after my service to my master and everything. So there is one thing that my father told me, which I followed right from the village. He told me, make sure you go to the church. Make sure you pray to God. This is the only instruction this man was able to give to me. I said, okay. When I came here, I looked many places before I arrived at Deeper Life. I followed them, all their programs and everything the man was touching. In fact, I was enjoying it because when you begin to enjoy it, then repentance is not far from you. So as time goes on, things became, will I succeed? Will I not succeed? Will I be able to make it? But at time came when I started my business, when I wanted to start up a business, own a shop. No 1 naira, nothing. I didn't have anything. As in my account is zero. But the man that was directing me here, I followed him to that program, that 3 days program at all those reading camp area. There's those area Ibadan Expressway, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. I went there for 3 days program. In fact, it was all my total trust was, God, what are you going to do for me? I really want to own my own business. You understand? So, but after that program, I felt a lot of relief on me, a lot of relief when I came back, a lot of happiness and all that. I was staying in the apartment I was squatting with my friend. A call came from, that's a day after I returned to the program. A call came from Alaba, somebody that I knew for a very long time. He called me and said, see, I want to travel back to the village. And it's you that I want to hand this shop over. I said, what? Yeah, it's you I want to hand this shop over. And no much goes in that shop, but my spirit said I should hand this shop over to you. I said, are you serious? He said, yes. But this shop will expire next month. I said, but I don't have the money to pay. He said, stay in that shop. The man left. He gave me the keys and everything. I didn't give him 1 naira. As I said, I didn't give him 1 naira. Somebody here can begin to doubt it. So, but what happened is that before that shop was about to expire under 1 month, I've already made a sale that gave me money to pay for that shop for the next 1 year and a half. That is how I started. And I cannot deny it. It is the work of God. Till today, with all the expansion and every other thing that happened.
What did you get from the mansion? What did you get from the mansion?
When will Ekene stop this sermon now? I thought you said your battery is low.
So what did you get from the mansion?
They just bring the light now. I just plug the phone. They just bring the light. So you said, what did you say, Simba?
Lagos is working. How is the electricity in Lagos now? Is it better?
No. In terms of electricity is trying. It's trying. Yeah. I don't. I said it last time.
Is it me or Ekene?
12 hours. They have 12 hours in Akure.
Please, I want to talk. Please, can I talk now? As if I can finish the sermon. Can I talk?
So it's not a sermon. No, it's not a sermon. It's what makes me believe in God that I'm telling you. It might not. You might not believe. It is what. Yeah,
I believe you.
Yeah, it's what makes me to believe, and that is why. If I see those things, it gives me confidence that there is God, and he has already performed something good in my life. So why will I criticize? Why will I say that?
Bosi doesn't believe there's God, though. He believes in the story of
anybody can still doubt. And he's still keeping me today. So what else? Why will I be fighting a man that kept me in a position that I am today? I can't be fighting him or the man that he used to make me understand this.
How are you sure is that man? How are you sure?
Do you know what is funny to me?
I attended his program. I attended his program. I attended his 3 days program. I listened to all his message. I believe everything he said in that message. I came back, the miracle happened.
Please let me interject you, my brother. So it's so funny. You Christians, you guys are always so funny to me. You know, I don't understand you guys.
You Christian. So it means that Dopsy is not a Christian. No,
I'm not a Christian now. That doesn't mean I don't believe in God. Allah. Is it that only Christians that believe in God?
How come you believe in God? I'm interested.
So it's only Christians now that believe in God.
Ola, when she says God, do you know the God she believes in? She believes in God. God is anything. Please. God is anything. See, anything about God, anything.
Let's hear Dupsy, the God he believes in.
Don't put words in our mouth. Let Dupsy talk, please. It's not only Christians that believe in God. It's not only Christians that believe in God.
No, it's not only Christians that believe in God.
Good. I know.
So you know what's funny about these Christians? They are so proud, so arrogant set of people. So the way Ekene was talking now, you would think Ekene wants to tell us how he helped his neighbor, how he loved God, how he loves his neighbor. It's just transactional for him. There's nothing transformational about what Ekene said just now. Everything is just transactional.
Ekene, when I say love your neighbor the other time, you say another thing. Don't bother yourself.
Please let me talk. That is why I can't stand you people. Everything is, you are so selfish and self-centered. Everything is so
us about your God, Dupsy.
No, everything is so transactional for you guys. The way how I started my business, how I'm being prosper. Nothing about your neighbor, nothing about God.
It excites me so much now. It excites me. There is love. My sister, I love you so much. Dupsy, I love you so much. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. I love you so much. Don't say that. Is it because we are talking here? Is it because we are talking here? I love you so much. No, don't say that. Don't say that. I love you.
But I think that is the way Jesus presented this Christianity. About love. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about being successful in your business. But that is what you people talk about all the time.
No, something would have given you confidence now. Something would have given you confidence to say, yes, there is God. Something has given me confidence to say there is God. So it is
about unconditional love, brother. It's not conditional. It's
not
conditional for crying out loud.
No, unconditional is when I see you and I have to love you unconditional. You know you are my fellow human being.
Yeah. To set God with conditions.
You know, Christ was able to transform many Christ was able to transform many people through his miracles. So if I receive God's miracle and became transformed, my own case is not different.
Please
It's
let
supposed
me
to be
respond to Dulcie, if you don't
transformational,
mind.
not transactional. It's
Dulcie,
supposed to be. Are you
I
not listening
told
to me,
you.
Ola? So I won't listen to you. You are not listening to me.
Okay,
You are
let
not
the
listening to
neutral
me.
voice come in. Dupsy, hold on.
It's supposed to be transformational. Ekene. You have to transform and be like Jesus Christ that you
The
believe
missionary
in.
brought education and
It shouldn't be
healthcare to Nigeria. Wait now.
transactional.
Dulcie. No, can I wait? The missionary brought education and healthcare to Nigeria. Is that not love? I want to ask you. Missionary, they brought education and healthcare to Nigeria. Yes,
Are they the only one? Islam also bring education to Nigeria.
Wait, I said missionary.
You
Missionary
cannot
can be
just
whether.
education. I don't want you to go to that.
The education we know today, the one we know today, were brought by the missionary. Did I say Christian? I just say missionary. Whether
you are right. Yes, you are right. You are right.
I said missionary. Now they brought healthcare and education. Is that not love? At least they came to the liberators. So are they not showing the love?
So
if you go to church here, wait, Remy,
look at the disadvantage. They also use it to colonize us. Please,
wait. Dupsy, if you go to any church today, if you need something from them, go to any church within your village. Oh, I need mattress too. I need shelf. Try them whether they won't give it to you. Then
if you also go to Islam, if you also go to mosque, they also do the same thing. So that
I'm not saying they will not give you. You know. I told you I'm not against religion. You heard me when I use the word religion. I say if not because of religion, there will be so much crime within the society. So the word I use is religion.
Even if you go to these rainbow people, I don't want to talk about them. You know the people I'm talking about. They will give you. They will house you. They will give you an apartment. These rainbow people. You know the people I'm talking about, right?
Good.
Imagine.
Good. Are Christians doing that? That's what I'm saying. Are they doing that? Okay, Redeem Church. I said they donated diagnostics that equipment for kidney diagnostic. That the government, your government, that will collect tax from you. They cannot give you. They are not the one equipping Lagos State. Your hospital now.
Ola, please.
Okay, what is please?
When you talk about donating equipment, you do not know the other faith also donate millions more than the churches.
No, it's not about faith now. It's not distinguishing about faith. Anybody other faith can do this.
Remy, no, they are not doing comparison between the two religions. What we are talking now is religion generally. We are talking about religion, the importance of religion.
All religion.
Remy, we are talking of importance of religion. Oh my God.
No, what I'm saying, Ola, is simple. You should generalize that all religion spread love, peace, and harmony. Simple as
I hear you. But what we are saying, look, get this point right. But I'm telling you now that the religion we are talking about now, they are donating kidney diagnostic center now. Because we focus more on the private jet, on Titan, all those that we focus. Okay, I'm now telling you, okay, they are donating medical equipment. And government, wait. Government collect taxes from you. Wait now. Government collect taxes from you, and they are not giving you. But these people are giving you.
Associated with Christians, even atheists that doesn't believe in God, they love.
You'll be caught in your two mountains.
It's human behavior. Don't associate anything good with Christianity.
You are not there. You are not there. You'll be caught in your hypocrisy. That's just what we're saying. What we want to say now is that we are saying religion does not benefit the society, and I'm telling you that religion, they brought civilization.
You are talking about this as if it's particular to Christians. I'm telling you, everybody.
I think Ola, I think what we should be talking about now, the benefit, does it outweigh the what would I say it now, disadvantage?
Yes, thank you.
No. Of course, the benefit outweigh the disadvantage. I will tell you.
Really?
So the thing you can do, what can we do? Okay, the way they say they want to put a bit to regulate Christianity. Are you seeing me? Do you see that? Have I ever talk against that? I won't. But I want to make sure that what we want to regulate is religion,
because I'm concerned about some fanatics too. I'm concerned.
I'm
Okay, when the
also
Lagos State
concerned
government
about.
said they
I'm
should not
also
do the
concerned
physical.
about those things. It's not that. It's not,
Exactly.
so
I'm
being a Christian doesn't mean that I don't recognize that there are things that I don't
Jesus
accept
Christ use passion.
in the society
Jesus Christ
in the
use pain to
Christendom.
beat some people out of the temple.
Then you will agree with me that religion has done more harm in the recent time.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't mean anything. I told you. See, there are a lot of youth that the religion has shaped their life today. I can testify to that. Christianity or Muslim.
Let me
ask you a question. If you want to win me over today, Ola, please let me say this. If you want to win me over today to your side, what is exclusive to your religion that will attract me? That's what you should preach about. Not giving houses.
That's love.
That's what you should base your argument on.
But we are not talking about. We didn't came to that direction. We came from somewhere to land here. You understand? You see, I try as much as I can.
Sorry,
any longer. Let me say this quickly. Please, let me say this, please.
Yeah.
How long have you been?
You said you people preach love, right?
Okay.
I've been in Deeper Life for almost 9 years now.
Let Dupsy speak.
Have you ever think one day that you want to go to Catholic or change your church and go and worship any church you like? Have you tried?
I've been going to other churches now. I go to other churches. Maybe if anybody invites me, I go.
Let's give Dupsy a chance to speak, please.
Okay, I want you to be able to market what you believe in. You guys are not good marketers. You know, you are not representing that religion very well. If you start talking to me about that, you people give houses, you give cars, you give food items. That is what a normal human being should do. When you're human, you'll be able to empathize. You'll be able to do something for your fellow human being. That is normal.
Okay, my dear sister, what will I do now to make you?
Hold on.
You are not going to win, though.
You won't allow me to talk now, and you say you are running out of battery. So so you said love. That is your own what's the point of view or how the POV. So love. You people preach love. You sell love. So tell me how that love have affected the country that we come from. How your GOs, how your leaders, your religious leaders have showed that love in that country called Nigeria. Give me examples so that we know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, Dopsy, personally, I don't have to give you example. You won. That's all I think. You are correct. Remy, please tell us something if you want to tell. You are correct, Dopsy. Remy, please. Continue.
I am trying to ask Ekene. He said he has been going to Deeper Life for 9 years. And I'm trying to figure out during those 9 years, has he tried to go to other churches, maybe Catholic or other Pentecostal churches or other Orthodox churches or other church that did not go to church on Sunday on Saturday, like White Garment or any other churches? Has he ever tried?
I've tried to go to maybe if a friend invite me for maybe child education that is not a Deeper Life, I go. Then when I travel to village, I go to other Pentecostal church that is not Deeper Life.
So do you believe that
I still have friends here.
So do you believe that all these different churches, do you guys think you worship the same God and you accept the way they worship?
See, there is nothing like church in heaven.
No, I'm just asking you this question. Do you believe that all these different kind of church, whether Cherubim and Seraphim, whether Celestial Church of God, whether it is a Seventh-day Adventist, whether those ones that go to church on Saturday, do you believe all of you guys worship the same God?
Yeah, we call the same God. We believe in the same God.
Do you believe that also Islam or Muslim also worship the same God as you?
Yes.
Do you
depends. Everybody is worshiping the same God. It depends on your belief and how you approach God, the manner you approach God, and the way you approach God. That is different. The character you approach God.
do you also believe that all these our leaders, spiritual leaders, religious leaders, do you believe they are made of flesh like I and you?
Why? They are blood and flesh. They are
Do
human
you
beings.
also believe that? Do you believe they can prophesy and make mistakes?
Sure, they can still make mistakes as human beings. They can still make
That
mistakes.
means if a prophet goof on 1 or 2 or 3 of his prophecies, it's not a big deal, right?
It's not what?
If a prophet or a pastor, some of his prophecies were not right, maybe like twice, 3 or 4 or 5 times, it's not a big deal, right?
Well, for me, you know, being human being, them being the human being you talk about, because you still ask me, do I believe that they are human being? Which means human being can still make mistakes.
So if they make that mistake or their prophecy does not come to reality, is it a big deal about it? What is
the issue is this: it's not a big deal. Why it's not a big deal? Because him as a prophet, you don't know how he reconciles with his own God. You don't know how he reconciles. You might be here criticizing him. He has already reconciled and moved on far more better than you expect.
What about thousands of his followers that believe that anything he says is word, is God, is word of God? How do you want them to feel?
He might have communicated with them. He still preach to them every Sunday, and they go to his church. Because you are not his member, you will not understand those things.
How do you want this followership to feel? This is a leader they have been following for several years, and he has rest assured that come rain and shine, I am going to be your leader, the leader of this country.
If they don't believe in the man, people like Ola here will not be here still talking about Christianity.
I mean, how would they feel? Do they just say, okay, just another prophecy? It does not come to, let's move
So
on.
you see, Akene, you failed all these questions because you don't believe.
How did I fail it? I didn't fail it. One thing you don't know. No, let me clarify something before you move on. Let me clarify something before you move on. Let me clarify something before you move on. You know, criticism might as in held you for you to understand the things you need to understand. See, personal life of a human being and personal relationship with God matters a lot. It also applies in the life of our pastors and our servant of God, as Thomas said. You see, you might be here criticizing this man, doing all manner of criticism and all that. You don't know how he has reconciled and how he has moved on. And how he has built his relationship.
So you don't even care
what we do, all of us as a Christian,
care about your fellow Christians that have been affected by
because you still claim that you still claim that you know God. You still claim that you are a child of God. You still claim that even you are in another denomination or you are not following.
You can be of other faith, not only.
No, Dupsy doesn't say she's a child of God, though.
Okay, I don't know.
Allah.
You want to so when you have claimed that you know God and you are still a child of God and you recognize that you are dealing with your fellow human being, then you shouldn't criticize it that more, because like I said to you, this man would have gone far to reconcile or move on or have done a lot of things to maintain his relationship with God. Then you keep on criticizing without even making sure. Yeah.
I don't buy the idea of saying you cannot criticize somebody. So far, that person is not God. It's only God you can say you cannot criticize.
But you cannot continue, or you cannot continue in that direction. The reason is this: you need to also calm down. You need to also calm down and care about your own personal. You need to calm down and also care about your own personal relationship with God. You cannot focus on that one personal relationship.
As you are practicing and praying to God, I also do the same thing. Everybody do the same thing every day. What I'm trying to tell you is this: all these our leaders are just like us also, and everybody have a kind of gift that God give everybody. So you might not realize your gift until you yourself try to work towards it by yourself. What I'm just trying to say is very simple. This man continue to continue to spirit a lot of prophecy. Some have come to reality, some have not. So those ones that has not come to reality.
No, Remy. Those ones that come to reality is just permutation.
Okay, whatever you can call it. So those ones that does not come to reality, let's just accept that this one does. Maybe it's a way for God show him keep quiet. Maybe it's a way for God punishing him. You don't know. We don't know because we are not God.
It also happened to native doctors. It also happened to native doctors. It happened to one of my. It happens to one of the native doctors in my.
All religious leaders. So
Yeah.
sometimes
So
they are not God.
Remy, let me give you an example. Without interjection, you guys just listen to me. I've said this before. I will say it again. My mom she's a prophetess, owning a church. I grew up in church. Everything about me is church.
What type of church? Let me know, please.
Pentecostal church.
Okay.
So one day, my mom was so agitated, just looking around, looking for something. Mom, what's the problem? She said she's looking for one lady that brought her passport for prayers. I said, why did you keep the passport? He said she couldn't even find it. We searched the house. The lady was going to embassy the next Monday. We couldn't find the passport. My mom told her to go and come back. So on the way in which the lady went, we searched the house. We find the passport. My mom called the lady the same day to come and get the passport. Do you know what happened? The lady gave my mom that passport to pray so that he can get the visa. My mommy gave the lady the passport. The lady went for interview. They gave the lady the visa to the US. The lady came back, starts, normally not what people normally do. Thank you, God used you. At the long run, my mommy called me that, Carol, did you remember the last time we were looking for this lady's passport? I said, yes. She said, do you know that I never prayed on that passport? Immediately, the lady gave me the passport. I just kept it somewhere. That is not the prayer of a prophet, of a prophetess, of a pastor. When it's your appointed time, our own prayer is just to pray for God to let that person, that time should be that person appointed time. That if she didn't even open up, if she didn't even remember to pray on the passport. But at the long run, these people can, my mom said the lady can even think that I am the God. She didn't even know that she didn't even pray on the passport at all.
With all due respect, with all due respect, Isonu, please can I interject?
So what I'm just saying is that if God wants to do something, God will still do it. It doesn't matter. You pray or you don't pray. It's with your time. It's going to happen.
Imagine for a second, someone that your mother is a wicked woman. Imagine for a second. Just imagine that your mother is just like Tunde Bakare. He would have exploited that woman to the last.
That
lady would have built
I'm your God.
House.
I'm not your God now.
For your mother on top of that little thing that happened. Imagine for a second your mother is not a proper abiyamo. Imagine for a second. That is what we continually tell these people, that wait and see. These things doesn't happen the way you people think it happens. We are all human. We look up unto God, the maker of heaven and earth, to do everything for us. Nobody is a middleman to God. Because I can hear Allah, my brother, saying somebody's grace is more than able. That's what they used to brainwash you, to bamboozle you. Which grace is higher than whose grace? Anointing is higher than anointing to Shapra.
I believe so. I believe some of the things you said. Nobody's a middleman. Nobody's a middleman. Yeah, so I understand that. Yeah, but you see, the reason why we go to church, I will always make it. I will always make that point. Bible said that faith cometh by hearing, and hearing the word. And we should not have forsake the assemblies of our brothers together. going to church strengthens our faith.
Exactly.
It teaches you how to pray. It teaches you how to believe in
It
God.
doesn't
Do you
strengthen your
understand?
faith because
Doesn't
you're
mean
not
that.
going to a good gathering.
Yeah,
Those
doesn't mean
gatherings are
that.
very bad.
Doesn't mean that you go to
Babalawo
church.
even see meeting. Do
They are
see
bad
Babalawo even see do ipade for them to strengthen their own faith. Babalawo
Yeah.
they still do ipade.
We strengthen our faith by the word of God we hear.
Those people carry the egun, they still meet to
Those
strengthen their own
gathering is
faith.
even better than church. Church, they are too wicked. Wicked set of people.
I hear you do.
No, Dukes, you don't say it like that. You know the church we talk about. The church we talk about is not even the building. Me and you is the church.
Can we move to another topic?
You understand? It's not even the building. All of us are the members of
You are
Christ.
not going to convince Dupsy.
No, it's my lovely sister. I love the way she sounds. She's a very strong woman.
The one you are talking, if you see me now, if you see me, she goes to shake you. The person Dupsy is talking.
Allah is lying. Allah, you know, say I'm the hard girl now. You know now.
When you see me, you go gentle. Now, she be na me the
Allah, you said no, they fear. Say, will you be able to meet up with Dupsy this summer? You know, Dupsy. That Dupsy will beat you.
If you see me, you go gentle.
You said no, they fear.
I said you see me, you go gentle. Forget so.
Allah, not the shake for body. Not the thing for body.
You know, the first time you came in, the first time you came in, you want to talk. All I was shaking. I was saying, hey. He said, this will face me.
I'm supposed to meet him this summer. He's shaking already. You know that I'm going to come to him this summer.
And the shake, leg the shake.
Leg the shake. I'll go to Ola in July. I'll go to Ola in Kagri in July. He's shaking already.
And to my gentle. Don't worry. I
will record, yes. I will record. We show Thomas.
Video.
You
be able to.
Guys, thank you so much. We have to shut.
Thank you.
We have to shut down now. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, God bless you all. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Everybody. We have come to the end of the session again. It has been wonderful, educative. We go some religious side, which we can't really avoid. I try to avoid it, but I think it's always coming up every time. Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, AY. Thank you, Ekene. Thank you, Kumi. And thank you, guys all. That's been a good section today again. We just want to carve it under 9 hours so that the rest of the people watching it, so they can have time to watch it again. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. Where's my video? Let me look for my video. We have to play something before we go. Where's Dino? Yeah. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.